Chapter 151 Illusion Duel. Perhaps there were too many things to discuss, and no one noticed that Xianjian, the person involved, was still lying on the ground thinking about life. Hey, Xianjian, you were not beaten to death by Taihuo, were you? In the end, it was Sunjian's friend Dai Iwashi who pulled him up. It's not time for me to die yet. Xianjian said calmly. He was a little grateful to Vashi in his heart. Who knew that this guy couldn't wait to tease him before he stood firm? By the way, Xianjian, did you want to say noon has arrived just now? The line is quite cool, but I didn't expect that it was not Taihuo who was executed, but you. It really made me laugh to death, haha. Sunjian's face suddenly turned black, and he said unhappily. No, you heard it wrong, I said 50 has arrived. It means that if you reach the top 32, you will get 50 points reward. I am already very satisfied. Vashi, I remember that you seemed to stop at the top 128. Sorry, I forgot how many points you can get. Now it was Dai Ivashi's turn to be black. Xianjian smiled when he saw this, and the depression of losing inexplicably was also reduced a lot. At this time, Xiaoshu also came over and praised Xianjian a few words. In fact, with this kid's strength, as long as he has better luck, it is not impossible for him to enter the quarterfinals. It's a pity that he met a technical opponent like Taihuo. However, he was able to use this pressure to initially master the I-weight gun 6th Regiment, so even if he lost the game, it was a big win for Xianjian. Heidke also told Xianjian that it would be better to find a place to consolidate his hand feeling, and then said goodbye to the two. Ebisu originally planned to take Heidke to watch Miss Nita Shinfu's game. However, when passing by a ring, Heidke couldn't help but stop and decided to watch the game first. Because the two people standing opposite each other on the ring were Yui Kurane and Uchiha Shisui. It seems that this will be a rare illusion duel, and Heidke certainly can't miss it. But after he stopped to watch for a few seconds, he saw Hong suddenly smiling and walking forward. After brushing past Shisui for a few steps, he actually stepped on the air and fell to the ground. The referee on the side scratched his head, and then hesitantly announced. The winner is Class 3A, Uchiha Shisui. Heidke? He was originally ready to watch the show, but he opened his mouth slightly, a little confused. He didn't expect that the battle had already started. He didn't expect that the battle had already ended. What are they doing? To answer Heidke's question, we have to start from 2 or 3 minutes ago. Shisui, remember to give it your all. Before the referee announced the start, Hong said to Shisui with a smile. But this doesn't mean don't let me go all out to fight me. It means if you don't give it your all, be careful to be defeated by me. Yes, Hong was just as confident as her soft hair. Although Shisui could get here, Hong had already seen his strength. But Hong was still quite confident in her illusion and believed that she could defeat Shisui in this field. So the match officially began under the referee's announcement. As soon as the voice fell, Hong and Shisui began to quickly seal in tacit understanding, ready to use illusion to decide the winner. Although Shisui was young, his seal speed was slightly better than Hong, and he was the first to complete the illusion. Hong was surprised at Shisui's seal speed, but she often practiced with her father who was also good at illusion, so she was not panicked. At the moment when she felt a chakra invading her brain, Hong decisively changed the seal action in the middle and inserted a special hand seal. Illusion, release. Under Hong's intentional control, Shisui's secretly invading chakra was instantly wiped out by the chakra in her body. She then continued to seal, and was able to continue the previous steps of the illusion. This is a skill that Hong mastered when she was practicing with her father, Yui Shinku. Her talent in illusion is evident. In this way, even if her seal-making speed is not as fast as Shisui, she can perform the illusion faster than the other party this time. Magic Illusion Golden Binding Technique, fix it for me. Sure enough, Hong completed the seal faster and began to use chakra to invade Shisui's brain in turn. The essence of illusion is to interfere with the enemy's brain nerves through Yin-Tun chakra, thereby creating illusions, or even directly controlling their bodies. There are basically two ways to make illusions successful. One is to deliberately and unintentionally let chakra sneak into the enemy's brain without the enemy noticing. The other is to fight a blitzkrieg, quickly controlling part of the enemy's brain nerves before the enemy can remove the illusion by disrupting the chakra in his body. Then you can use this to build a defense line and defend the city, increasing the chances of being wiped out. After that, either gradually erode other brain nerves to completely control the enemy. or create corresponding illusions or interfere with the operation of the body according to the occupied brain nerve function, and then use this to defeat the enemy in reality. At this time, Hong's method is naturally the latter, and this is also the field she is best at. So in less than a few seconds, she has taken advantage of Shisui's lack of reaction and occupied a large area of important brain nerves. So the next moment, Shisui, who was still re-engaging, stopped his movements instantly, as if he was petrified and stood there in a daze. Hong Chen wins. Hong maliciously acted cute in her heart, but she was a little sorry that teacher Heidke was not around and could not see her wonderful operation. But even if the teacher was there, he would probably only see that he and Shisui were standing there and engraving, and could not understand the subtle game. If there is any flaw in illusion, it may be this. But Hong didn't have time to think about it, because with Shisui's level, he should be able to regroup and regain control of his body soon. So she had to get this guy off the stage before then. However, she felt that there was still enough time, so Hong walked towards Shisui slowly and smiled, so as to show her calmness and consolidate her dignity as a sister. She walked, and finally almost came to Shisui. She even got excited and prepared to scratch Shisui's round nose to tease him. Who knew that at this moment, Hong suddenly stepped on empty air and felt a sense of weightlessness of falling. This made her shudder suddenly, and then she was surprised to find that the scene in front of her had changed. Shisui, who was supposed to be in front of her, had disappeared, and turned into the onlookers who were looking at her curiously. This made Hong subconsciously look back and found that she was actually outside the arena. And Shisui on the stage showed a slightly apologetic smile. The winner is Class 3A, Uchiha Shisui. Accompanied by the voice of the referee, Hong finally gradually realized the reality that she had lost. But she was still confused, and it was hard for her to accept that she had lost to Shisui in the field of illusion that she was best at. Not to mention now, she still didn't know when she was caught in the illusion. This overwhelming gap made Hong have a terrible guess. Could it be? I'm not as good at illusion as my father said. Chapter 152 Hong's Choice and Total Annihilation? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yui Hong shook her long hair repeatedly to get rid of this terrible idea from her mind. I have been studying illusion hard since I was a child, and my grades in illusion class have always been ahead of my peers. How could I not be good at illusion? It must be that Shisui used some strange techniques, so she was careless and fell into his trap. In order to verify this guess, Hong began to ponder and try to crack the secret of Shisui's illusion. The key lies in how she was caught in the illusion. She had already performed the illusion solution by changing the seals and eliminated all the invading illusion chakra. Wait, did she really eliminate all the illusion chakra? Hong was no longer so sure at this time, and at the same time she remembered the advanced illusion techniques her father had briefly told her. In fact, in addition to the two common methods of sneak attack and swift attack, illusion has other rare invasion methods. For example, directly attacking head-on, crushing the opponent with yin escape chakra that far exceeds the quality and quantity of the opponent, and disintegrating all the opponent's resistance. Hong remembered that her father's face was a little gloomy when he introduced this method, as if he had some not-so-good memories. It's just that the person who was hit by the technique has the home advantage, so this method can only be realized when the illusion level and chakra amount of both sides are very different. Hong didn't believe that there was such a big gap between her and Shisui, and her brain didn't feel that it was forcibly invaded, so this should not be the correct answer. In this way, there is almost only one way left. Disguise and sneak in. In simple terms, it is to simulate the characteristics of the opponent's chakra to create a shell, wrap the illusion chakra in it to invade, and then enter without anyone noticing. Compared with the usual practice of sneaking in like a thief, this is more like a spy sneaking into the enemy's territory by forging an identity. Hong was shocked when she thought of this. Could it be that the chakra she cleared by making a seal before was actually just a discarded pawn thrown by Shisui, and the real main force had taken the opportunity to lurk in her mind? Hong thought more and more that this was the case, but it was still a little unbelievable. Didn't Dad say that this was an advanced technique of illusion and that he would teach it to me when I grew up? Why did Shisui, who was younger than me, already learn it? In fact, Hong already knew the answer at this time. It seems that it is not that she is not talented in illusion, but that Shisui's talent is too amazing. This made Hong feel a little relieved, but at the same time, she felt mixed emotions. Hey, why did Yui Hong suddenly jump off the stage? Idiot, it's obvious that she was caught in an illusion. But isn't Hong very good at illusions? How could she be caught in such an instant? confess. It depends on who you're competing with. I can only say that Shisui is indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan, and he's so good at illusion at such a young age. This guy can easily defeat Kurane in illusion now, so what will happen after he awakens the Sharingan? Alas, being in the same era with such a genius of illusion, I can only say that Hong's luck is not too good. The whispers of the students watching the scene kept entering Hong's ears, which seemed to hit the small thoughts that she didn't want to think about at this time, making her more and more upset. Especially when she found out that teacher Hideki was also in the crowd and should have seen her embarrassment just now, she felt even more wronged, and her eyes began to dry. Hong, who has always been proud, didn't want everyone to see her weakness, so after taking a deep look at Shisui, she lowered her head and walked out quickly. Shisui, who had just stepped off the stage, was a little at a loss when he saw this, and didn't know whether he should follow up to comfort the other party. In fact, if possible, he also wanted to fight back and forth with Sister Hong, at least let the other party lose more beautifully. But illusion duels are so dangerous that one will be controlled by others if one is not careful, and there is no chance of a comeback. So even though he is slightly better in illusion, he dare not hold back, for fear of accidentally overturning. This martial arts meeting is just an interesting activity for other students. But for him, it is the first step to eliminate the gap between the family and the village, and it must not be missed. For the sake of the family, he can only feel sorry for Sister Hong. Let Hong be alone. Finally, Hideki came over and said softly, dispelling Shisui's idea of following up to finish off the enemy. He looked at Hong's back as she walked away quickly, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. In the entire comic, Yui Kurane only had one duel with Uchiha Itachi, and it as a stepping stone for Itachi to demonstrate his superb illusion. I wonder if she realized at that time that no matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to defeat the Uchiha clan ninja with powerful yin escape talent and Sharingan in illusion unless something unexpected happened? In any case, this time she will realize this reality earlier. Hideki is very curious about how Hong, who has always been as proud as a little princess, will face this helpless reality. If this child can still maintain her passion and pursuit for illusion after deeply realizing this reality, then as an unexpected factor that is not in the original work, Hideki has a research topic related to illusion that may be entrusted to her. At this time, Ebisu has already found time to go back and finished his top 32 match, and then he returned after being defeated at the speed of light. No, his Taeyang fist, no, the incandescent technique had no effect on the Aberame Teizo who was wearing sunglasses. It is said that the opponent did not even release the bugs, and kicked Ebisu off the stage easily. And Ibiki, who came with him, had a gloomy face, and it seemed that he was also eliminated by the children of the Akimichi clan. However, Hideki later learned that Ibiki's gloomy face was not because he lost. It was because his torture boxing not only did not cause any damage to Akimichi Saidong, but even after the power was reduced by fat, the strength became just right, and the opponent began to moan with comfort. It is said that the scene at that time was very embarrassing. For Ibiki, who has always made causing pain as his life goal, this is a great shame. It is a pity that Hideki cannot understand the brain circuit of Ibiki, such a sadist. He even thought about whether he could follow this line of thought and create a set of massage boxing techniques that would make the enemy feel so good that they could not move. As for the fact that most of the children stopped at the top 32, Hideki didn't take it too seriously. Those who could stay until now were basically geniuses of the ninja clan, and of course, these civilians or children of the young ninja clan could not easily catch up with them by cramming at the last minute. Everyone has just begun to master what they teach, and it is already very good to be able to hold on here. But it is too early to say that the whole army is annihilated now. Because in the top 32 competition that has not yet started, there is still a single seedling from a civilian background. The fourth round of the top 32 of the 8th group, Nohara Lin vs Akimichi Yasuke. Just as the competition was about to start, Hideki also led his children to the ring of the 8th group, with a slight smile on his face. Let's see if Miss Nita-san, who has made the most progress in the special training, can go one step further and break the curse of the top 32. Chapter 153 The Principle of Nita-san. When Hideki and the others arrived in front of the 8th group ring, Nohara Lin's match had just begun. As soon as the referee teacher finished speaking, Lin and Akimichi Yasuke on the field moved at the same time. However, Akimichi Yasuke dived forward, ready to take the initiative, while Lin retreated repeatedly, as if to buy some preparation time. She was ready until she retreated to the edge of the ring. Thweb. Lin raised her hands, pressed her middle and ring fingers to her palms, and shot out a thick chakra line from each wrist. Spider web shooting. The front ends of the two chakra lines gradually unfolded in the air, forming a basketball-sized spider web that flew straight to Akimichi Yasuk's feet. Akimichi Yasuk dodged to the side and quickly dodged a spider web with his right foot. However, the other spider web turned slightly under the control of Lin's chakra line, and still successfully hit his left foot, sticking it to the ground. Lin rushed to the opponent, ready to pursue the victory. Yasuk suddenly roared, lifted his left foot up, and tore the entire spider web apart, breaking free from the restraints. He then pounced forward and punched Lin in front of him, as if he had planned it for a long time. Fortunately, Lin was also on guard. She first dodged Yasuk's fist with her head tilted, and then took the opportunity to rush sideways and went around to the side away from the edge of the ring, in a favorable position. The little ninjas outside the arena couldn't help but talk about it. Lin has made great progress. She can even have the upper hand in the battle with Yasuk. Stupid, didn't you find that Lin's strange moves have been cracked by Yasuk's brute force? If she only knows this move, it's only a matter of time before she loses. Ebisu also asked with some concern. Teacher, does Lin have a chance to win? As a student who is also a civilian and a special training partner, he certainly hopes that Lin can go further. Hideki looked at the two people on the stage and continued to fight and said calmly. Yes, but the chance is not great. You should have noticed during the sparring that although Lin's chakra spider web looks decent, it is not strong enough. That's why I told her not to release the chakra line with her fingertips, but to gather the chakra lines of the 6 meridian lines at her wrist, twist them together and then launch them. Although the attack range is smaller, the chakra lines can be reinforced through close connection. But this can only be used to deal with ordinary classmates at most. Once we encounter the Akimichi clan, which is famous for its strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Ebisu and Ibiki looked at each other and began to worry. And the situation on the ring seemed to develop as Hideki said. Although Lin's spider web shooting hit repeatedly, it couldn't create enough space for her to attack. If they hadn't been able to slow down Akimichi Yasuk's movements, she would have been caught by the opponent long ago. Lin realized that this time the opponent was different from the previous one, and it was not something that could be solved by just shooting spider webs. So she glanced at the smiling teacher Hideki outside the arena with her peripheral vision, and began to quickly make hand seals. Originally, Akimichi Yasuk, who was only concerned about playing it safe, also began to launch a strong attack, not wanting her to succeed easily. This time, Lin had no spider web to slow down the attack, so it was naturally more difficult for her to resist. Fortunately, the attack speed of the Akimichi clan's ninjas was average, so Lin dodged repeatedly, using space to exchange time, and barely managed to hold on. However, in this way, she was soon forced to the edge of the ring again. It might not be so easy to change positions again this time. Fortunately, Lin did not stop making hand seals while dodging, and was almost ready at this time. Do you think that Nohara Lin's hand seals are so strange? A sharp-eyed student under the arena asked curiously. The other little ninjas took a closer look and found that Lin was not making the 12 earthly branches hand seals that everyone usually learned, but some strange gestures, and they had no idea what she was doing. Only some little girls felt that the scene looked familiar. Why do I feel like Lin is playing catwalk? One little girl said weakly, not quite confident. Catwalk? The classmates around them saw that the movements were indeed somewhat similar. But they shook their heads again and again to indicate that it was impossible. Now they were playing a game, not during the break. How could Nohara Lin be playing catwalk? And they didn't even see the most important rope. Only Hideki, who was not far away, raised his mouth slightly, laughing in his heart. Because the little girl actually guessed it right. Lin began to gather a lot of chakra in her hands, and then put her hands together in front of her chest. When her palms separated, everyone found that a chakra spider web with dense lines, complicated patterns, and emitting a bright blue light suddenly appeared between her hands. Looking from Yasuk's direction, you can actually see a human-faced spider crawling on the spider web, which looks a bit creepy. Ninjutsu manipulation of silk knot spider silk-shaped demon face spider web technique. Lin silently recited the name of this somewhat long ninjutsu in her heart, while rushing forward quickly, and then pushed her hands to shoot out the entire spider web. But Akimichi Yasuk was not as reckless as he looked. He stopped when he saw Lin complete the ninjutsu. At the moment when Lin launched the spider web, he exerted force with his feet and quickly jumped to the side to avoid it. However, he did not expect that the spider web would grow in the wind after it flew out, becoming bigger and bigger. In addition, Lin deliberately released it after getting close, so he was stuck to the spider web in the end. Then Lin controlled the chakra line connected to the corners of the spider web with her fingertips, and tied Yasuk with the entire web. Yasuk struggled hard for several times, but still could not break free. Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. This demon face spider web technique is the greatest achievement of her special training. If she still can't do anything to the other party, then she can only raise her hands and surrender. In fact, the principle of this move is very simple. It is not that the chakra line is shot out and then split into a web, but the chakra line released from the fingertips is used to weave a spider web first, and then it is shot out. In this way, the chakra spider web can be denser, and more chakra can be infused in advance, making it stronger. It can be said that this is a teacher Hideki imitating to take care of her level. The technique was created based on the practice of the ghost-faced spider. As for the method of turning the flower rope, it was actually Lin's own idea, which was used to further assist in weaving the chakra spider web. She was also praised by the teacher for this. The reason why everyone couldn't see the chakra line just now was that she didn't infuse too much chakra to make them visible at the beginning in order to reduce consumption. Although Lin had deliberately placed the chakra spider web on Yasuk's joints, making it difficult for him to exert force, he should not be able to break free for the time being. But she didn't dare to be arrogant, and was ready to rush forward to give the final blow, kicking Yasuk, who had been wrapped like a caterpillar, to the stage. However, just as Lin rushed to Yasuk and was about to kick with her legs, a sense of déjà vu flooded into her mind. At the beginning, Yasuk seemed to be pretending to be hit, and waited until she came in front of him before breaking free and attacking. Will it be the same this time? Who knew that at the moment when Lin hesitated, the chakra spider web on Yasuk's body actually began to expand outwards, and gradually broke one by one. Partial multiplication technique. Yasuk Akimichi shouted, and his two huge arms suddenly broke out of the spider web, clasping his palms fiercely at Lin in front of him. Lin did not launch an attack because of her hesitation, so she was able to retreat quickly and avoid Yangja's determined blow. At the same time, Lin pulled with both hands, put the broken spider web in it before Yangja clasped his hands together, and glued the two together. She took advantage of the time when Yangja opened his palms to quickly retreat a few steps and return to a safe distance. Although she was lucky to crack Yangja's plan, Lin did not feel proud at all, but smiled bitterly. Sure enough, she was not the only one who had a trump card. The ghost face spider web that she had worked hard to learn only forced out the partial multiplication technique that Yangja had not used before. But this was already her biggest trump card. Since it had been cracked, she had no choice. Could it be, this is her limit? Chapter 154, Breaking the Cocoon and Becoming a Butterfly. Limit? Lin suddenly laughed in her heart, and felt amused by her own thoughts. You know, a month ago, her actual combat performance was only at the middle level of the class, and she was thankful to be able to enter the top 128. Now that she can be promoted to the top 32 and deal with a genius like Akimichi Yasuk, what else is she dissatisfied with? At this time, Lin truly realized that after the careful guidance and special training of teacher Hideki, she has become much stronger. So she will unconsciously raise the standard and hope to achieve better results to verify the results of the special training. But it is enough. After all, the previous special training was too short, and being able to enter the top 32 already had a lot of luck, and she should not have more extravagant expectations. Lin's eyes gradually became clearer. But she did not decide to give up the game. Instead, she decided not to be obsessed with winning, cherish this precious opportunity to seriously fight with the genius of the ninja clan, and hone her skills as much as possible. With a thought, Lin once again did the action of turning the flower rope, weaving an invisible chakra spider web. This ghost face spider web technique is the teacher's masterpiece. Of course, it has more than one use. Now is a good time to test other uses. However, with Yasuk's power enough to break through tricks, they may not have much effect. So the biggest issue now is how to deal with this kind of power-type opponent that she rarely encounters. Lin, who put down her burden, began to think divergently, no longer sticking to what she learned during special training, and gradually caught a hint of inspiration. She vaguely remembered that teacher Hideki seemed to have talked about topics related to power somewhere. Unfortunately, before Lin could recall, Yasuk, who had already broken free from the shackles of the spider web, came over aggressively. Looking at his whole fat face tense, it seems that he has become completely serious and decided not to hold back. In fact, Akimichi Yasuke is more depressed than serious, and a little self-destructive. As one of the few smart people in the Akimichi clan, he knows that the key to victory in this martial arts competition does not entirely depend on strength. The intensive schedule and the public battle schedule make the role of physical strength and intelligence more important than usual. Whoever can retain more physical strength and trump cards is more likely to go further. As a child of the Akimichi clan, Yasuke is very confident in his physical strength. But the small arena also limits the use of the Akimichi clan's conventional ninjutsu meat bomb tank, and it may rush out of the arena if you are not careful. So the partial multiplication technique just now is his last trump card. He originally thought that he should be able to save it until the top 16 and then take it out to see if he can win by surprise and defeat that difficult guy. Unexpectedly, he was still forced out by Nohara Lin with a strange move. After losing the unexpectedness of this trump card, he no longer has any confidence to beat the next opponent, and of course he will feel depressed. But this also means that he no longer needs to retain physical strength. So giving up on himself, or going all out, to ensure victory in this battle first, is his top priority now. Partial multiplication technique. Yasuke's originally huge hands expanded a little more, and then he rushed towards Nohara Lin, and his boulder-like right fist suddenly slammed out. Luckily, Lin had also woven the ghost spider web in her hand into shape at this time, and quickly stretched it out to block in front of her. The next moment, Yasuke's powerful fist hit the spider web, instantly making it dented and deformed. But just when the fist was about to hit Lin, she suddenly jumped up lightly, and her body flew back at high speed under the rebound of the spider web, avoiding Yasuke's determined blow. Ghost spider web elasticity specialization. This is one of the common techniques of the ghost spider web, that is, to focus on enhancing the elasticity of the spider web to dissolve the enemy's physical attack, and even use the rebound force to repel the opponent. Of course, if the opponent is too strong, it will be Lin herself who will be bounced away. You know, she was originally standing on the edge of the ring, so it seemed a bit counterproductive to fly out of the ring directly after being bounced. Even the little ninjas outside the field subconsciously felt that the outcome was already decided. However, how could the meticulous Lin make such a mistake that only Obito would make? In fact, everything was within her calculations. Or, everything was within the plan designed by teacher Hideki for her. After Lin flew away, the spider web between her hands did not fly away completely, and the center part continued to stick to Yasuke's fist. So as Lin moved away, the spider web and the chakra elastic lines extending from her fingertips accumulated elastic potential energy again. Until Lin had already flown far away from the ring and was about to land, they suddenly contracted with a clang sound like a bowstring rebounding. Lin also flew back to the ring at a high speed along with the rebound force, and at the same time turned in the air, kicking Yasuke's head with a force that she could not normally achieve. Spider web flying kick. Bang! Yasuke quickly raised his huge left hand to block Lin's fierce flying kick. But Lin also stepped down, jumped forward with the reaction force, and returned to the favorable side of the ring again. After landing, she took advantage of the victory and turned around to hit Yasuke's back with all her strength. The surrounding ninjas couldn't help but hold their breath. Yasuke was now at the edge of the ring. If he was knocked back by Lin, he would fall out of the ring. No one expected that Lin, who had just flown out of the ring, would complete a Jedi counterattack in the blink of an eye. Is this new lady of the network going to stage another drama of the underdog defeating the superior? It's a pity that the scene that everyone likes to see didn't happen after all. It can only be said that Yasuke is worthy of being a genius of the Akimichi clan. In this situation, he still reacted instantly. While turning around, he swept his left hand and knocked Lin, who was flying towards him, to the ground. Then he raised his huge right hand high and quickly slapped Lin, who fell to the ground, ready to grab her and throw her out of the ring. Bang! Yasuke's huge hand that covered the sky and the sun slapped down hard, but he didn't feel the hand grasping anything, but felt a familiar sticky feeling. It turned out that Lin didn't give up after falling to the ground. She rolled to avoid Yasuke's attack and left the spider web in place to stick to his hand. Specialized stickiness of the ghost face spider web. This time, Lin adjusted the characteristics of the spider web in her hand and focused on enhancing its stickiness. Even if Yasuke was extremely powerful, it would probably take several seconds to get his right hand free. For a ninja, a few seconds can do a lot of things. However, Yasuke only controlled one hand, and the other hand was still free to move, blocking in front of his body to prevent Lin's attack. Lin, who didn't have any powerful moves, would probably find it difficult to inflict heavy damage on the opponent in just a few seconds. But she seemed to have an idea and quickly took out a few shurikens from her ninja tool bag. Shurikens? The little ninjas watching were a little confused. The martial arts tournament only allows the use of unsharpened shurikens, so it would be difficult to draw blood from Yasuke, who has thick skin and flesh. What's the point of Lin taking them out now? Of course Lin has her own plan. Because she just recalled where the teacher talked about the topic of strength. The reason why she couldn't remember it immediately was that it was not in the classroom or the workshop, but on the construction site of the workshop that had not been built yet. Teacher Hideki was looking at the Akimichi clan ninjas who were turning into giants and building houses like building blocks, and he was impressed by the convenience of chakra. However, he also mentioned how ordinary civilians can achieve similar effects with simple mechanical techniques. And what Lin is going to imitate now is exactly what they do. Although she has not practiced at all, Lin has forgotten about winning or losing at this time. She just wants to verify her guess, so she started to implement the plan without hesitation. She first cut off the chakra line connecting her fingertips and the spider web, and the stickiness of the spider web began to decrease rapidly, and Yasuke was about to break free. Then Lin gently threw a few shurikens forward, and then raised her hands and shot out two thick chakra lines from her wrists. Under Lin's control, they quickly caught up with the shurikens, passed through the small holes between them, and then twisted and turned in the air, making the children dazzled and completely unaware of what she was doing. Finally, one of the two lines hit the left side of Yasuke's back, a blind spot area that was difficult for his left hand to reach, and forked into a spider web that stuck firmly to it. The other hit the guardrail fixed on the ground outside the ring, and also stuck to it. Then the two chakra lines were instantly tightened, forming a strange structure with the shuriken in the air. At this moment, Akimichi Yasuke's right hand finally broke free from the spider. Bound by a web, he was about to reach out and tear the cobwebs off his back. Kellen was also ready at this time, holding the chakra thread tightly with both hands, twisting around and pulling hard with a throw over the shoulder. The next moment, Yasuke felt a sudden strong pull on his back. He resisted subconsciously, but he had no power to fight back, and he was pulled back and flew behind him. Because he has two huge palms, when he flies he looks like a butterfly that has just emerged from its cocoon, or a moth. Whether it is a butterfly or a moth, the lifespan of this huge UFO is much shorter than them, and it soon returns to the embrace of the earth under the influence of gravity. Bang! After the referee was stunned for a few seconds, he announced loudly. The outcome is decided. The winner is Nohara Lin from Class A, 4th year. Chapter 155 Hyuga Clan. For a moment, it became quiet outside the ring. The little ninjas were stunned and tried to digest the unbelievable scene just now. The genius of the Akimichi clan, who has always been famous for his strength, was actually crushed by Nohara Rin in terms of strength, and flew out of the ring with a slight pull. It wasn't until Yasuke, who fell outside the ring, stood up with difficulty while holding his old waist and shouting my back, that the silence was broken. Everyone finally came to their senses, and there was an uproar and discussion started. My 6 paths immortal. Did you see it? How did Nohara Rin suddenly become so powerful that she was able to throw Akimichi Yasuke out of the ring? Did she secretly exchange the spinach pills from the Akimichi clan? Haha, if this is really the case, Yasuke will definitely vomit blood. Idiot, spinach balls are not among the ninja tools allowed by the Martial Arts Association. Do you think Nohara Rin can cheat under the nose of the teacher? Then how did she do it? In fact, this problem is bothering almost all the students present. Even Ebisu and the others didn't quite understand Lin's operation, and they all looked at Hideki with eyes full of curiosity. Zayashu shook his head and sighed. Didn't I introduce it to you a little bit before? It's a pulley block. Lin actually used the shuriken as a pulley, and improvised a set of pulleys to amplify her power several times to achieve the magical scene just now. Pulley block? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they remembered that the teacher had indeed casually mentioned similar knowledge at the workshop site. Fixed pulleys can change the direction of force, and moving pulleys can save power. They are often used on construction sites and docks. Ebisu asked, but can the shuriken also be used as a pulley? Zayashu spread his hands and said. Of course the effect is not as good as a serious pulley. But the inner ring of the shuriken and the high-quality chakra wire itself are relatively smooth, and the power lost due to friction is barely acceptable. Even when there is no other way in the wild, it is also a common emergency measure to just use the rope itself to make a pulley block. Using chakra threads to achieve this is actually one of the advanced techniques of puppet control, which we will learn in future classes. So don't forget it this time. The children nodded like chickens pecking at rice, and at the same time thought to themselves. It seems that in the future, even if it is something the teacher says casually, you should not be careless. Maybe one day I will be able to be of use like Lin. Xiaoshu was also feeling emotional in his heart. Lin really lived up to his expectations. Although this child has no outstanding talents in ninjutsu except for chakra control. But her clever mind and ability to put inspiration into practice allow her to always surprise herself. When everyone was still learning the ninjutsu he designed for them according to the script. Lin, however, could always draw inferences from one example, completely digest and make changes to what she taught, and make it completely her own. Whether it is the skill of turning the rope, or adapting to the situation, using the pulley block to defeat an opponent who is far more powerful than herself, it is the best expression of her talent. You are truly worthy of being the important assistant candidate you selected. Xiaoshu felt deeply that the seedlings he had carefully irrigated were growing vigorously, and a happy smile appeared on Hideki's face. Lin, congratulations! After Lin stepped down, Obito came out of nowhere and said excitedly. I just won the top 16 match. Now as long as we each win one more game, we can meet up in the main match as I said before. Lin was also in a daze when she heard this. Just now, she had forgotten about the martial arts meeting and all that, and was only thinking about how to defeat her opponent. After hearing what Obito said, she realized that she was indeed not far from the main competition. Oh ho 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 ho! At this moment, a burst of mocking laughter sounded from the side. The two of them looked for a voice, and saw that the one laughing was a girl with long, straight black hair and a princess cut, who was about the same age as them. Although she was half hiding her beautiful face with an open folding fan, it could be seen from her pure white and clear eyes that she was a child of the Hyuga clan. I didn't expect the level of the ninja school to be so low. It even tied the last place students of the Uchiha clan and the last place students of the Uchiha clan can all advance to the top 16. The girl with the white eyes put away her folding fan with a snap and said in a proud tone. But unfortunately, Nohara Rin, your luck has run out. Because your next opponent is me. I won't be defeated by you with a little trick like the idiots of the Akimichi clan. Before Rin responded, Obito said with an unconvinced look. Rin won't lose to a guy like you. By the way, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The girl rolled her eyes, but unfortunately no one noticed. So she opened the folding fan again with a snap, shook it gently in front of her chest and sighed. An ignorant and rude person. You didn't know that I was the head of the Hyuga clan, the strongest clan in Konoha, Hyuga Yoko-sama. Just then, another Hyuga clan member came out. It was Hyuga Huomon who had taken Hideki's class before. Miss Yoko, the next game is about to start. It's time to start warming up. Huomon whispered in Yoko's ear. Oh, Huomon, you worry too much. Why should I do any warm-up exercises for such a commoner student? Yoko didn't think so. Huomon didn't say anything more, just stared at the other person with pure white eyes. Okay, I know. Yoko felt a little uncomfortable being looked at, and could only respond reservedly. Then she looked at Nohara Rin. It seems that ninjas can't escape the fate of speaking with battles after all. Then I'll show you the gap between geniuses and mortals later. After saying that, Yoko turned around and left, but she was muttering in dissatisfaction in her heart. Damn branch family, you use chicken feathers as a token of authority and don't even allow me to have some fun. If I didn't have to be supervised by you to go to school and participate in the martial arts competition, I wouldn't be manipulated by you. Obito and Lin were a little confused when they saw the two people leaving, not knowing what they were doing. Lin, then I have to go back to the game. Obito said reluctantly, and encouraged Lin, don't lose to that weird guy later. Lin weighed the little chakra left in her body and smiled. I'll do my best, Obito, you have to cheer too. Oh. With Lin's encouragement, Obito seemed to be full of blood. After saying goodbye to Lin, he hurried back to his own ring and started the game soon. Now Obito is no longer the same as before. He didn't even spend much effort to defeat his opponent, which caused the people around him to marvel. In this way, he has successfully entered the top 8. He only needs to wait for Lin to win the next match to successfully meet in the main competition. But when he hurried back to the 8th group ring again, he saw an unbelievable scene. Lin had actually fallen on the ring. And the annoying Hyuga Yoko was standing aside, opening her folding fan to cover her mouth and laughing triumphantly. Oh, oh! Obito shouted subconsciously, then jumped to the edge of the ring, looking anxiously at Lin who was lying on the ring with her eyes closed. Oh, 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 oh! Hinata Yoko, who was not far away, smiled with her folding fan covering her lips. I'm so sorry, it seems that I still overestimated Nohara's level, and I accidentally hit him a little too hard. Then she cast her eyes on the referee teacher beside her. Teacher, is it time to announce the result of the game? The referee raised his hand and announced. The winner. Who knew that at this moment, something strange happened? On the ground of the ring, a thick and solid chakra line suddenly appeared. One end was stuck to Hinata Yoko's leggings in a spider web shape, and the other end was connected to Nohara Rin's hand who was lying on the ground. The next moment, Rin's eyes suddenly opened, and she quickly stood up and pulled back hard, trying to trip Yoko. Who knew that Hinata Yoko seemed to have expected this? At the moment her calf was pulled up, she didn't know how to break all the chakra spider webs on it, and she did a backflip and finally landed steadily, with a posture as elegant as a white crane. Outside the field, including Obito's little ninjas were confused by the successive changes, and their CPUs were about to burn out. Could it be that Nohara Rin was just pretending to faint, but was actually taking the opportunity to set a trap? And Hyuga Yoko Xiangyangzi could deal with it so calmly. Could it be that she had already noticed it and then used the trick against her? Is this definitely a martial arts competition, not an acting competition? Nohara Lin stood up and covered her aching side abdomen and looked at Xiangyangzi, with a helpless smile on her face. In fact, she had just used all her tricks, but they were still easily cracked by the opponent. I didn't expect that even the hidden version of the spider web shooting, the real last resort, had no effect at all. The principle of this trick is actually similar to when she wove the ghost face spider web before. It is to use as little chakra as possible to condense it into a line, so that it cannot be seen by others' naked eyes. After secretly extending it and sticking it to the opponent, a large amount of chakra is injected into it in one breath to make it completely formed, so as to achieve a surprise victory. Don't think it sounds simple. You must know that the less chakra contained in the chakra line, the more difficult it is to control and extend it. So this move is actually quite difficult. Even Lin, who has excellent chakra control, cannot fully master it now. She can only play dead to buy time to perform the move when she is knocked down. Unfortunately, even so, this last-ditch move still failed to work. So how did this classmate Yoko detect the invisible spider web? While staring at Yoko vigilantly, Lin pondered in her heart. Of course, she knew that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could easily see the flow of chakra that ordinary people could not see. But when the Byakugan is activated, the blue veins on both sides of the eyes will bulge obviously, which is not difficult to distinguish. So Lin is quite sure that Yoko should not have opened the Byakugan. It seems that this classmate Yoko was not exaggerating before. Even if she doesn't use the Byakugan, she has enough strength to easily deal with herself. As expected of a ninja family with a 1,000-year heritage, the genius of the Hyuga clan. Oh, oh! Hinata Yoko laughed. It seems that just now was your last resort, Nohara-san. Although it is a bit despicable, it is also a commendable method for common people. But I have seen through everything. She put away her folding fan with a snap, and said. It seems that there is no point in continuing. The gap between our strengths can no longer be made up by tricks and cleverness. You, who are born in a commoner family, cannot defeat me, a genius of the ninja clan. Rin was not angry at Yoko's contempt, but nodded seriously said. You are right, classmate Yoko. The reason I can get here is that you have never seen the ninjutsu I use. Now that I have exhausted all my means, I really can't think of any chance of turning defeat into victory, but... Lin smiled calmly, then took a fighting stance and said. But the person I really want to defeat in this martial arts competition is not you, but myself. As long as there is room for improvement, I will not give up easily. So classmate Yoko, I can only trouble you to stay with me for a while. Hearing this, Yoko felt that Lin's clear and calm eyes seemed a little dazzling, and subconsciously raised the folding fan slightly to block most of the sight. Even if the Byakugan is not turned on, the eyesight of the Hyuga clan ninja is still very amazing, enough to see through fire. So Yoko quickly came to a conclusion by capturing all kinds of micro-expressions of Lin's body. This commoner is not lying or showing off, he really thinks so. There is no jealousy or envy, nor is there any numbness of being content with being ordinary. There is only a strong desire for knowledge and a desire to challenge himself. This Nohara linear is completely different from the commoners she usually sees. Could it be, this is a rare species of commoner? Yoko's eyes suddenly flashed with curiosity, and then she shook her head and smiled. I have never heard of such a request in my life. It's a rare opportunity, I will satisfy you. But this time, I won't hold back. Lin finally lost. The miracle did not happen. After she used all her skills, even a little bit of pestering, she was still easily defeated by Hinata Yoko and finally flew out of the ring. The only thing worth mentioning is that after the game, Yoko didn't continue to taunt Lin, but just looked at Lin deeply, then turned and left. The winner is decided. The winner is Yoko Hinata of Class 3A. After the referee announced the result of the game, Obito quickly jumped into the field to check on Lin. Lin, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin had already stood up, patted the dust off her body, and smiled at Yoko's departing back. Yoko's attack was actually not very strong, and it turned out to be very gentle. Gentle. Obito recalled the scene where Yoko used Lin as a sandbag just now, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Lin, you thought too highly of that guy. Are you sure she's not a sadist, or that she's deliberately reducing her strength to show off her strength? Lin knew it was difficult to convince Obito, so she didn't continue the topic and said instead. Obito, you look like you've advanced to the quarterfinals. I'm sorry, I can't go to the finals with you. It's okay. Obito patted his chest and pretended to be manly. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely inherit your legacy and do well in the finals. Wait, Obito, you used the wrong word, I'm not dead yet. Lin was a little amused. With the end of Lin and Yoko's match, today's preliminaries finally came to an end. After a while, all the children gathered in front of the podium again, listening to Hideki's speech. After a whole day of preliminaries, 8 players have been selected to participate in tomorrow's main competition. Congratulations! But other students don't have to be discouraged. The experience gained from this martial arts meeting will definitely not be wasted. So after you go back, in addition to taking more rest, you should also remember to spend time reviewing the previous battles. Don't waste your time. Such a good opportunity. After finishing the polite words, Hideki took out a small box and said. Then the students who entered the main competition, please come up and draw lots to decide tomorrow's battle combination. So the 8 students came up to the stage to draw lots. Soon, the battle list on a huge bulletin board on the stage was filled with their names. Uchiha Obito vs Hyuga Yoko. Sarutobi Asuma vs Shimura Shinichi. Uchiha Shisui vs Aberame Teizo. Uchiha Tetsuka vs Akimichi Sato. When the young ninjas saw this, they suddenly realized a problem. Among the top 8 players, is the proportion of Uchiha children a bit high? Chapter 157 The eve of the main competition. Sure enough, no matter how many dark horses there are, the ones who stay in the end are still the children of the big ninjas. But there are 3 Uchiha in the top 8, isn't it a bit exaggerated? The young ninjas were all discussing this, and recalled the fear of being dominated by the Uchiha children. Fortunately, Obito's name was also on the list of the top 8, just like a chihuahua mixed in with wolves, and soon attracted most of the firepower. Everyone, don't be anxious, shouldn't we discuss first, why is Obito, the last one, also in the top 8? Woo, don't say you don't believe it, I'm in the same group with Obito, and I still can't accept this fact. He doesn't use any weird moves like those dark horses, he just uses ordinary physical skills, but he can always defeat his opponents easily, it's too weird. I think your group must be too weak, which gave Obito the opportunity to take advantage. Damn, Obito is so lucky, if only I were in his group. The reason why everyone thinks so is that Obito has always followed Hideki's advice and has never used chakra breathing in school in order to make a splash at the martial arts meeting. So everyone's impression of him is still stuck in the previous period of being the last one. And in the preliminaries, Obito also didn't meet an opponent who could show his true strength. The physical improvement brought by ordinary breathing method alone is enough for him to easily defeat almost all his peers. But compared with Lin's fancy moves, it is inevitable that it will seem a bit mediocre, and it is no wonder that everyone will question the value of his promotion to the top 8. Kaikixiu, I haven't even tried my best, and you fell down, and there is no chance to show your strength at all. Obito on the stage was muttering indignantly. Humph, tomorrow you will know how powerful I am. Oh, hi, Hey! Hinata Yoko on the side shook her folding fan and gloated. I heard that you, who came from the Uchiha clan, were the last one. I didn't quite believe it, I thought it was an exaggeration. I didn't expect that everyone thought so. It seems that what they said is true. It really makes me laugh. The Uchiha clan is really unlucky. What about the last one? Obito yelled unconvinced. Even if you are the last one, you can beat the genius through your own efforts. Hinata Yoko was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then laughed. It really fits the fantasy of the last one. Do you think our geniuses just eat, drink and have fun every day? Isn't hard work the most natural thing? Everyone is working so hard, why would a genius be defeated by you last ones? Seeing that Obito was speechless, Yoko shook her head and said. It seems that your realm is not as good as Nohara Rin, who was born in a civilian family. If the last one can really beat the genius by hard work, it only means that he is not the real last one. As for what kind of situation you are, Uchiha Obito, I will use these eyes to evaluate it myself tomorrow. After that, she was too lazy to pay attention to Obito and began to close her eyes to rest. Obito scratched his head and felt that what the other party said made sense. Could it be that he was not the last one, but a genius who had been buried before? Hideki, who was secretly eating melons on the side, laughed in his heart. It seems that Obito's level of mouth persuasion is still too low. No wonder he was so easily fooled in the original work. Seeing that there was no more melons to eat, he also began to announce loudly. Then thank you for your hard work today. The main competition will be held here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning as usual. Don't miss the time. That's it, disband. So all the students cheered and then dispersed. At night, in a courtyard of the Uchiha clan. Iron Fire, I am so disappointed in you. The voice of Uchiha Setsuna sounded. He was standing by the pond with his hands behind his back, looking down at the full moon reflected in the water, and said to Uchiha Iron Fire who was kneeling on one knee behind him. It's just to deal with the younger generation of the Shiranui clan, but you have to use the pupil power I lent you. Iron Fire, have you forgotten what this pupil power is for you? I'm sorry, Elder Setsuna. Iron Fire lowered his head even lower and explained carefully. I didn't expect that Shenjian learned such a strange thing from Elder Hideki, from Kimura Hideki. I'm worried that if I lose by accident, it will affect your plan, Elder. Is it that Kimura Hideki again? Uchiha Setsuna said with a deep face, he does have a good talent for invention, which reminds me of the hateful Senju Tobirama. No wonder Shisui was deceived by him for a while. It's a pity that he has no ninja bloodline, so he is just a fake and can only do some tricks. For us who have the Sharingan and the 1000-year heritage of the Uchiha clan, it has no meaning at all. At this point, Setsuna's pupils turned blood red in an instant, and 3 black Megatama patterns appeared on each. Iron Fire, get up and come here. I will use the transcription seal to seal the pupil power in your eyes again. Tomorrow you will explain this to Shisui for me. But I think you should also know what the consequences will be if you fail again. Time soon came to the next morning. The playground of the ninja school was very lively early in the morning. Many students and parents have come, and they are talking about the school and the martial arts meeting in groups of 3 or 5. The playground itself has also changed compared to yesterday. The 8 arenas have disappeared, and turned into a large arena, and the surrounding stepped audience seats are temporarily built with earth escape. Hideki also came to the venue early today and got in touch with the familiar ninjas. I heard that our Yasuke was defeated by the student you, Hideki, taught. Akimichi Choza said casually while eating potato chips. It's not good to be too smart, it's easy to be timid. Fortunately, there is Saidong as a backup, otherwise it would be a shame for such a large ninja clan to have no one enter the quarterfinals. While speaking, he glanced at Narashikaku and Yamanaka Kiki from time to time. Both of them looked a little dark, and after looking at each other, they suddenly attacked Dingzo with the tacit understanding of many years of partnership. Shikaku used a shadow binding technique to freeze Dingzo, and Kai took the opportunity to grab the bag of potato chips in Dingzo's hand and poured it into his mouth. Yamatai, at least leave the last piece for me. Jozo screamed like a victim. Hideki on the side spread his hands and sighed. It was hard to imagine that these 3 were the young generation of geniuses in Konoha second only to Minato. After Hai licked the potato chip bag clean, Shikaku untied Chozo and took a few steps back with Hai, ready to run away at any time. Who knew that Chozo, who was still screaming just now, suddenly took out a storage scroll from his arms with a calm face and opened it, and turned out a lot of bagged potato chips of various flavors. Seeing that Shikaku and Hai were both surprised, Chozo said proudly. It's thanks to Hideki that you asked me to shoot a food show. Now there are merchants sending food to me all day long, hoping to show their products on the show. So these snacks are simply too much to eat. Hai, if you want to eat, just tell me earlier, and you can have as much as you want. Shikaku and Hai looked at each other, both feeling bored. Chapter 158 The Late Obito. It was rare for Shikaku and Hai to be defeated, and Dingzo couldn't help but smile smugly, and deliberately said. Don't eat potato chips? Then why don't we talk about the quarterfinals again? Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes and complained. Dingzo, just forget it. This kind of ring competition format is originally suitable for physical ninjas like your Akimichi clan or the Inyazuka clan. Isn't it normal to enter the quarterfinals? The Inyazuka clan? Everyone heard the words and couldn't help but cast their eyes on Inyazuka Jab, who had just sneaked over to get potato chips. Okay, Hai, you use me as a shield, right? Inyazuka Jab gritted his teeth and said. My little Tong is definitely in the quarterfinals. She just lacks experience and accidentally lost to the weird tricks that Hideki taught her students. Nara Shikaku also looked at Hideki and said meaningfully. In fact, I also heard that many students in this martial arts meeting have made great progress, and many interesting new ninjutsu have appeared. The most interesting thing is that they seem to be your students, Hideki, and have received special training from you. It seems that in addition to puppetry, Hideki's teaching level in other aspects is also quite high. Shikaku, you are really well informed. Hideki scratched his head and said. But what I teach students are just some byproducts of the puppetry learning process, such as the various uses of chakra lines, which are essentially some small tricks. The reason why the children can achieve good results with them is just because they rely on the fact that no one has seen them. Compared with your clan's self-contained and difficult to decipher secret ninjutsu, it is not worth mentioning at all. Then Hideki said righteously. And the reason why the children have made such great progress is ultimately thanks to the good leadership of the Hokage. Because without his strong support, the point system and even this martial arts competition would not be introduced in the school. Then the children would not be able to practice hard for points and martial arts competitions like they are now, and make such great progress in a short period of time. Everyone looked a little strange when they heard this. Everyone was chatting casually. Why did Hideki suddenly flatter the Hokage? Inyazuka-ja, who was most familiar with Hideki, teased directly. Hideki, the Hokage is not here, you know one will give you a raise even if you say that. Who knew that at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly said cheerfully. Raising your salary is indeed a good idea. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the speaker was a middle-aged ninja who was eating a bag of potato chips not far away. But when he slowly ate the potato chips, and then made a seal with one hand, he turned into the familiar Sandaime Hokage in a puff of white smoke. Hokage-sama. Everyone was a little surprised. Inyazuka-ja scratched his head awkwardly and said. Hokage-sama, why are you here so early? The Sandaime waved his hand and smiled. I just came to experience the atmosphere of this martial arts meeting in advance. Then he walked a few steps closer, patted Hideki on the shoulder and said with relief. Hideki, you are too modest. You and Minato perfected the points plan together, and you taught the children without reservation. I dare not take your credit. I heard that several of your students made it to the top 32 this time. Well done. I hope you can keep up the good work and strive to have more new faces in the main competition next time. It would be even better if more people could become pillars like you who can support Konoha. Ha ha ha. Shikaku on the side raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Hideki, who was smiling bitterly again with a meaningful look. After that, everyone chatted with the Sandaime for a while. It was almost 9 o'clock, and Hideki slipped away in the name of preparation. Lord Yoko, it's getting late, you should go to the player preparation area and wait. Not far from the audience, wearing a forehead protector and with a stern face, Hinata Hayashi whispered to Yoko, who was looking around curiously. Next to him, Hinata Hayashi, who looked exactly like him but had a smooth forehead, nodded and said. Then Yoko, you should go quickly. Perform well and let everyone see the strength of Konoha's strongest clan. Oh, that's natural. Yoko gently shook her folding fan and said. But Hayashi brother, if I win the championship of this martial arts tournament, can I continue to come to school next semester? Hayashi raised his eyebrows and said. Didn't you say before that ninja school was boring and wanted to graduate early? Yoko covered her lips with her folding fan and smiled. That was my previous idea. Now I have discovered some interesting places in the ninja school, and I want to use these eyes to observe for a while longer. At the entrance of the player preparation area, Nohara Lin suddenly shuddered, with a bad premonition. Lin, are you okay? Obito, who was chatting with her, asked with concern. Did you get some hidden injuries from that damned Hinata Yoko yesterday? I'm fine. Lin said with a bit of a smile. It's getting late, Obito, you will be the first to go on stage, so you should go in and get ready. Obito said proudly. Lin, don't worry, I came to school early today, and now I'm at the entrance of the player area. Are you still worried that I will be late and miss the game? At this moment, an old lady appeared behind him as if refreshed, and suddenly took his hand and said. This young man, I think you look kind. Actually, my grandson and I are lost. Can you help me find him? This. Obito wanted to refuse, but he was always kind to the elderly and it was hard for him to say it. He even began to think that maybe he would have time to come back after helping this old lady. Fortunately, Lin helped him out and said to the old lady with a smile. Sorry, Obito has to compete later. If you don't mind, let me help you find your grandson. After that, she took the old lady's hand and left. Before leaving, she winked at Obito, playful and cute. What a good girl. Obito was still thinking about Lin's cute little expression just now, and decided to deeply engrave it in his mind. However, what he didn't know was that a large group of old ladies were approaching not far away. It was almost 9 o'clock, and Hideki had appeared on the ring, using the preset loudspeaker equipment to say. Then the next martial arts tournament quarterfinals will officially begin. Students and parents, please find a seat as soon as possible. The first match players, Uchiha Obito and Hyuga Yoko, please also go to the ring and prepare. Soon, Hyuga Yoko walked leisurely from the rest area to the ring, looking at the people in the audience with interest. But after a while, Obito was still nowhere to be seen. Just when Hideki thought that this kid had failed again and began to sigh, Obito's figure suddenly appeared. Everyone, please make way, I want to go down to the game. I saw Obito suddenly appear from the audience, and with the gratitude and persuasion of many old ladies nearby, he moved forward with difficulty, and finally jumped directly from the high audience to the field. It seems that he still couldn't escape the clutches of the old people just now, and was dragged to be a soldier. Seeing that teacher Hideki had a smile on his face, but his eyes became more and more unfriendly, Obito's heart tightened, and he ran to the ring at full speed. But after a few steps, he couldn't help but stop, turned around and shouted to the audience. When I, Obito, am nearby, please keep an eye on your grandmother. After that, he ran to the central ring. What kind of speech is this soldier boy? Hideki complained in his heart, and lost the intention to pursue this kid's lateness. He looked at Obito and Yoko who were competing against each other and said. I think you still remember the rules. Time is tight, so I won't repeat it. If there are no other questions, the game will start. Obito and Yoko both shook their heads to indicate that there was no problem, so the two began to make opposing seals under Hideki's instructions. Then Hideki used the loudspeaker to say loudly. Then the first ninja school first martial arts meeting, the first game of the quarterfinals. Uchiha Obito vs Hinata Yoko, the game begins. Chapter 159 The last one in the eyes of the white. As soon as Hideki finished speaking, Obito threw several shurikens in one breath, leaned forward and swung his hands back, and rushed towards Yoko under the cover of the shurikens. Dang dang dang. Yoko tapped her folding fan lightly and intercepted the flying shurikens one by one. Seeing that Obito had rushed not far away, she showed a playful smile. Although she wanted to tease this last one, in order to save energy for the next game, she could only fight quickly. You know, just last night, when Brother Hayashi learned that there was a after the 3 Uchiha, she was trained overnight on how to crack the Uchiha fluid technique. As both ninjas are good at eye techniques, the two clans have often competed with each other since ancient times. Therefore, the Hyuga clan is also familiar with the moves of the Uchiha fluid technique. Even if it is the forbidden move of the Uchiha hug and throw, they also have a way to crack it. So no matter what kind of attack Obito will launch, she has the confidence to deal with it easily. Then Yoko saw Obito suddenly jump into the sky and do a night kick. Power prelude. Ah! Yoko's eyes widened, a little confused. This. Which move of the Uchiha fluid technique is this? Why haven't I seen it before? However, she had no time to think about it. Because Obito's flying kick seemed to be a joke, but in fact, the speed was unexpectedly fast, and his foot flew in front of her eyes. Out of caution, Yoko did not confront Obito head-on, but turned and dodged with an elegant posture. Then she took advantage of the momentum of rotation and swept the folding fan towards Obito's right chest, wanting him to suffer for his recklessness. Who knew that Obito just landed on the ground at the moment when the flying kick missed, so he was able to bend down and kick out a fierce sweeping kick while avoiding Yoko's attack. Konoha Gale. Ah! So fast! Hinata Yoko frowned after missing the opponent with her palm and began to notice something was wrong. In order to buy time to think, she gathered her chakra at her feet and jumped back lightly, keeping a distance while avoiding Obito's sweeping kick. Then Yoko had time to look Obito up and down again, and felt that this guy's reputation as the last one seemed to be a bit untrue. Although Obito's moves just now were all open and closed, and seemed to have many flaws. But his speed far exceeded that of his peers, so that all the flaws were no longer a problem, but became a trap to lure the enemy into it. With just this swift and fierce physical skill, how could Obito not be in the predicament of being regarded as the last one by everyone? Is there any reason that she didn't know? But Yoko was more concerned about another problem at this time. Wait a minute! Yoko said angrily to Obito, who was rushing towards her. Obito, what you are using now is not the Konoha fluid technique taught to common people in school. Why don't you use your clan's Uchiha fluid technique? Do you look down on me? Who is going to tell you, you idiot? Obito spit out sweet words and punched Yoko directly. But at this time, he was crying in his heart. He also wanted to show the handsome and fancy Uchiha fluid technique on such a stage. But in the sparring with Akai and Shisui, he gradually realized a sad fact. Compared to Shisui's Uchiha fluid technique with various tricks, Akai's hardcore Konoha fluid technique is more suitable for him. In order to achieve better results in the martial arts meeting, he had to temporarily give up handsomeness and pursue the strength of the current version. Vulgar! Hinata Yoko cursed in her heart, and began to fight with Obito. Seeing that every attack of Obito was accompanied by a whirring sound of breaking wind, Yoko couldn't help but frown even more. At this time, she had realized that with Obito's physical fitness far exceeding that of his peers, it would not be easy to deal with him even if he only used Konoha fluid technique. Yoko sighed in her heart, knowing that she had to use all her strength. But this also meant that she would use a move that she was very reluctant to use. After a fight, Yoko finally found a chance to distance herself. Then she opened the folding fan with a snap, slowly swept it across her eyes in a horizontal grip, and chanted softly Byakugan. The next moment, veins bulged on both sides of her eyes, and the Byakugan, the bloodline limit inherited by the Hyuga clan for thousands of years, was activated. From this moment on, Obito had no secrets in her eyes. You can open the Byakugan quickly without the help of hand seals. Hayashi, it seems that your child has a very high talent for Byakugan. In the audience, Fugaku, who also came to watch the game, praised in a deep voice. Thank you, your Obito is also quite spirited. Hayashi originally wanted to brag with Fugaku, but he really couldn't find any outstanding advantages of Obito. Is it to praise him for his good performance of Konoha fluid technique, but it always sounds like a provocation. At the same time, Hayashi said in his heart. It's just a matter of course that there is no need for hand seals, the really amazing thing is still behind. You know, Yoko always thinks that she looks ugly when she uses the Byakugan. So once she used her Byakugan, she would become ruthless in order to end the battle as quickly as possible, as if she had become a different person. Even children of the same clan who were several years older than her often found it difficult to resist her and were quickly defeated when facing her in this state. I believe that this young man from the Uchiha clan would be no exception. However, what Hayashi didn't know was that Yoko, who had just been encouraged in his mind, was now in a daze. What made her like this was Obito in front of her. At this moment, in her Byakugan vision, Obito's appearance had disappeared, and there was only a human-shaped light bulb emitting a large amount of blue light. Wait, why does Obito have so much chakra in his body? Even if he was from the Uchiha clan, this is not the level of a 7-year-old child. Hinata Yoko shouted in her heart. You know, although everyone often uses essence in the 8 ninja data to represent a person's chakra amount. But to be precise, it only represents the upper limit of the amount of chakra that a person can extract in a short period of time. Since the space of meridians is limited, ninjas cannot extract all chakras at once, otherwise it will just overflow and be wasted. In addition, the speed of chakra extraction is limited, so whether using chakra to perform ninjutsu or strengthen the body, almost all the chakras in the meridians are used. Therefore, the scale and capacity of meridians are actually the most critical factors that truly determine the strength of a ninja. Yoko looked at the blue human-shaped light bulb in front of her, and it was hard not to fall into deep thought. Are all the people in the school stupid? With the amount of chakra in Obito's body, it is impossible for him to be called the last one. Or is this guy really so stupid that he can't even play such a good hand of cards? Wait, that's not right. Yoko's eyes finally began to adapt to the large and dense chakra veins in Obito's body, and gradually saw some tricks. She first discovered that the number of meridians in Obito's body seemed to be far beyond the level of normal people. With the ability of perspective eyes, she found that many lines that looked like meridians actually overlapped with the respiratory tract and blood vessels. Finally, she reacted and came to an astonishing conclusion. It's not overlap, but Obito is actually using the respiratory tract and blood vessels to transport chakra. And this is the real reason why the amount of chakra in this guy is far beyond that of his peers. Although the secret of Obito was cracked, Yoko had a bigger question in her heart. Why has no one ever told her that chakra can be played like this? Chapter 160 The Power of Gentle Fist. Obviously, what Hyuga Yoko just saw was the appearance of Obito's body after performing the chakra breathing method. After many days of hard training in the low-pressure room, he has mastered the trick of maintaining the chakra breathing method for a long time. Whether it was the strength that easily crushed other students yesterday, or the physical fitness that just surprised Hyuga Yoko, it was actually the credit of the chakra breathing method. However, just when Yoko was shocked by Obito's unprecedented use of chakra, Obito was cautious and envious when he saw her open her Byakugan. The Hyuga clan is so good that they can open their eyes so easily. If only the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could be like this. But then again, Obito only realized that he rarely mentioned the Sharingan recently. Even the goggles used to protect his eyes, he sometimes forgot to wear them. This unexpected discovery made Obito a little dazed. You know, he has been called the last one since he was a child, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of this name. That's why he was eager to awaken the Sharingan so that everyone would look at him with new eyes. But it turned out that he had the strength to enter the quarterfinals and stand on the main stage without realizing it. And he didn't rely on the Sharingan, but on the chakra breathing method that he mastered through various hard training. Obito couldn't help but look at teacher Hideki beside him. He was grateful and enlightened. The questions that Yoko asked him yesterday that made him speechless now had answers. But words were not enough, so Obito decided to prove his idea with actions. Hinata Yoko. Then use your amazing Byakugan to see how the last one defeats the genius. After saying that, Obito rushed towards Yoko again. Obito, what kind of last place guy are you? Yoko looked at Obito's magnificent chakra and couldn't help but complaining wildly in her heart. However, she did not lose her will to fight. Instead, she became more eager to try and also went to meet Obito. Geniuses are also divided into levels. Even if Obito is an unknown genius, Yoko firmly believes that she has a better talent than him. So the two of them fought hand-to-hand again, and the fierce and swift Konoha-style steel fist and the feminine and elegant Hyuga-style soft fist quickly collided with each other. Amid the cheers of the surrounding audience, the two soon fought back and forth for more than a dozen rounds. In the audience, Might Guy, who came to watch the game specially, was clenching his fists and was very excited. Dad, look, Obito is using your improved Konoha fluid technique to compete with the Hyuga clan genius's soft fist, and he even has the upper hand. Damn it, I also want to participate in this martial arts competition to verify the results of my training. Might Day patted Kai's shoulder with one hand, raised his thumb with the other hand and smiled. Don't worry, Kai, not a drop of the youthful sweat you shed in hard training will be wasted. One day you will also encounter an opportunity to burn your youth to your heart's content. Yes. I will definitely work hard and will not lose to Obito. Kai nodded vigorously, then ran to the back of the audience, squatting while continuing to watch the game, completely ignoring the surprised and disgusted eyes of the surrounding audience. Might Day looked at his silly son with relief, and then cast his eyes on the ring, but his expression was not as optimistic as before. Because his vision was far better than that of Kai, he could see that the girl on the ring was still hiding something and had not shown the true power of the Hyuga clan's soft fist. However, the situation on the field seemed to be developing as Kai said. Originally, Obito's physical fitness was slightly better than Yoko's. With the blessing of the chakra breathing method, he was like an adult beating a child at this time, occupying an absolute advantage in strength and speed, gradually overwhelming the opponent in the situation. If his Konoha fluid technique was not as exquisite as Yoko's soft fist, the outcome of this battle would have been decided long ago. But now it seems that it is only a matter of time to decide the outcome. Sure enough, as the advantage expanded, Obito soon found an opportunity to break Yoko's defense and punched Yoko's left shoulder heavily. Success! Obito was happy in his heart, but the next moment his face showed surprise. Because he clearly hit the opponent, but his fist did not feel like hitting the flesh, but instead it was like hitting cotton and there was no place to exert force. At the same time, Yoko quickly rotated her body to relieve the force. Caught off guard, Obito lost his balance as if he had punched in vain, and fell forward involuntarily. But before he could stand firm, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and was blown away by the folding fan swung by Yoko with the momentum of the rotation. Obito endured the pain and adjusted his body in the air to land steadily, and then bounced out again, unconvinced and challenged again. Then, bang! This time he couldn't even last a few rounds, and was blown away again because his attack missed. But Obito still didn't believe in evil. Bang! 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 A lot of whispers began to be heard in the audience seats around. It seems that the last place is always the last place. Just now I changed my opinion of this kid, but the result is still the same. It seems that he is lucky to make it to the quarterfinals. Many people did not understand the changes on the field, so when they saw Obito at a disadvantage, they subconsciously put on tinted glasses and spoke nonsense. In the audience seats, Nohara Rin, who was being persuaded by an old lady to help her grandson, smiled bitterly, but her eyes were full of worry about Obito. Although the form was different, she was actually defeated by this move yesterday. I just hope Obito will not repeat her mistakes. Oh, 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 oh. Yoko knocked Obito away again, and seeing that he had some difficulty getting up, she opened her folding fan and laughed triumphantly. What's wrong, Obito-san, why don't you attack me anymore? What did you just say about showing me how the last place guy defeated the genius? Where did your spirit go? But it's good this way. Boys who are entangled will be disliked. I see that you don't seem to understand the principle of my move yet. Don't waste your energy and surrender early. Obito got up with difficulty, and then said unhappily. Isn't it just that when you are about to be hit, you release a lot of chakra from the corresponding acupuncture points to defend yourself? Yoko fanned the folding fan. Seiku suddenly froze, then smiled calmly. Is this what they call a fool's thousand thoughts? But one thing is right. Yes, the principle is actually that simple. But even a jonin can only release chakra from his mouth and hands and feet. The only ninjas of the Hyuga clan who can quickly release a large amount of chakra from any acupuncture point in the body at will are the ninjas of the Hyuga clan who have mastered the power of the Byakugan. Even the Uchiha clan who have the Sharingan can't do this. When Obito heard this, he couldn't help but glance at the smiling teacher Hideki beside him. Yoko said this technique can only be mastered by Hyuga clan ninjas. But why has he seen the teacher practicing releasing chakra from all parts of the body every day recently? Although the teacher's proficiency is not high, and the acupoints for mastering this technique are limited. But with the teacher's learning speed that can be seen with the naked eye, I believe that the day when he reaches or even surpasses Yoko's level is not far away. Speaking of it, he was able to know the secret of Yoko's move, thanks to seeing the teacher's practice. Of course, there is also the help of one person. Obito shook his head gently and said. In fact, the person who discovered your technique was not me, but Lin, who was defeated by you yesterday. The reason why you were able to break the chakra spider web stuck to your body at that time was because you used this technique, right? Rin actually noticed this secret at the time, but she just didn't think of a way to crack it for the time being. It's Nohara Lin again. Yoko's cherry lips behind the folded fan murmured softly, and then a playful arc was raised. But she still temporarily calmed down her mind and laughed loudly again. Oh, oh. I said Obito, you can't be so smart. And now it seems that you have been thinking about it all night, but you still can't find a way to break my move. That's right, this is the secret technique passed down by word of mouth in the Hyuga family, the primary form of Bagwazang Kaishin, which is certainly not something you can break. The large amount of chakra released combined with the force of rotation is enough to make all physical attacks miss. Obito, your strength and speed are indeed amazing and worthy of praise. But as long as you can't hit it, it's no big deal. And more importantly, Yoko said in a confident tone. Obito, haven't you noticed that even your most proud strength and speed have declined a lot now? Because in every attack just now, I used the acupuncture technique that is also a secret of the Hyuga clan. So now you have 7 important acupuncture points in your meridian system blocked by me. If you hadn't used some strange techniques to turn the respiratory tract and blood vessels into channels for transmitting chakra, you would not be able to stand up now. And this unorthodox method can't replace the role of meridians after all. As long as I hit one more acupuncture point, the blocked acupuncture points will be connected into one piece. Then even if you are not convinced in your heart, you will never be able to stand up again. Chapter 161 You have already lost. The absolute defense that is difficult to break, 7 important acupuncture points in the body have also been blocked. Facing this seemingly irreversible desperate situation, Obito's expression became calmer and calmer, without the impetuousness of the past. Hyuga Yoko, you just said something wrong. Obito shook his head and said, in fact, whether it is your defensive skills or the acupuncture points of the Hyuga clan, I have a plan to crack them with the help of linear. It's just that the move is very burdensome to the body and can't be used for too long. So I want to try to see if I can force it to break it first, and save that move for later against Shisui. Sure enough, saving strength is not suitable for me, but it wastes more physical strength. So I will go all out next time, and I may not be able to control the weight, so you have to be careful. After saying that, Obito suddenly took a horse stance, clenched his fists and placed them on his waist, his chest and abdomen rose and fell rapidly, and he began to breathe rapidly and violently. It seems that I have been underestimated. But at this point, bluffing is useless. Hyuga Yoko pouted. Although it is a good idea to transmit chakra through the respiratory tract and blood vessels, it is ultimately just icing on the cake. She didn't believe that Obito could still turn things around. Then the next moment, Yoko's eyes were almost blinded by Obito again. Because a large amount of chakra burst out from Obito's body again, turning him into a human light bulb again. Lower the brightness, increase the contrast, adjust the color gradation curve, add filters. After some operations, Yoko finally saw the changes in Obito's body and was stunned for a moment. Because in her Byakugan vision, Obito was constantly refining a large amount of chakra, which was released from his mouth and nose to the body with his strong exhalation. And as he inhaled hard, these chakras returned to his body with a large amount of air, and began to enter the blood vessels from the respiratory tract, and continuously reached various corners that were difficult for the meridians to reach. Is this guy a monster? Is it really okay to expand the lungs so much? Yoko was frightened by the scene she saw with the perspective eye, and even began to worry about Obito. She was afraid that Obito would burst himself by mistake and turn into a dirty firework on the spot. Hideki, who was standing by, laughed secretly at Yoko's expression. The human body is amazing, isn't it? After days of brutal training in a low-pressure room with increasingly thin air, Obito's respiratory system has been strengthened to a higher level. Even driven by his survival instinct, he has mastered the ability to use chakra to strengthen his respiratory tract and blood vessels. So he can now maintain the breathing method of the level he used when fighting Asuma for a long time without putting much burden on his body. And because the oxygen utilization rate of humans when breathing is actually very low, only 5%. So as long as chakra is used to promote the lungs to absorb more oxygen into the blood circulation, a certain degree of breathing can be maintained under normal breathing. What Obito used yesterday and just now is this normal breathing method, called chakra breathing method normal breathing. But once he uses the trick of using chakra to assist inhalation and exhalation like now, the increase brought by the breathing method will be raised to a higher level, called chakra breathing method super breathing. Even Obito now can't maintain this state for too long. But it's more than enough to defeat an opponent at the level of Genin. So Hideki couldn't help but glance at Yoko, who was still standing there with sympathy. If this Miss Yoko still wants to win, then now is the last chance. And Yoko herself also realized that it was not good at this time. Because a cup ointment pressing is actually quite similar to illusion, both of which inject one's own chakra into the body of others to interfere or destroy. Essentially, both are solitary troops going deep into the enemy's territory. It's just that illusions usually use clever ways to avoid being easily surrounded. The Hyuga clan's acupuncture is even simpler and more brutal. Relying on their own chakra, they directly inject a large amount of chakra into the opponent's acupuncture points in one breath to cause blockage. But in this case, the solution is also simple and crude, that is, to have more chakra in the body to encircle and suppress. At this time, Obito's body is running 2 chakra circulation systems at the same time, and the 2 are connected to each other. After strengthening the cells, the chakra in the blood vessels is still surplus, and it will enter the meridian system from the meridian ends, and it will be repeated. For a while, the blood vessel network and the meridian network are completely connected, pushing each other to make the flow of chakra more rapid and violent. So under the continuous flushing of a large amount of chakra, the chakras she just injected into Obito's acupuncture points quickly decreased, and the blockade of the acupuncture points became more and more loose, and it seemed that it would not last long. With Obito's current state far beyond the previous state, if there were no restrictions on acupuncture points, she would have no hope of winning the battle. Completely unaware that her confidence had disappeared, Yoko had already started to rush forward at a high speed, trying to end the battle before Obito broke through the acupoints. She put away her folding fan and prepared to use her strongest move. Many people thought that Yoko's folding fan was used to make up for her shortcomings of being too young and having insufficient arm span. However, the real reason was that Yoko's A-cup ointment attack was too fierce. In order to prevent hurting people, she used this folding fan with average chakra conduction performance as a weapon. So at this moment, she was truly unreserved. Soft fist technique 8 trigrams 16 palms. Yoko shouted delicately, and her hand stabbed at 2 acupoints on Obito's chest in the shape of sword fingers. Unfortunately, she was still a step late. Obito suddenly roared, opened all the acupoints in one breath, and ejected the remaining chakra left by Yoko. Swish! Obito's shirt ripped open, revealing 7 marks left by Yoko's acupuncture points. At the same time, Yoko's attack had already reached Obito's eyes. But Obito was still not in a hurry. The clear thinking brought by the chakra breathing method slowed down Yoko's movements in his eyes, as if he had gained the experience time of the Sharingan. Then Obito's fist shot out, and he also used a combo skill similar to Yoko's. Konoha 100 Split Fist. Audiobook. Yoko's hidden Bagua 16 palms was instantly submerged by the violent fist shadows in front of her. But she still didn't give up. Her natural fighting instinct made her start to use the elementary skills of Kaden, trying to reproduce the previous defensive counterattack. The reason why Yoko didn't use Kaden directly was because she couldn't release chakra from the acupuncture points all over her body in one breath. So she could only settle for the second best and only use this technique on the attacked part. In fact, when fighting against simple attacks, the cost-effectiveness of doing so will be even higher. Yoko was somewhat disdainful of Kaden because of this, thinking it was too rigid and not elegant enough. However, at this moment, she realized the importance of Kaden. Because when facing Obito's overwhelming attack of 100 fists, she had no time to release chakra at a specific position for defense. Helplessly, she could only use her hands with condensed chakra to protect her vitals, like a small sailboat in a storm, praying that the rain would stop and the sky would clear up soon. Finally, after a round of random beating, Obito ended with an uppercut, knocking Yoko high up, and then said with a serious face. You have already lost. Thanks to the 100 rewards from the book Friend Tonight's Works. Chapter 162 Obito's Answer. Seeing Hinata Yoko being knocked into the sky by Obito, the audience around couldn't help but hold their breath, with a worried look on their faces. Unexpectedly, Yoko suddenly adjusted her body shape in the air and landed gracefully in a corner of the ring like a flying bird. And she seemed to be unharmed, even her hair was not messed up, which immediately aroused cheers from the audience. Elegant, so elegant. However, what everyone did not know was that Yoko clenched her teeth hard as soon as she landed, so as not to cry out in pain. Because in addition to the face and head that she protected tightly besides her hair, she had received many punches from Obito all over her body, so it was impossible for her to be unscathed. As a child of the ninja clan, she naturally would not blame Obito for not being gentlemanly, but could not help but laugh at him. Obito, you are still too naive. Being soft-hearted will let victory slip through your fingers. The reason why she said that was because with Obito's current strength, if he hadn't shown mercy, she would not have been able to stand still. Obito began to walk towards Yoko, and said in a deep voice as usual. Give up, you only have 3 seconds left to lose. Hideki laughed secretly on the side. Because he knew very well that Obito had not changed his temper, and he was probably full of boasting words. It was a pity that this super breathing mode not only required Obito to spend a lot of energy to maintain, but also consumed chakra like water, so Obito could not stop to chat. So once he entered this state, he could only hide thousands of words in his heart, and turned into a concise macho man at the end of the century. Hinata Yoko was very angry at Obito's remarks that treated her as nothing. You know, these words are usually said by her opponents, and she didn't expect that there would be a day when she would taste them herself. Although she wanted to retort, Yoko couldn't find any words to refute. Her most proud skills of turning the sky and acupoints had been cracked, and she had to admit that she had been completely defeated. Perhaps admitting defeat generously, as Obito said, was the easiest and most decent choice. However, at this moment, Yoko couldn't help but recall what Nohara-Lin said yesterday when she was forced into a desperate situation by herself, and a bitter arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. The person who really needs to be defeated is not the opponent, but yourself. Now she realized how much courage and awareness it takes to say such words sincerely in a situation where she is bound to lose. As expected, Nohara-Rin is different from ordinary people and is a very interesting subject for observation. Although Yoko has not yet fully understood Rin's choice, but she has always regarded herself as a genius of the ninja clan, and she really doesn't want to lose to a civilian student in this regard. And she also vaguely realized that if she retreated here, she would lose the qualification to observe Nohara-Rin. So facing Obito, who was walking step by step with a majestic overflowing chakra, Yoko still smiled and took a stance. I really don't want to admit it, but I am indeed not your opponent now. But as the head of the Hyuga clan, I don't have the word surrender in my dictionary. So be thankful, Obito, I will be merciful and play with you for a while. After that, Yoko even took the initiative to rush towards Obito. Of course, just like Rin couldn't defeat Yoko yesterday, Yoko's stubborn resistance failed to bring about a miracle, and she was quickly defeated. However, until the end, she did not lose the elegance of her noble family. At least she fought back and forth with Obito on the scene and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Only a few people could see that Yoko only launched a symbolic attack, and the real focus was on defense. And she temporarily resisted Obito's attack by releasing a large amount of chakra at the cost of blood, which was difficult to sustain. When Obito finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to take ruthless action, Yoko had just squandered all her chakra, and then jumped out of the ring gracefully, ending the game elegantly. This made Obito, who had wasted more chakra in vain, very angry. You said you wouldn't admit defeat. Oh. Yoko took out the folding fan again and opened it, covering her lips and laughing. I didn't admit defeat, I just accidentally jumped out of the ring. Sure enough, this kind of competition with rules is really boring. Since you care so much, Obito, I'll leave the victory to you this time. Sooner or later, I will get it back with interest. Oh. Hideki shook his head helplessly, and then announced through the loudspeaker. The winner is decided. The winner is Uchiha Obito. Pa 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 pa. The audience around him gave warm applause. Although the ending was a bit sudden, this battle with constant reversals still received unanimous praise from everyone. It's really hard to imagine that this is a battle between ninja school students. Hinata Yoko was greeting the audience in a proper manner. Obito had just released the super breathing mode, and while he was panting, his face was distorted with heartache for the wasted chakra. At first glance, it was really easy to mistake who won and who lost. Then the second match will be held in 10 minutes. Please take a break. After Hideki announced, he led Obito and Yoko back to the rest area for the players. Along the way, Obito had a lot of things to say, but he missed the opportunity and felt that it was meaningless to say them out. There were only a few words he felt he had to say. Yoko, I already have the answer to your question yesterday. After all, Yoko, who was a little frustrated, heard the words and looked up at Obito. I admit that the last one can't beat the genius by hard work alone. What can really change this fate is knowledge, or the right way to become stronger. Obito scratched his head and said. I don't really understand the truths and preaching. But I guess, before the six-path sage taught everyone the true meaning of chakra, even the most powerful ninja geniuses were probably not much different from ordinary people. And the hand seals are also. Although I don't know who invented the hand seals, before that, probably only the most powerful guys could use chakra without hand seals. If there were geniuses who were good at hand seal ninjutsu, they would be buried. So I think there are actually no geniuses, or everyone is a genius. The so-called tailenders just haven't found a way to become stronger that suits them. In fact, I am a good example. Obito looked at the back of teacher Hideki who was walking in front of him with a grateful look and said, "No matter how hard I tried before, I didn't make much progress. So I was called the tail ender by everyone. But since I accepted the teacher's instruction and learned the breathing method, my strength has begun to improve by leaps and bounds. Now I can even easily defeat a genius like you." The word easily is redundant. Yoko's folding fan quickly stabbed at the acupuncture point that Obito had been hit before, causing him to grimace in pain. Then Yoko opened the folding fan to cover her smile and the surprise in her eyes that she could hardly suppress. Because what Obito just said was simply challenging the three views she had formed over the years. Chapter 163 Recommendation of Breathing Method. If it was before, Yoko would have sneered at what Obito said. But now, after being defeated by Obito, the last man, this genius couldn't help but waver. Although her failure can be attributed to Obito's origin in the Uchiha clan, his own talent is not bad. But the always proud Yoko didn't want to deceive herself, knowing that this so-called breathing method should not require too high a talent, even an ordinary student can do it. The effect may not be as good as Obito, but in this way, the boundary between genius and mortal will indeed become a little blurred. Just as the Six Paths sage explained the true meaning of chakra, and the emergence of seal ninjutsu. Every innovation will make some mortals become new geniuses. If it continues to develop according to this law, will it really reach Obito's fantasy, a day when everyone is a genius? Yoko couldn't help but shake her head and throw this terrible idea out of her mind. After all, this is just a theory. Even if it can be realized, I don't know when it will be realized. Let's pay more attention to the chakra breathing method, which may trigger the third innovation of the secret technique. Yoko couldn't help but look forward Fang's young teacher with black hair in a high ponytail. She had also heard about this teacher Hideki. It is indeed worthy of praise that he can learn puppetry by himself as a commoner and become a special jonin with it. But that's all. The qualifications of a commoner determine that it is difficult for him to enter the ranks of jonin, so there is no need to pay much attention to him. But now it is different. It seems that this so-called chakra breathing method is an attempt made by this teacher to improve his own qualifications. And this attempt seems to be quite successful. It just confirms Obito's knowledge changes fate theory. This made Yoko realize a fact. Like Nohara Rin, this teacher Hideki is a rare species of common people and a rare object of observation. Although she lost the game, Yoko has decided to continue to go to school next semester even if she cries, makes a scene, or even hangs herself. Because she must witness with her own eyes what kind of changes these two people will bring to the ninja world. And by the way, why didn't I notice before that this teacher Hideki is so handsome? Yoko, why is your face so red all of a sudden? Did you get hurt somewhere? Obito suddenly approached Yoko and said worriedly. It's a pity that his kindness was only exchanged for another folding fan thrust, which made him scream in pain, without the dignity of a new genius. At this time, Hideki didn't realize that he had another little fangirl. As soon as he walked into the player preparation area, he was stopped by an Anbu who suddenly appeared. Kimura Hideki, the Hokage asked you to go over now. Time went back a little. After Hideki announced the winner, Hyuga Hayashi in the audience also closed his Byakugan, feeling a little depressed. Although Yoko maintained the demeanor of the Hyuga clan until the end, she still lost to Uchiha Obito, who was known as the last one. Of course, he had just opened his Byakugan and realized the wonders of Obito's body. Clan leader Fugaku, congratulations on your clan gaining another genius. Hayashi cast his eyes on Fugaku who was standing aside and praised him lightly. The Uchiha clan is indeed a family with a long history of learning. They were able to quietly develop such a magical physical strengthening secret technique, turning the last one in everyone's eyes into a genius. It really makes us, the Hyuga clan, who have the eyes of perspective, feel ashamed. Physical strengthening secret technique? X-ray vision. Many ninja clan parents around also looked at Fugaku. They were actually a little confused just now, and thought that Obito was just born with a large amount of chakra, so he could break through Yoko's acupuncture. They didn't expect that this kid actually mastered a new secret technique. But Fugaku still had a dull expression. How could he not hear that Hayashi was congratulating him on the surface, but actually saying that he had seen discover Obito's secret to becoming stronger, thus saving some dignity. It was even hinted that the Hyuga clan with clairvoyant eyes could also develop such a secret technique. It's a pity that Rizu found the wrong person. Fugaku shook his head slightly and said. Rizu, you misunderstood. Obito has indeed mastered a brand new secret technique of physical strengthening called chakra breathing technique. But this secret technique does not come from the Uchiha clan, but from his puppet master, especially the Jounin Kimura Hideki. As soon as he finished speaking, most of the ninja parents, including Rizu, couldn't help but widen their eyes. When Hideki was brought to the auditorium by the ANBU, he found that the parents of the ninja clan looked at him a little strangely. No way! The outrageous fact that Obito's esoteric taijutsu with remarkable effects was actually taught by the puppet technique teacher is really hard to digest. The Sandome laughed secretly when he saw this. Finally, he was not the only one who was confused by Hideki's inventive talent this time. In fact, his silly son Asuma has also been learning breathing techniques recently, so of course Hideki has said hello to him in advance. It's just that the Sandome didn't expect that the effect of this breathing method would be so much better than he imagined. It seems that even in a field that has little to do with puppetry, Hideki's inventive talent is still amazing. But that's okay, since he knew that Hideki had a strength that was not inferior to that of a Jonin, he was ready to gradually let him take on more responsibilities. Now let everyone see Hideki's inventive talent, which will be convenient for future arrangements. Hokage-sama, do you have anything to do with me? Hideki came to the Sandome and asked. The third generation said cheerfully. Hideki, everyone is very interested in the chakra breathing method you taught Obito. So see if you can give them a brief introduction. Of course, no problem. Hideki smiled and nodded, and then began to briefly introduce the effects and principles of chakra breathing. Hideki, stop it first. Inyazuka-ja couldn't help but interrupt halfway through. You are too honest, right? Do you need to tell me the truth? This is a secret technique that can become the foundation of a new ninja clan. Many ninja parents around looked at Inyazuka-ja angrily. You're the only one who's so troublesome. Hideki nodded gratefully to Senior Ja, then spread his hands and said with a smile. Actually, when I came to the school to teach puppetry, many people said this to me. If I really wanted to take care of myself, I wouldn't teach it to my students. Even if possible, I hope to promote this breathing method in schools to enhance children's strength. As soon as Hideki said these words, the parents of the ninja clan around him were moved. However, some admired Hideki's consciousness, while others sneered inwardly, thinking that he was another idiot with the will of fire. Hideki didn't care about this, thinking that the bird knows the ambition of the swan, and then continued the introduction with a smile. The parents of the ninja clan present had a few brushes. Even a simple introduction was enough to make them realize how extraordinary this breathing method was, and the eyes they looked at Hideki gradually became fiery. On the other hand, Narashikaku touched his chin and pondered for a moment before saying. If it is true as Hideki said, promoting this chakra breathing method can indeed greatly enhance the strength of the village. But since you have the confidence to promote it, does it mean that this breathing method does not require high talent? Then how do you plan to solve the confidentiality problem? Given the current situation that Konoha is facing, if this breathing method is easily spread to the entire ninja world, it will be very detrimental to us, Konoha. With your wisdom, Hideki, you shouldn't have thought about these issues, right? Chapter 164 The Shimura family's death. The parents of the ninja clan around him gradually came to their senses, and the joy on their faces suddenly faded. Although Konoha is still the largest ninja village, it often has to fight against the other 4 major ninja villages on its own, and it does not have an advantage in terms of numbers. And this does not include those small ninja villages and small organizations that may act at any time and become as annoying as hyenas. If the breathing method that can improve the basic abilities of a ninja cannot be kept secret, the enemy's overall strength will increase even more, and the gains outweigh the losses. Many people are worried about this. They feel that although Hideki's intentions and creativity are good, they are worried that it will be self-defeating. Some people's eyes began to spin, thinking that this could be a good reason to propose that only ninja children should learn this chakra breathing method. If the number of people is small, it may be possible to prevent leaks by setting restrictions in the brain like advanced ninjutsu. In this way, Konoha's strength can be improved, and the status of the ninja clan can also be consolidated, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zayasha glanced around secretly, taking in all the faces of everyone. It is already clear which ninja clan can win over and cooperate, and which ninja clan can only be used as stepping stones. Then Zayasha chuckled and said. In fact, we don't need to worry about this problem at all. Because although the basic principle of this breathing method is very simple, it is a very complicated knowledge to achieve considerable improvement without harming the body. Medical ninjutsu recipe. Of course, the knowledge on the surface is indispensable. But the biggest key to mastering this knowledge is to have the ability to accurately perceive the internal state of the human body. For example, powerful perception ninjas like the Hyuga clan, or high-precision perception arrays created through difficult sealing techniques and precious materials. Everyone looked at Hideki deeply when they heard this. Although they all guessed that Hideki had this perception ability, this time they finally got a solid hammer. Hideki didn't care about it and continued to explain. So even if other ninja villages get a full set of information on the breathing method, they can only teach it to a few elites at most. The only ones who can really promote the breathing method in a short period of time are our Konoha village, which has the Hyuga clan and the ability to create a large number of high-precision perception arrays. Everyone nodded their heads when they heard this. They felt relieved and a sense of pride also arose from the bottom of their hearts. Sure enough, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though Konoha is not as strong as before, its foundation is not comparable to other ninja villages. What is the strongest ninja village? The third generation couldn't help but retreat tactically and cast an approving look at Hideki. Then he looked at Hayashi, who was thinking, and said, "Hayashi, what do you think?" Obviously, compared to the high-precision perception array that costs money and time, it would be more cost-effective if the Hyuga clan was willing to assist. Everyone also looked at Hayashi with expectation, but he was not overwhelmed by the atmosphere. He said calmly, "This is a serious matter. I have to go back and report to the clan leader before I can give you, Lord Hokage, a clear answer." "That's natural." The Sandaime laughed, but a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Although the Hyuga clan is not as unruly as the Uchiha clan, it is also close to the village and independent. It is certainly easy to let the Hyuga send a few ninjas to participate in the plan. But if they want them to spend a lot of manpower to support this plan, it may not be so simple. If we can get a positive response from the future clan leader Hayashi now, the village will pay less in the future. What a pity. Hayashi nodded to thank the Sandaime for his understanding, and then said, "In order to provide more information to the clan leader, I have another question to ask Mr. Kimura." Hideki smiled and said, "Please go ahead." "It's the problem of the potential upper limit of this breathing method." Hayashi looked into Hideki's eyes and said, "The meridian system of children has not yet grown, and the chakra that can be accommodated and transmitted is also small. Using the respiratory system to transmit chakra is indeed a very good supplement, which can greatly enhance the children's strength. But once the meridian system grows, whether this breathing method can still provide sufficient gains is a very important question. If Obito's level just now is the upper limit of this technique, then I don't think it is worth letting the precious Hyuga clan ninjas assist in this plan." Many parents were slightly stunned when they heard this, and then they leaned towards Hayashi like fence-sitters and began to nod repeatedly. Because they had heard the subtext that Hayashi did not say explicitly. The difference in meridian capacity does not only occur during the growth of children, but is also the key to distinguishing civilian ninjas from ninjas of the ninja clan. If the potential of the breathing method is average, it is still a timely help for civilian ninjas. But for their ninja clan, it is like icing on the cake, and it is better to spend time on their own secret techniques. It is important to improve the strength of Konoha, but the premise is to protect the interests of their ninja clan. If the Tien gang is finally reversed and civilian ninjas ride on their heads, they can't accept it. So everyone looked at Hideki, the genius among civilian ninjas, with scrutiny, waiting for his answer. "You are worthy of being the future patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Senior Hayashi, you really pointed out the problem of breathing method that has troubled me for a long time." Hideki smiled. "If it weren't for this problem, I would have submitted the breathing method to the village long ago." "Oh? So, Mr. Kimura, you have a solution now?" Hayashi asked. "Of course." In everyone's expectant eyes, Hideki said halfway, and patted his forehead lightly. "Oh. The break time is almost over, I have to go back to my refereeing work." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Hideki shrank his neck and smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, I'm not taking the opportunity to run away. It's just that facts speak louder than words, I think everyone should see it with their own eyes to be completely convinced. It just so happens that in the next battle, the answer you want to know is likely to appear. In order to avoid affecting everyone's judgment, I won't spoil so much, please wait and see. If there are no problems, then I'll take my leave first." Although he said so, Hideki's figure disappeared with a bang, obviously it was just a shadow clone. "Damn it, if it was a shadow clone, then why are you busy with your refereeing work?" Many parents were so curious that they scratched their heads and gave Hideki a big middle finger in their hearts. Only a few guys who knew Hideki's temper began to smile. It appeared, the riddle man Hideki. Finally, there are more people to suffer with me this time. Of course, more importantly, they knew that once Hideki started to keep the secret, they would definitely be fully prepared. Just don't know what kind of surprise this guy will bring them this time. In other audience seats, students and ordinary parents were still talking about the previous game with great relish. Sure enough, the drama of the last-placed player turning against the genius is always so popular. Of course, what everyone is most concerned about is the secret of how Obito, the last one in the group, became stronger in a short time. Have you heard about it? Obito seems to have been receiving guidance from Mr. Hideki recently. Mr. Hideki? But isn't he the puppetry teacher? From what you said, can't a Hokage use water escape? And I heard that those dark horses that suddenly appeared this time actually received guidance from Mr. Hideki. And what Obito used seems to be a new secret technique called chakra breathing. So, with the special popularization of some enthusiastic students, the name of chakra breathing began to spread among students and parents. Not long after, the quarterfinals began again. The audience was looking forward to what kind of interesting battle would be staged next. But with the fierce battle between Obito and Yoko as a precedent, the next few battles were not as interesting as they imagined. The second game of the quarterfinals, Sarutobi Asuma vs Shimura Shinichi. There will always be only one winner. Shimura Shinichi made a handsome victory declaration. Then he was defeated at the speed of light after a few rounds and was kicked out of the ring by Asuma. Ah, how strange! Shimura Shinichi climbed up from the ground and adjusted his broken glasses, with a look of doubt on his face. Why do you look like a child, Asuma, but your physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people? At the same time, Obito, who was watching the game in the player area, gradually became sharper. Chapter 165 finished. I am surrounded by Uchiha. The third game of the quarterfinals, Uchiha Shisui vs Aberame Teizo. Ah, isn't that Uchiha Fei? Come on, Uchiha Fei. Let everyone see your ultimate holy light. As soon as Shisui came on the stage, he caused a commotion and cheers from the audience around him, making him a little embarrassed. On the other hand, the relatives and friends of his opponent, Aberame Teizo, all wore sunglasses and said nothing. Rather than watching the game, it was more like keeping vigil. What was even more pitiful was that Aberame Teizo was kicked out of the ring by Shisui just as the game started. I'm sorry, if you had let Aberame release the parasite, I would have had to work hard to win even if I could. After winning, Shisui walked up to him with an apologetic look and said, I have a reason not to lose this martial arts meet. In order to retain enough energy for the game later, I can only fight quickly like this. If there is a chance, I hope to have a good fight with you. Aberame Teizo didn't say anything, just nodded to Shisui, then turned and left. Then it was the fourth game of the quarterfinals, Uchiha Tetsuka vs Akimichi Sato. Fortunately, this game didn't end as fast as the previous ones. The two fought back and forth, which finally made the audience breathe a sigh of relief. But before they could be happy for too long, Chudeo Si Dong suddenly used the meat bomb chariot as if his head was dizzy, and rushed straight towards Taihuo. You should know that although this ring is much larger than yesterday, there is no space for the meat bomb chariot to gallop. So Taihuo just flashed lightly, and Si Dong turned into a meatball and rushed straight out of the ring, almost hitting the audience wall. Finally, it was Xiushu who took action and used a mud flow wall to create a curved earth wall in front of Si Dong. Then the meatball was guided by the earth wall to roll a big circle along the circular audience wall and stopped without any injury. But Si Dong, who had returned to his original state, was still a little confused and didn't understand why he suddenly destroyed himself. Not to mention him, most of the audience didn't understand this problem either. Akimichi Choza slapped his forehead and said, Sure enough, we should be smarter. What on earth is that idiot Sidong doing? Shikaku and Hai couldn't help but look at him sideways, thinking that you didn't say that before. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Some students who had watched the match between Taihuo and Xianjian yesterday were explaining to everyone with great excitement. Taihuo must have secretly used an illusion, so Sidong forgot the size of the ring and used the meat bomb chariot. But why didn't I see him make a seal? Of course it's because his movements are very secretive, and it was the same yesterday. Many viewers accepted this explanation, and sighed that they were worthy of the Uchiha clan who were good at illusions and seals. However, there were still a few ninjas who looked at Taihuo with meaningful eyes, and had their own guesses in their hearts. Among them was Uchiha Shisui, who was watching the game in the player area. Seeing Taihuo coming back after the game, he restrained his inquiring eyes, smiled and stepped forward and said, "Brother Taihuo, congratulations on your promotion." However, Taihuo just glanced at him indifferently, and then continued to walk inside. Shisui looked at Taihuo's back, thinking. So far, the 4 games of the quarterfinals have ended. Although the next 3 games were a bit rushed, everyone still maintained an expectant mentality. Because it was obviously the quarterfinals, and it could be decided so quickly win or lose, this means that the strength of the winner has far exceeded the level of ordinary ninja school students. So the next 3 games will definitely be a fierce battle. And the most important thing is that everyone soon discovered a fact. Except for the son of the Hokage, the rest of the top 4 are actually Uchiha. The counterattack of the last place Uchiha Obito, the young all-round genius Uchiha Shisui, and the superb illusion Uchiha Taihuo. Why does God always favor the Uchiha so much, and can appear 3 geniuses with different styles in a row? In addition to dealing with everyone's symbolic congratulations, Fugaku also felt everyone's jealous and fearful eyes, and felt a little helpless. With the current situation of the family, too many geniuses is not entirely a good thing. However, Fugaku has no time to worry about this for the time being. Because Taihuo's performance just now has aroused some doubts in him. Thinking of the bet with Elder Setsuna before, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. After a short break, the semi-finals officially began. In the center of the ring, Obito and Asuma were staring at each other, just 1 centimeter away from kissing each other, full of gunpowder. Hideki resisted the urge to push them and said, "If there is no problem, please stand a little further away and make the seal of opposition, ready to start the game." "Wait, I have a question." Obito suddenly jumped back, then stared at Hideki and Asuma with a look of catching the adultery, and said with a sad face, "It is indeed the chakra breathing method. Why are you so proficient, Asuma? How many times have you and the teacher trained together?" It turns out that he and Asuma stared at each other not just for not to fight, but to confirm his guess. Unfortunately, he found that Asuma was not only practicing the breathing method, but also quite skilled. "I didn't expect that you, Obito, would find it so soon. What a pity, I wanted to give you another surprise later." Asuma shook his head and spread his hands. "But is the chakra breathing method yours? Why can't I spend points to ask the teacher to teach me this?" Obito was speechless for a moment, and could only look at teacher Hideki with a somewhat hurt look. "It was me, I came first, I was the first one." He thought he was special, but it was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Hideki felt ashamed when Obito looked at him, and explained subconsciously. "Sorry, Asuma gave too much, I mean points." Asuma said. "This is none of the teacher's business, I asked him to keep it a secret for me." "Obito, I haven't forgotten how much shame you brought to me, now is the time for me to take revenge on you." "What, Asuma, do you remember?" Obito was shocked when he heard this. You know, he accidentally used the legendary Millennium Kill, which made Asuma suffer a lot. If Asuma remembered this and was ready to take revenge in public, then Obito would have to start thinking about whether he should surrender directly. "What did you remember?" Asuma asked suspiciously. "I'm talking about how you defeated me with your breathing technique, Obito. Isn't that enough? Is there something I don't know?" As Asuma spoke, he felt that a memory of loss and loss seemed to be gradually becoming clearer. "Enough. Of course it's enough." Obito and Hideki shook their heads like rattles, interrupting Asuma's recollection. In order to avoid any more trouble, Hideki coughed lightly. "Ahem, there is no need for too many words between men. As a ninja, you should use fighting to communicate. Everyone can't wait any longer, you should start the game quickly." "Yes." Seeing that teacher Hideki said so, the audience around him began to urge impatiently, and Obito and Asuma could only suppress their doubts and began to make opposing seals. Then Hideki announced. "The first game of the semi-finals, Uchiha Obito vs Sarutobi Asuma, the battle begins." Although the battle officially began, Obito and Asuma still stood there without moving. Asuma sneered, as if he had made full preparations. No matter what moves Obito used, he could strike back. "Obito, Obito, you probably didn't expect that your most proud breathing method would become your biggest reason for defeat." Asuma murmured in his heart. Obito looked at Asuma with a vigilant look on his face, not daring to underestimate the enemy and rush forward. He was able to defeat Asuma before because of the increase brought by the breathing method. But now Asuma has also mastered the breathing method, and everyone is back to the same starting line. As a result, he, who was originally the last one, certainly cannot defeat Asuma, who has always been a genius. It seems that I can only win by surprise and use that move in advance. Obito made a decision in his heart, and then began to shout. Asuma, although you have also learned the breathing method, you must not know its origin, right? What we are going to use now is the fighting method of the founders of the breathing method. Don't be scared. After saying that, Obito raised his thumbs with both hands, then held the thumb of his left hand with his right hand, connected the two thumbs in a line and stood them upright in front of his chest, and then began to chant slowly. No need for passion, calm the mind. Then a stick-shaped object composed of chakra and emitting blue light slowly extended from his right thumb. Chapter 166 Chakra Sword. Do not follow ignorance, follow true knowledge. As Obito chanted, the light stick formed by chakra extended to about 1 meter before it stopped growing and gradually became more condensed. Obito breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. This thing is called Chakra Sword, a technology developed by teacher Hideki imitating the legend of Jedi Knights. The principle is to first accumulate a large amount of chakra in the body through breathing, and then condense it into a high-density chakra stick through the thumb Shao Shang line as a rough blank. Finally, through the skills of constructing chakra tools, it is shaped and strengthened into an indestructible blade. Because it requires the use of 3 techniques at the same time to perform this move, it is quite difficult. So teacher Hideki asked him to chant the creed of the Jedi Knights repeatedly during practice to form a conditioned reflex, so that he could improve this skill through chanting in battle. The success rate and construction speed of one move. However, the chakra sword has not been completed yet, only the basic framework has been built. Next, more chakra needs to be filled before it can be used in actual combat. But even so, the cool shape of the chakra sword still makes the audience around amazed and talk about it. Obito was proud and couldn't help looking at Asuma with a provocative look. In fact, he had been worried before that he would have no time to build the chakra sword in the battle. I didn't expect Asuma to be so careless and give him such a good opportunity. Of course, he would not be polite to Asuma and decided to wait until the chakra sword was completely completed before going over to repay the other party. Who knew that at this moment, Asuma suddenly said lightly. Your next sentence is don't indulge in lust, be calm and clear, right? What? Asuma's short words were like a thunderbolt in Obito's heart. Wait, why does Asuma also know the creed of the Jedi Knights? Could it be? Obito was immediately shaken, and even the chakra sword flickered, and he almost couldn't maintain it. So he could only temporarily suppress the shock in his heart, and had to follow Asuma's words and continue to chant the creed to complete the creation of the chakra sword. Don't indulge in lust, be calm and clear. Although it was a little thrilling, but Obito managed to stabilize the structure of the chakra sword. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was shocked by the scene in front of him for another 10,000 years. Although there is chaos, tranquility still exists. Asuma not only chanted with him this time, but also raised his right hand high in the shape of a sword finger. Then a bright red chakra sword extended from Asuma's sword finger, and the speed of formation was even faster than Obito's. Finally, the two chanted together with different expressions. There is no destruction, only the power. So the two chakra swords, one blue and one red, condensed and formed at the same time, echoing each other, and buzzing because of the excessive compression of chakra. The audience around them exclaimed and discussed continuously. This move looks so cool, why haven't I seen it before? Why do they have exactly the same moves? Are they from the same school? Haha, now we have something interesting to watch. Whoever loses will be embarrassed. Unlike ordinary spectators who just watch the fun, the parents of the ninja clan can see the tricks better and all of them sit up straight. Normally, if you want to condense a chakra weapon that can be used in combat, it not only consumes a lot of energy, but also requires extremely strong chakra control. It is too difficult and the cost effectiveness is too low. Therefore, such moves are actually quite rare in the ninja world. Even if there are any, they are achieved by high-level ninja tools such as chakra knives. It seems that Hideki's attainments in chakra tools have improved a lot recently. Is he going to create a series of chakra weapons? The Sandame joked cheerfully, his face full of relief. He had wanted to find Hideki to be Asuma's tutor before, hoping that Asuma could learn the chakra carving knife. I didn't expect that the child had already mastered it to this extent without making any noise. If he could integrate his natural wind escape nature changes in the future, it would not be impossible to create a wind god sword that was not inferior to Tobirama's thunder god sword. The ninja parents actually guessed that this move should be related to the chakra carving knife. It was only a few months later that the carving knife used for woodworking became something that could be used for a sharp blade for actual combat. This made many people recall the experience of failing to plagiarize successfully before, and their faces looked a little unnatural, and they didn't know whether they were ashamed or regretful. In any case, the appearance of the chakra sword gave everyone a shot of confidence, and they were more convinced of Hideki's inventive talent. So everyone was looking forward to what other wonderful uses Hideki's breathing method would have. On the ring, Obito listened to the admiration of the audience around him, but his face didn't show much joy. Instead, he was glaring at Asuma with gritted teeth. Damn it, this was obviously his highlight moment, but he had to fight with Asuma, this annoying family. Share with friends, it's so unlucky. Obito became more and more angry, and couldn't help asking. Asuma, why are you also using the Jedi Knight's moves? Since you are pursuing revenge, then carry it through to the end. Asuma smiled as a matter of course. How can you make Obito realize the gap between us without using the same moves? You are so coquettish. Hideki on the side complained in his heart. Why is this guy so vengeful? Are you sure he really doesn't remember the 1,000 years of killing? Obito looked suspicious, and then looked at teacher Hideki with resentful eyes. In fact, he had been a little surprised for a long time, why teacher Hideki didn't find ways to torment him recently. It turns out that it's not that he doesn't want to take revenge, but the time has not come yet. The teacher has been waiting here with a big move. Otherwise, how could Asuma just happen to know this chakra sword move? However, Obito knew that even if he questioned the teacher in person, he would give a flawless reason, so he finally decided to save his energy. At this point, the chakra sword that took a lot of chakra to create can't be wasted. So Obito can only pray that Asuma's thing is useless and not as strong as his own. Then he was too lazy to say anything more, and began to rush towards the opponent with a random sword flower, and jumped high halfway, using the momentum of falling to chop at his head. Uchiha jump chop. Asuma was not to be outdone, and swung the chakra sword in his right hand hard. Sarutobi style upward slash. Swish. The two chakra swords collided violently, bursting out with a sharp explosion, and at the same time, the light was shining. After a brief stalemate, Obito was slightly bounced away, and did a backflip in the air and landed steadily. And Asuma took 2 steps back to relieve the force. On the surface, the two seemed to be evenly matched. But in the eyes of masters like Fugaku, Obito used gravity in both hands, which was obviously inferior to Asuma. Following that, Fugaku solemnly clarified. Uchiha-style swordsmanship does not have this trick. The Sandame also said with a dark face, Sarutobi style does not have that trick either. Obviously, Obito and Asuma have just learned how to build the chakra sword, and have no time to seriously learn their own swordsmanship. They only know some common moves of ninja tools, so it is difficult for them to be in the eyes of the ninja parents. However, as the two fought with chakra swords one after another, the parents' expressions became more and more serious. Because they found that although the moves of the two were unbearable, the coordination between the body and the chakra sword was still remarkable and natural. It seems that this is similar to the chakra carving knife used for woodworking. Because the blade is made of its own chakra and is released directly from the fingers, it can be used as easily as an arm, and it is easy to achieve the state of unity between man and sword. If they can seriously learn swordsmanship for a period of time, they dare not imagine how quickly the strength of these two children will improve. Chapter 167 Obito's Strange Moves. On the ring, Obito and Asuma have fought with chakra swords for dozens of rounds. Breathing methods and chakra swords have become standard for both sides. Obito, who used to be the last one, naturally fell into a disadvantage and was even hit several times. Fortunately, the chakra swords of both of them were not sharpened, and were in a state jokingly called the stun mode by Hideki, which was essentially a stick. So Obito didn't break his arms and legs now, and he can still fight stubbornly. Of course, if Asuma hadn't been playing cat and mouse, perhaps this battle would have ended long ago. However, Obito was still a little unconvinced. He used a powerful horizontal slash to force Asuma back and took the opportunity to question him. Damn it, why do I feel that your chakra sword is better than mine, even the color is different? Asuma explained generously. Of course, because Obito's is only the lowest difficulty chakra sword type 1. And what I'm using now is the improved chakra sword type 2. Because it will use the chakra in the blood to further increase the density of the chakra sword, the sword will turn red when a small amount of blood leaks out. But even if the blood sword I made with one hand is at most of the same quality as the chakra sword made by Obito with both hands. So what really puts you at a disadvantage is actually the gap in our fundamental strength. Are you guys going to stop? Obito was furious, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Because this is indeed the fact. Just like Yoko said yesterday, geniuses have been working hard. The gap between him and Asuma over the years could not be completely closed in a short period of time. Once under the same conditions, these gaps would become a huge gap that distinguished the winners and losers. However, Obito also keenly realized that there was a way to cross this gap. The answer is very simple, that is, to win by surprise. Only by using moves that Asuma could not expect could he break the current dilemma. The moves he had learned before were not working, and the moves he had learned from teacher Hideki recently were not working either. The only thing left was the moves he had created himself. Although he really didn't want to use that forbidden move, Obito couldn't bear to see Asuma's complacency that everything was under control. Even if he couldn't beat Asuma, he had to scare this guy and let him know how powerful he was. After making up his mind, Obito's chakra sword disappeared. He began to quickly seal with both hands, and then shouted, "Fire style, fire spirit god!" After that, Obito sealed with his hands, took a deep breath with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, and then exhaled with force. The next moment, the expressions of everyone present became a little strange. Because the name of Obito's ninjutsu was awesome, and the operation was as fierce as a tiger. However, what came out of his mouth was just a small fireball, which was flying slowly towards Asuma. Is there another mystery in this small fireball? Given Obito's previous performance, many viewers still have such expectations. But as Asuma carefully used the shuriken to disperse the fireball, this last bit of hope was also dashed. What is this kid doing? Did he fail in the spell? Many parents were muttering in their hearts. Many students smiled with relief. Great, Obito is still the same Obito. Even though he has become so much stronger, he still can't change his habit of easily failing. And judging from Obito's constipated expression at this time, I'm afraid the truth is just as everyone imagined. But the most speechless person is Asuma, who is fighting with Obito. He was still as powerful as he was, and didn't dare to let the little fireball get close to him. I didn't expect, that's it. Asuma suddenly lost interest, feeling that he was too stupid and naive to want to defeat Obito before. Sure enough, this guy is still the last one in the past, and he shouldn't have any expectations of him. In the end, the breathing method is too powerful, and it can even turn decay into magic. Obito is just a pig standing on the cusp of the times, so he can suddenly soar to the sky. After the breathing method is popularized, this guy will probably return to his original form and return to the throne of the last place. Perhaps teacher Hideki chose Obito, the last place, as the first person to teach in order to let everyone know the magic of the breathing method. Thinking of this, Asuma couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to Obito, and the shame of being defeated by Obito before was completely relieved at this time. So he didn't want to play with Obito now, and just wanted to end this battle quickly to save energy. After all, his next opponent is the more powerful one among the two real Uchiha geniuses. Obito, who was originally standing there with a constipated face, seemed to have finally come to his senses at this time. He created the chakra sword again, and then rushed towards Asuma, seemingly ready to save his gaff. Out of a little sympathy, Asuma did not step forward to interrupt Obito's operation, and even considered how to make this guy lose more beautifully. Because the days when this kid can still be regarded as a genius by everyone are probably already counting down. Before he could think about it, Obito had already quickly approached, and jumped high like before, using his own Uchiha jump slash. Asuma thought it was just in time, and then used Sarutobi style to slash. However, this time he did not use only his right hand, but both hands. According to his estimation, the force of this blow was enough to knock Obito out of the ring. And as long as the chakra sword was slightly agitated, the sound and light effects that burst out would definitely make the audience feel powerful, and Obito would not be despised even if he lost. I am such a good person. Asuma sighed in his heart, then held his right wrist with his left hand, and swung hard towards Obito's blade, ready to end this battle. But before the chakra swords intersected, Asuma was surprised to see Obito in the air actually opened his mouth and suddenly spit out another fireball at him. What? Asuma's brain suddenly crashed for a moment. Why can this guy use such a fire escape technique without any hand seals? You know, although it is only the size of a human head, at such a close distance, this fireball can still cause considerable damage. So driven by his fighting instinct, Asuma twisted his waist to speed up the upward thrust and cut the fireball flying towards his forehead in half. But as soon as he finished this action, he secretly cried out in his heart that it was not good. Swish! The next moment, the two chakra swords collided fiercely, making a sharp explosion. However, unlike what Asuma expected, because his upward thrust was used in advance, he could not resist the force of Obito's jump slash. Although he made the best choice in a flash, barely deflecting Obito's attack and avoiding the vital part of his head. But Obito's chakra sword also hit his left shoulder fiercely, causing him to grimace in pain. It hurts too much. Chapter 168 Obito's counterattack. After hitting the target, Obito decided to pursue the victory and quickly stabbed Asuma with a sword after landing. Asuma could only bear the pain and use the chakra sword to block. Swish! 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 The two chakra swords clashed in succession, and the explosions resounded throughout the venue. Although his left hand was inconvenient, Asuma was still more skilled and could handle Obito's attack. Wave of offensive. But just when he was about to force him back and prepare to regroup, Obito's mouth opened again. Fuck, you're coming again. Asuma couldn't help but swear in his heart, and at the same time swung his sword to block the small fireball flying towards him. But in this way, the situation he had just turned around was also gone, and Obito took the opportunity to hit him again. Asuma struggled to resist while thinking about countermeasures. Flying props should be used to deal with flying props. But he held the sword in his right hand and his left shoulder was just injured, so it was difficult to accurately hit the fireball or Obito. In desperation, Asuma could only use the forbidden technique. Jiraiya Brothers Direct Transmission Secret Technique. The technique of throwing all shuriken out, modified. He reluctantly took off the ninja tool bag on his waist with his left hand and threw it hard at Obito who was rushing towards him. Under the effect of inertia, all the ninja tools in the ninja tool bag flew out and flew towards Obito like raindrops. Now Obito had to avoid the sharp edge and dodged to the side to avoid the attack of a large number of ninja tools. And Asuma also took the opportunity to distance himself. After paying the price of all the ninja tools, he finally got some breathing and thinking opportunities. He smiled bitterly at first, feeling ashamed of his carelessness. I didn't expect that the small fireball that he usually disdained would become so difficult to deal with once it could be mixed with sword moves and shot from a close distance without the need for hand seals. At this time, he didn't know that Obito had not failed in the spell just now. The ability to spray small fireballs at any time without hand seals was the real effect of the ninjutsu. The fire spirit god, the god who controls fire. Asuma said speechlessly. So that's what the name of the ninjutsu means, although the effect is still a long way off. Strangely, Obito, who always gets carried away easily, still doesn't say a word even though he has the upper hand now. Or rather, after he performed the ninjutsu, he never made a sound again, even more speechless than entering the macho state at the end of the century. However, judging from his beaming expression, it's not that he doesn't want to say it, but that he can't say it. He probably has a lot of things to say that he wants to show off. At this time, he really can't hold it back, so he can't help but look at Teacher Hideki next to him with a pleading look. You dare to look at me after using this forbidden move that kills you without permission? Hideki gave Obito a look with a kind smile, scaring him so much that his neck shrank, and then he sighed and said. There is no other way, let me explain it. With the help of the loudspeaker, Hideki's voice spread throughout the venue, surprising the audience. Why is there a commentary for this game? However, most of the audience were really confused at this time, and they didn't understand what had just happened, so they pricked up their ears and waited for Hideki's explanation. Hideki said in a tone of teaching everyone. Uchiha Obito did not master the unmarked fire escape ninjutsu. He just temporarily stored a large amount of critical fire escape chakra in his respiratory system after he had just formed a seal to perform the fire escape ninjutsu. After that, as long as it is released gradually, the effect close to the unmarked ninjutsu can be achieved. To put it bluntly, it is just a simple trick. Teacher Hideki, do you have any misunderstanding of the word simple? Many audience members were complaining in their hearts. This operation is just like putting an elephant in a refrigerator. It sounds simple, but it is difficult to do. As we all know, chakra that has changed its nature will become very unstable. So when people perform the 5 elements escape technique, they basically make it on the spot and release it outside the body immediately after making it to avoid hurting themselves. Of course, the muscle lunatics in Kumigakure are an exception. But storing the fire escape chakra, which is more unstable than lightning escape, in the body for backup, is this definitely not a new way of suicide? And these chakras still occupy the space of the respiratory system. That is to say, before they are all released from the body, the caster may not be able to breathe properly. Holding your breath in a fierce battle, is this really not a new way of suicide? But no matter how many doubts everyone raises in their hearts, it cannot change one fact. That is, Obito is using this seemingly impossible technique right now. Is this kid gifted? No. Everyone soon realized that the last piece of the puzzle that could make this technique work was probably the so-called chakra breathing method. As everyone had guessed, Obito was indeed holding his breath, relying only on the big mouthful of air he had inhaled before to maintain his breathing. But at this time, he had almost reached his limit and could not wait for the teacher to finish his popular science. So after winking at Asuma with pride, Obito attacked again. Puff! Another fireball flew towards Asuma at high speed. Spark technique, this can be said to be the basic form of Obito's ninjutsu. Hideki began to explain as if he was really acting as a commentator. A fireball of this size will not consume too much chakra, and can increase the number of attacks. More importantly, it is enough to cause considerable damage, forcing the opponent to respond and thus create a flaw. Asuma's face darkened when he heard this, because his current predicament was the best proof. Especially since Obito was using fire style. Humans' instinctive vigilance against fire always made him he would unconsciously focus more on the fireball, thus ignoring Obito's attack. Humph, it's better to say it's a Charmander than a fire-born spirit. Asuma muttered to himself, and then began to change his fighting style, defending with all his strength, fighting and retreating. Because from Obito's increasingly urgent offensive, he was almost out of breath. As long as Obito consumed all the fire chakra in his body, then it would be Asuma's world. Obviously Obito also realized this. So after forcing Asuma to a corner of the ring, Obito decided to put all the remaining fire chakra on this last move. He first glanced at teacher Hideki. Hideki understood and told him. Obito wants to say, admit defeat, Asuma, you can't avoid this move. If you don't want to be seriously injured, jump off the ring quickly. Obito looked at Hideki with admiration, then puffed up his cheeks and spit out the air and chakra in his lungs. Jet flames. With Hideki's voiceover, a column of fire gushed out of Obito's mouth, first hitting the ground under Asuma's feet and forcing him back. Then Obito swung his head, creating a sea of fire on the ground, which quickly spread towards Asuma. Chapter 169 Victory or Defeat. The audience around couldn't help but gasp. I didn't expect that in addition to the small fireball, Obito still had the energy to use this large-scale fire escape. How amazing is this kid's lung capacity? Everyone couldn't help but sweat for Asuma. Is the breathing method really that magical? Even the genius son of the Hokage was defeated by the last-placed player who mastered this secret technique? Because no matter how you look at it, Asuma is now in a dead end. If he wants to retreat, he is already at the edge of the ring, and there is no way to retreat. If he wants to jump forward over the sea of fire, Obito is standing opposite the sea of fire with a sword, staring at him. At this point, it is obviously the wisest choice to jump off the ring to avoid the flames. After all, this martial arts tournament is just a practice match, and there is no need to take too much risk for it. No one will laugh at him for losing to the breathing method and Obito's unprecedented strange moves. A lot of people's thoughts did emerge in Asuma's mind, but they were quickly suppressed by him. He first looked at Obito deeply. Before, he thought that this kid was lucky to get the guidance of teacher Hideki, so he was qualified to compete with him on the same stage. When the breathing method is popularized, this guy will be in the same crowd again. But now he has realized that he was wrong. It's not because Obito can force him into a desperate situation now. If he could only rely on the magic of breathing to achieve this, he would not look at Obito with new eyes. The real key lies in the strange fire escape ninjutsu. Although this secret technique obviously relies on the magic of breathing to have the possibility of realization. But Asuma knows very well that this is not something that can be easily done by mastering the breathing method. Otherwise, teacher Hideki would not have told him. Especially, what Obito stored in his body was the most unstable fire escape chakra. Once it explodes in the body, even if there are adults watching over it, it is definitely not something that can be solved by a little injury. Without sufficient talent, hard work, and awareness, it is impossible to master this dangerous ninjutsu. Yes, especially awareness. At least he who has also developed the nature change of fire escape is impossible to learn this ninjutsu that can kill him if he is not careful. Therefore, Obito, who could do such a foolish thing, made Asuma admire his determination to pursue becoming stronger at all costs. So he began to murmur softly. I recognize your awareness. Among the opponents who fought with me, no one can match your belief in becoming stronger. I, Asuma, would like to call you a strong enemy. So I will not hold back and will use my strongest means to defeat you. After that, Asuma cancelled the chakra sword and began to make seals with both hands, while refining chakra in large quantities. Although the injury on his shoulder slowed down his seal-making movements. But the sea of fire that was surrounding him also became his protective circle, allowing him to complete the seal-making without Obito's interference. Wind style, great breakthrough. Seeing that the flames were about to burn to Asuma's feet, he took a deep breath and then exhaled forcefully. The next moment, a gust of wind swept out of his mouth, blowing the flames on the ground towards Obito. The wind helps the fire, and the fire uses the wind. Amid the audience's exclamations, the flames began to become more and more fierce, and at the same time rolled back towards Obito, forcing him to retreat in a panic. But although Asuma's method was good, it seemed to be a step too late. The flames on the ring spread rapidly like a prairie fire, and slowly spread along the floor to the corner where he was. Before the flames catch up with Obito, he will probably be burned first. However, Asuma didn't seem to care. Because making the fire bigger is just a side effect, his real purpose is not this. After performing the great breakthrough and completely spitting out all the wind chakra and air, he used the air he began to inhale with the force of swallowing mountains and rivers. Perhaps to avoid inhaling too much hot air, he turned his head to inhale the air outside the arena. After inhaling to the limit, he exhaled it all again, superimposed on the strong wind that had not yet dissipated, making the wind stronger. At the same time, he controlled it through the wind chakra mixed in the air, making the strong wind rotate around himself. Then he continued to speed up his breathing, repeatedly inhaling and exhaling a large amount of air like a bellows, and like pulling a gyroscope with a rope, making the wind speed faster and faster. Soon, the flames that were originally burning more and more vigorously, leaving Asuma with almost no place to stand, began to extinguish rapidly. And as he approached the center of the ring, the flames along the way also dissipated quickly. The principle is actually very simple. Wind helps the fire because it can bring more oxygen. But once the wind is too strong and constantly takes away a lot of heat, the flame will not reach the ignition point, and it will not be able to continue to burn even if there is more oxygen. Damn it, what's going on? What about the agreed fire escape restraining wind escape? For a poor student like Obito, of course, he couldn't understand the operation of Asuma, a master of reverse attributes. However, Obito didn't give up and started shouting. Asuma, your strange wind escape can blow out the fire, but it doesn't have much actual killing power. You don't have a chakra sword or ninja tools now, you can't be my opponent. Asuma was still breathing in and out, blowing the ring into a strong wind. So this time it was his turn to be speechless, so he cast his eyes on teacher Hideki beside him. Hideki understood again and said to Obito using the method of transmitting sound into secret. Asuma wants to say, Obito, before you say these words, please take a look at your chakra sword first. Obito subconsciously did as he was told, and was immediately shocked. Because at this time his chakra sword actually began to flicker. What kind of magic did this guy use? Hideki explained. It's breathing, Obito. You didn't notice it right away because you are already used to this environment. The faster the wind speed, the lower the air pressure. You are no different from being in a low-pressure room in this strong wind. You can practice breathing techniques in a low-pressure room, but the real effect of breathing techniques is still in a place with plenty of oxygen. So although you are still practicing breathing techniques, the increase is much lower than before. Asuma can control this strong wind to inhale more air than usual and get a greater increase. And this effect of restraining breathing techniques is the real advanced mode of breathing techniques, the terrifying part of storm breathing techniques. As Hideki's words fell, Asuma, whose chakra had been consumed a lot, decisively launched the final attack. Wind style, super breakthrough. Asuma sprayed hard, a hurricane absorbed the wind around him and swept straight towards Obito. Obito did not sit still and wait for death. He inserted the chakra sword into the gap of the floor to stabilize his body. This did allow him to block the impact of the hurricane for the first time. However, due to the lack of chakra, the chakra sword was soon overwhelmed and shattered and dissipated. As a result, Obito had no place to exert his strength until he was blown back by the hurricane and stopped only when he hit the guardrail of the audience seats. Then the strong wind on the ring stopped, and Hideki's voice sounded, "The winner is decided. The winner is Sarutobi Asuma from Class 5A. Chapter 170." It's a done deal. Although Hideki has announced the result, most of the audience are still in a state of confusion. Wait, what happened? Didn't Obito have a big advantage just now? How did he lose all of a sudden? And the large-scale wind escape just now, can it really be performed by a ninja school student? Because the smoke and wind on the ring were very strong just now, ordinary students and parents could not understand the situation above. Only the elders of the great ninja clan, who were all jonin, caught more details, and they all seemed to be thinking about something. Under the guardrail of the audience seats, Obito, who was knocked unconscious, was sitting on the ground against the wall, shaking his head left and right, feeling dizzy. Then a figure blocked a lot of light, making him look up subconsciously. It turned out to be Asuma. This guy had already walked over and stretched out his hand to pull him up. Obito then remembered that he was in the game and the fact that he had just lost. The belated sense of loss began to surge into his heart, making him unable to help but say, "Damn! Is this the gap between the last and the genius? I have done so much painful training, but the level of breathing method was easily surpassed by you, Asuma." Although Obito had just talked to Hinata Yoko not long ago, saying that there are no geniuses in the world. But the failure just now made him less confident in his theory. Obito looked at Asuma's outstretched hand and said, "Okay, you don't have to pretend anymore. Just laugh at me loudly if you want. I really lost this time, so I won't talk back." Asuma said speechlessly. "It seems that you, Obito, have a deep prejudice against geniuses. Although I am good at changing the nature of wind escape, I do have many advantages in learning breathing techniques. But in order to catch up with you, Obito, before this martial arts tournament, I also conducted a lot of terrible special training that you can't even imagine." As he spoke, Asuma's eyes became a little moist. Some terrible memories that he had deliberately suppressed took the opportunity to surge into his mind. "I want to master breathing techniques before the martial arts tournament, but time is a bit tight. There is no way, so let's start the breathing helmet from the 5th gear. Yes, just use wind escape chakra to inhale as much air as possible." "What? Worried about breaking it? Don't worry, the lungs are not so inconvenient. Asuma, do you know? There is actually a lot of oxygen in the water." Just recalling a few small fragments, Asuma felt a chill on his back and had difficulty breathing. After shaking his head vigorously to shake off these memories back into the abyss of memory, Asuma said to Obito in a vicissitudes tone, "Believe me, my pain is greater than yours." This short sentence made Obito feel the same way and realize how much blood and tears were hidden behind it. That's right. Although Teacher Hideki usually smiles, he always has the temperament of a mad scientist when helping people with special training. In his opinion, the so-called genius is probably just an experimental subject who can withstand more cruel and difficult special training. Thinking that Asuma had experienced more cruel anti-human training than himself, Obito even had the idea of sympathizing with Asuma for a moment. Of course, this idea disappeared in an instant. Obito held Asuma's hand and gritted his teeth and said, "But I still hate you very much. I will never lose to you again next time." "Same here." Asuma smiled and pulled Obito up. The next moment, belated applause and cheers suddenly broke out all around. "You two fought very well. Great. Obito, I won't call you the last one in the future. Asuma, keep working hard and strive to win the championship of the martial arts tournament." And Might Guy in the back row of the audience was in tears. The last one got the recognition of genius and everyone through hard work. This is the climax of youth I pursue. Damn, I also want to shed the sweat of youth with a strong enemy like this. How come Kakashi has been away for more than half a year on a mission and hasn't come back yet? Helplessly, Kai could only continue to do squats at an even more devilish speed, so that the audience around him would stay away. In the audience, Fugaku saw that Obito lost, and felt a little regretful, but also relieved at the same time. This is fine. If Obito wins, the final will be a civil war within the Uchiha clan. It will be too ostentatious and will only attract more unnecessary fear. Then he looked at the Sandame who was looking pleased and said, "Congratulations, Hokage-sama. Asuma is worthy of being the son of your ninja doctor. He has mastered such a powerful wind escape ninjutsu at such a young age. You are flattering me." The Sandame shook his head slightly and said, "This kid is still far from it. He just relies on the good compatibility of wind escape and breathing method. Only when the two are superimposed can such a good effect be achieved. The real powerful one is Hideki. I am more surprised by the performance of Obito. He can store fire escape chakra in his body skillfully for future use. I didn't expect that breathing method has such a wonderful use. If safety can be ensured, this technique can even change the logic of future ninja battles." Everyone didn't expect the Sandame to evaluate this technique so highly, but they thought it made sense after thinking about it. After all, wind escape talent is rare, and even if it is compatible with breathing method, it cannot be popularized. Obito's technique can obviously be used in other 5 elements escape techniques, and it is more valuable to promote it. Although there are many restrictions, they, who have experienced many battles, cannot be unaware of the significance of being able to use the unprinted ninjutsu at any time in battle. If ordinary breathing methods are more like icing on the cake for them, they are dispensable. After adding this technique, the breathing method has surpassed many family secrets of small ninja clans and should not be underestimated. "Hisashi, what do you think?" Hayashi listened to everyone's discussion and asked without comment. Hisashi pondered. Breathing methods can originally increase chakra and physical fitness. If even this kind of effect similar to unprinted ninjutsu can be achieved, then the promotion of it in Konoha is basically a foregone conclusion. Whether our Hyuga clan participates or not. Hayashi also nodded with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that Kimura Hideki could really hand in such an answer sheet that satisfied most ninja clans. Now even he was a little jealous of this plan. Because if the Hyuga clan can participate in it, it will definitely greatly increase its influence in the village. If everything goes well, maybe he can even have a slight vision of becoming the 4th Hokage. But the problem is that the Hyuga clan's ninjas basically don't learn the 5 elements escape technique, and can't get much benefit from this breathing method combined with nature change. So the old antiques in the clan who have always been conservative and short-sighted will probably not give in easily. As the future patriarch of the Hyuga clan, what should he do? 10 minutes passed quickly, and the battle between Shisui and Taihuo was about to begin. The two came to the ring and stood opposite each other, waiting for the instruction to start the battle. At the same time, an old man with a gloomy look also quietly appeared and came to a dark corner of the audience. Although his opponent was Taihuo, Shisui on the ring was thinking about the battle with Asuma later. He had learned about the storm breathing method from Obito, and knew that this was the biggest nemesis of ordinary breathing methods. After all, Shisui was too young and his physical fitness was not as good as Asuma. If he had to fight Asuma who used breathing methods without the blessing of breathing methods, even a genius like him could not think of a good way. In fact, this move consumes a lot of energy. If it is encountered in normal times, just avoid the edge temporarily and delay the time to deal with it. But now it is a ring match, and there is no enough space for him to delay. So if Asuma is in the best condition, he is simply invincible in the ring battle. Fortunately, Asuma has little chakra left now, and if he defends with all his strength, he will probably be able to hold on. However, the premise for doing so is to have enough physical strength and chakra. And this also means that in this battle with brother Taihuo, he must fight quickly and decisively. Chapter 171 I Technique. So Shisui said. Brother Taihuo, I will use all my strength from the beginning, please give me more advice. Hearing this, Taihuo was slightly stunned, and then sneered. Humph, do you want to save energy to deal with the final later? It seems that I am really underestimated. That's right, I usually lose more than I win in our clan competitions, so it's not surprising that you think so. But you are not the only ones who will improve. I also did a lot of special training for this day. If you only think about conserving your energy, you will suffer later. This passerby Uchiha is so arrogant, who gave him the courage? Hideki complained in his heart, and seeing that the two were ready, he asked them to make a seal of opposition, and then announced. The second match of the semi-finals, Uchiha Shisui vs Uchiha Taihuo, the battle begins. As soon as the voice fell, Shisui and Taihuo leaned forward at the same time, using both hands at the same time, throwing shurikens at each other with exquisite techniques. Ding 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 ding. One by one, the shurikens drew sharp arcs and collided with each other in mid-air. Dang! In the center of the ring, the kunai held by the two people collided with each other, followed by a series of fierce close-range attacks. The characteristics of the Uchiha fluid technique, which is agile and gorgeous, are fully displayed at this moment. The movements of the two are like dancing, graceful and lethal, fast and rhythmic. The audience around were all intoxicated, as if they were watching a dance party instead of a martial arts competition. Only Hideki on the side had a strange expression, and wanted to rush up and shout. Stop, stop fighting. Although Shisui was younger, he was usually slightly better than Taihuo. Now with the blessing of breathing techniques, he quickly gained the upper hand. This made Taihuo feel very frustrated. You know, since the day of the festival, when Obito performed that strange fire escape, he had an inexplicable sense of crisis. It seemed that if he did nothing, the status of the second genius of the young generation might be taken away by Obito, who was the last one. That's why he asked Elder Setsuna to guide his training and secretly let him read some of the treasured classics in the clan. Therefore, when Elder Setsuna wanted to seal his pupil power on him and let him defeat Shisui in this way, he could no longer say no. However, after so much hard training, he was still quite confident in himself, and wanted to try to see if he could defeat Shisui with his own strength. But he didn't expect that the power he gained by giving up his pride still couldn't catch up with Shisui, and the gap seemed to have become even bigger. Even his ominous premonition has gradually come true. With Obito's level just now, he didn't have much confidence in winning. Obviously, they followed the commoner teacher Hideki, and the one who taught them was Elder Setsuna, who had once dominated the Warring States period. Why did the result turn out like this? Is it really only possible to use Elder Setsuna's pupil power? Tetsuo's heart began to waver. Just then, suddenly a gloomy voice sounded faintly from Taihuo's mind. Tetsuo, what are you still doing? Have you forgotten your mission? It was Elder Setsuna. Tetsuo was immediately shocked. He didn't expect Elder Setsuna to come in person, and he had such a unique skill. Is it achieved by connecting the pupil power left in his body? Elder Setsuna's strange method made Taihuo feel scared and a little excited. Because the other party promised that as long as he defeated Shisui, he would teach him more powerful Uchiha secrets. He believed that the foundation of the Uchiha clan was definitely not comparable to that of teacher Hideki. As long as he learned these secrets in advance, he would definitely surpass Obito and Shisui. After making up his mind, Taihuo also began to mobilize the pupil power left in his eyes by Elder Setsuna. At this time, he was almost cornered by Shisui. He will probably be knocked off the stage within 10 rounds. Suddenly, Taihuo raised his kunai high and chopped it hard at Shisui's forehead. Of course, this kind of big move was useless to Shisui, who easily blocked it and then prepared to take the opportunity to counterattack. However, Taihuo's real purpose had been quietly achieved. Magic illusion, Naraku vision technique. Just when Shisui was induced by Taihuo's kunai to look up and look at him, Taihuo's illusion was launched without any warning. Shisui, you lost. But this time it doesn't count as my win, next time I will defeat you fairly. After controlling the pupil chakra of Elder Setsuna and invading Shisui's brain through his eyes, Taihuo declared victory in his heart. Because the illusion based on the pupil power of the Sharingan cannot be broken by one person alone. However, the next moment, Taihuo felt something was wrong. Why didn't Shisui's expression change, and there was no sign of being hit by an illusion? More importantly, why is his brain filled with chakra? Is it finally here? When the chakra defense line outside the brain was invaded by alien chakra, Shisui said in his heart. Brother Taihuo had used powerful and imperceptible illusions twice before, so he certainly would not take it lightly. Superb and secret hand seal techniques, or even hand seal illusions, this is indeed possible. But he was lenient with the enemy, and Shisui even assumed that Taihuo had awakened the Sharingan and was just camouflaging it. So he also responded cautiously to this. Indeed, the pupil technique performed by the Sharingan can quickly and massively transmit high-quality Yin-Tun chakra, and once it enters the target's brain, it is difficult to remove it by conventional means alone. But as long as you are prepared at any time and gather a large amount of chakra inside and outside the brain, it will not be so easy for him to take advantage of it. Of course, this is actually just a stupid way. If the opponent does not use illusions, so much chakra will just be wasted. In addition, the frontal attack capability of the Sharingan pupil technique is also very strong, and it cannot be broken by this method alone. Only a genius of illusion like Shisui can win the battle by fighting with a home field with a large amount of chakra. Then, as long as he takes advantage of the moment when Taihuo's illusion is broken and he loses consciousness, he can easily knock him out of the ring. In this way, he can defeat Taihuo brother in a short time and leave enough physical strength to fight Asuma classmate. The situation at this time is developing according to Shisui's idea. Under his strict defense, Taihuo's pupil chakra, although powerful, is constantly consumed and worn out, and gradually falls into a situation of fighting desperately. Even Taihuo's illusion skills are much rougher than Shisui imagined, and he basically just relies on the powerful pupil power to rush around. Shisui felt much more relaxed now, and he was going to kill him completely soon. At this moment, in the corner of the audience, the gloomy old man was quietly making seals with one hand, and 3 megatama were spinning at high speed in each of his bright red eyes. In Shisui's brain, the group of pupil chakra also started to move abnormally, and the behavior pattern was completely different from before, which made Shisui a little flustered. Fortunately, the defense line he built was strong enough to finally block the last struggle of the pupil chakra and completely destroy it. There is no need to say more about the next battle. Taking advantage of the moment when Taihuo was shocked and confused, Shisui directly kicked him off the ring. Because there was still a lot of chakra left, Shisui's battle with Asuma went smoothly afterwards. After consuming Asuma's chakra with great difficulty, Shisui defeated him not long after. So far, he finally achieved his goal and won the championship of the martial arts competition. Then time began to pass quickly. After the end of the semester, Shisui, who had accumulated enough points, applied to the Hokage for advice and was soon favored by him. So shortly after graduation, he became the youngest Anbu and became a bridge between the family and the village. It's a pity that the relationship between the two sides did not improve. Although the Hokage said that he wanted to bridge the relationship between the two sides, he always unconsciously imposed various restrictions on the Uchiha clan, and it was obvious that he was afraid. And the clan members also accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction because of this unfair treatment, and their relationship with other ninjas in the village became increasingly disharmonious, and this vicious cycle continued. Even the Fugaku clan leader who originally asked Shisui to join the Anbu lost trust in the Hokage at this time, gradually turned to the Hawk faction, and began to plot a rebellion. Shisui still had a little hope for the Hokage, so he reported this matter to him, hoping that he could come forward to ease the relationship between the two sides. Who knew that all he got was the cold command of the Hokage? It is impossible for the Uchiha clan to defeat the village. In order to avoid the outbreak of civil war and give other enemies an opportunity. In order to maintain the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Shisui, you who possess the true will of fire, should know what to do. Chapter 172 Disaster of Genocide. Wait, Hokage. There should be room for recovery. Hearing the ruthless order of the Hokage, Shisui felt like he was falling into an ice cave and begged subconsciously. But to his surprise, his mind seemed to be disconnected from his body, and his voice could not reach the ears of the Hokage at all. Before he tried again, his body had already said expressionlessly. Yes, Hokage. Everything is for Konoha. No, things shouldn't go this way. Shisui groaned in pain in his heart. Hey, why are Shisui and Taihuo standing still all of a sudden? And why does Shisui look so painful? In the martial arts venue, the audience began to discuss. However, many people have guessed the truth. Illusion, they must be fighting an illusion now. It seems that Shisui is still at a disadvantage. Taihuo's illusion is really good, even an illusion genius like Shisui has been tricked. Yes. Everything Shisui just experienced was actually just an illusion after being tricked. However, he did not lose to Taihuo in illusion, but to Uchiha Setsuna who was secretly controlling his pupil chakra. Even if he is an illusion genius, Shisui cannot defeat Uchiha Setsuna who has the 3 Magatama Sharingan. He didn't even realize his defeat, and he was already deeply trapped in the illusion specially created for him. Plop! Shisui suddenly knelt on one knee, holding his head with both hands, closing his eyes tightly as if he was in a nightmare, with a painful and distorted expression. If Taihuo on the opposite side launched an attack at this time, he would definitely not be able to resist. But Taihuo, under the instructions of Elder Setsuna, could only stand in place to maintain the infusion of chakra, and did not dare to defeat Shisui without authorization. Obviously, this illusion is not just used to defeat Shisui, Elder Setsuna has a deeper intention. Although both of them were almost motionless. But the tense atmosphere still spread to the entire venue, making everyone silently watch the two people on the ring, fearing that they would miss the moment of deciding the winner. On the contrary, Hideki, who was closest, showed a playful expression, as if he had realized something. In the illusion, the setting sun was like fire. Smoke was rising from the Uchiha clan's land, and from time to time, the sounds of children playing and parents urging them to go home for dinner could be heard. Uchiha Shisui was squatting on a telephone pole, silently overlooking the last peaceful scene in front of him. Once the sun sets, Konoha's Anbu will advance in multiple directions to eliminate all members of the Uchiha clan as quickly as possible. As a member of the Anbu, his mission is to use his status to assassinate the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku and eliminate all Uchiha clan members encountered along the way. No. The Hokage would never give such an order, not even ordinary Uchiha clan members would be spared. Even if that were true, he would not execute such an order. Shisui's spirit was struggling desperately, trying to regain control of his body. But as the night swallowed up the last ray of afterglow in the sky, his body began to carry out the task without hesitation. So, under the watchful eyes of the Hokage avatar of Senju Hashirama, a ruthless massacre against the Uchiha clan was officially staged. Shisui, why haven't you come to the clan meeting recently? Do you still think you are a member of the Uchiha clan? You, actually. Blood splashed, Shisui indifferently pulled the ninja sword out of his brother, interrupting his last words. It's Shisui, I haven't seen you come to our store for a long time, do you want to buy some pancakes? Shisui remained silent, and blood immediately dyed the pancake shop on the street red. A moment later, at the entrance of the Uchiha clan leader's house, Uchiha Mikoto fell in a pool of blood, her eyes full of sorrow. We are your closest family. Why can't you give us a little bit of your love for the village? No. I don't. Sister Mikoto, I will never do that. Shisui kept arguing loudly in his heart, but unfortunately, no matter whether he spoke or not, the other party could no longer hear him. In the living room, Brother Fugaku sat upright in the main seat, his neck pierced by Shisui's bloody ninja sword holding on, his expression was as calm as usual. Is this your choice, Shisui? Is this the will of fire in your mind? No. This is not it. I am a member of the Uchiha. If the family and the village really cannot coexist, then... Shisui struggled in his heart, and finally gritted his teeth and said. Then I will definitely choose the family. Even if it means being an enemy of the village. For a moment, Shisui felt that he had regained control of his body, but quickly lost it again. No, it's not enough. Shisui, the hatred in your heart is not enough. A voice that seemed to come from the abyss sounded in Shisui's heart, and then he watched his body raise the ninja sword uncontrollably. No. Brother Fugaku. A moment later. Shisui was covered in blood, his eyes were lifeless and he walked out of the Uchiha mansion, holding Fugaku's head in his hand. There were many Anbu who were also covered in blood standing at the door, and it seemed that they had completed their respective tasks. Shisui thought this was the end of the nightmare, but the captain of the Anbu ordered again. Uchiha Fugaku's son came home late from school today, and is about to enter the clan land. Shisui, you will complete this last task. Soon Shisui arrived at the entrance of the clan land, and the blood on his body had disappeared without a trace. A young boy was carrying a school bag and walking briskly towards home, seemingly unaware of the suspicious bloodstains on the street. Shisui-san. After seeing Shisui, he greeted him happily and ran towards him faster. Shisui looked at the child who looked quite similar to Fugaku-san and Mikoto-san, but he couldn't remember their names. But it didn't matter anymore. Shisui just wanted to end this hellish pain as soon as possible, and subconsciously reached out for the ninja sword. Until the child pulled his sleeve and said coquettishly. Shisui brother, why are you here? Did you finally remember your promise to treat me to 3-color meatballs? Some fragments of memories suddenly emerged in Shisui's mind. Shisui, is the takoyaki delicious? It's delicious. Can it compare to your favorite 3-color meatballs, Shisui? The 3-color meatballs are more delicious. Then I'll buy you 3-color meatballs next time. But in return, Shisui, you have to help me take care of my brother or sister in the future. The festival full of laughter, the loving smile of Sister Mikoto caressing her belly, the promise she made solemnly. The fragments of memory gave Shisui some strength, allowing him to barely suppress the murderous intent in his body. It was Uchiha Itaki. He finally remembered the name that Brother Fugaku had given him before the child was born. If it was just Itaki who knew nothing, maybe the Hokage would let him off. He was willing to pay any price for this. Shisui made up his mind and felt that the ninja sword in his hand was no longer restless. However, it's useless, Shisui. The blood moon was in the sky, and 3 black megatama were slowly rotating in it, as if they were gods overlooking all living things. The consciousness of Uchiha Setsuna sneered. Gaining power through memories is just a plot in a third-rate story. How can such a thing happen in reality? What you just recalled, Shisui, is just the memory I specifically asked you to recall. Because if you rely on closing your mind to survive this illusion, you can't achieve my goal. Only when you personally experience the pain of swinging the butcher's knife at your compatriots will you completely give up Fugaku's naive ideas. So feel the pain, think about the pain, accept the pain, and understand the pain. Only in this way can you inherit the will of Madara-sama and make the Uchiha clan great again. After that, the 3 megatama in the blood moon began to rotate at high speed. At the same time, no matter how Shisui struggled and wailed, he could not stop his right hand from pulling out the bloody ninja sword and raising it high again, and then slashing it hard at Uchiha Itachi. It's over. Uchiha Setsuna said with certainty in his heart. Who would have thought that the next moment, Shisui's ninja sword turned into a 3-colored ball just as it was about to hit Itachi's head. Chapter 173 Illusion Attack and Defense. Wow, brother Shisui, your illusion is so powerful, it almost scared me just now. Is this 3-colored ball for me to eat? Uchiha Itachi saw that the ninja sword suddenly turned into a 3-colored ball, and he immediately cheered in surprise. Then he couldn't wait to reach out and take the ball and eat it in big mouthfuls. Shisui looked dazed, watching the 3-colored balls transformed from the ninja sword all enter Itachi's stomach. On a telephone pole not far away, a black cat wiped the sweat from its forehead with its front paws in a very anthropomorphic way and said. Fortunately, we made it in time. Naraku sighting technique. I didn't expect that a D-level ninjutsu that only makes people see things they fear would become so terrifying with the blessing of the Sharingan's pupil power. This is quite worthy of its name, enough to make people feel like they are falling into the abyss of hell and see the deepest fear in their hearts. But is it necessary to use such a terrifying illusion for your own juniors? Isn't that guy afraid of driving this kid crazy? What, the Uchiha clan is crazy? Okay, it's okay then. The momentary consciousness that was lodged in the blood moon had already noticed the changes in the illusion. After a while of exploration, he quickly focused his attention on the black cat. I didn't expect that there would be a mouse sneaking in. Did it sneak in along the route I invaded? It's enough to be proud of not being discovered by me in a short time. Uchiha Setsuna commented condescendingly. Then he stretched out his invisible big hand and crushed the black cat that tried to slip away. Although I don't know who you are, if you don't want to die, don't interfere in the family affairs of our Uchiha clan. In reality, on the ring, Hideki was suddenly stunned, then scratched his head with a bitter smile. It's a pity that he finally sneaked into the illusion in Shisui's place, but he didn't expect to be driven out so quickly. Is this the power of the Sharingan pupil technique? No wonder the mastermind behind the scenes is so fearless. It's a pity that he still missed this variable. The opponent's illusion level is indeed very high, and the pupil technique chakra is also well disguised and used as little as possible. So I'm afraid even the Sandame can't detect his conspiracy, probably thought Taihuo was a genius of illusion. But Hideki, who had read the script in advance, knew that even if he was younger, with Shisui's talent for illusion, it was impossible for Taihuo to suppress him to this extent. It just so happened that he was also a referee, and he could use perception ninjutsu to conduct precise detection of Shisui at close range. So no matter how good the opponent's disguise was, he would be unable to hide under Hideki's perception. However, in order to allow the martial arts meeting to proceed smoothly, Hideki originally only wanted to interfere with the opponent's illusion and let the opponent retreat. I didn't expect the opponent to be so tactless and shameless. What Uchiha's family affairs? If it's really a family matter, you should solve it in the clan, why mess it up in the martial arts meeting? This time Hideki was also irritated. It's fine if you cheated, but you're still entangled after being discovered. Don't you take my thunder hand Hideki seriously? Yes, he hadn't systematically studied illusion knowledge, and it would take more than a short time to break the illusion blessed by the Sharingan. But Hideki's brainstorming technique was also derived from the shinobi theory of the six-path sage. After practicing almost every day, he also has his own experience in the use of mental power. For example, the infiltration of the illusion just now. For example, before being driven out, he actually left some tricks in the illusion. As for whether Shisui can get out of trouble, it depends on his luck. If he still can't do it, then Hideki can only helplessly interrupt the game. In the illusion, Shisui still didn't understand what happened just now. But soon his right hand was out of control again, and he took out a kunao from the ninja tool bag, as if ready to complete the remaining tasks. Itake, run away quickly. Shisui wanted to shout like this, but unfortunately he couldn't make a sound. After eating a 3-color ball, Uchiha Itake seemed unsatisfied. He was licking his lips and staring at the kunao in his hand, as if he was still expecting him to perform another trick. But this time, it might be a black knife in, red knife out. Just then, Shisui suddenly heard a slight sound. At first, the sound was very small and difficult to detect. But soon the sound became clear, allowing Shisui to recognize the content. Come on, Shisui. Uchiha Fei, we all support you, don't let us down. Hurry up and win the game, we are still waiting to see the battle between Uchiha Fei and Sarutobi army. Do you think they will fight with yo-yos later? Wait, what's the matter with these cheers? There is also the Sarutobi army. Isn't that the role Asuma played at the beginning? Are they talking about the martial arts tournament? But wasn't that a long time ago? Many questions quickly emerged in Shisui's mind. While thinking about the answer, he also noticed some inconsistencies in his memory, and his eyes became clearer. The right hand that was originally holding a kunao and ready to stab Itake was barely suppressed by him, and fell into a stalemate. Damn, that rat actually has a backhand. Uchiha Setsuna was a little crazy because his last move was blocked twice. He explored again and soon found out the reason. It turned out that in order to bypass my blockade, he used chakra to temporarily act as an auditory nerve, so that Shisui could hear the sound outside. And he hid his own chakra in Shisui's chakra, so that I couldn't remove it, so as not to wake up Shisui. Does this guy really think that this little trick can stop me? Although he said so in his heart, Setsuna still had a slightly ominous premonition. After all, no matter how sophisticated his illusion is, it can't write Shisui's experience over the years without any flaws. Before, he just relied on inducing Shisui's thinking to make him ignore these problems. Once there is a new source of information, Shisui's thinking is not completely under his control, and he will quickly realize the loopholes in this world. In this way, even if he forcibly controls Shisui to kill Fugaku's child, he can't achieve the effect he wants, and even the previous efforts will be wasted. In order to avoid wasting all his previous efforts, he didn't care about the problems that would be exposed, and began to increase the transmission of pupil chakra. As long as he can make Shisui wake up, it's all worth it. So with the blessing of his pupil power, Shisui's eyes in reality and illusion began to become dim again. Especially in the illusion, his right hand holding the kunao began to tremble violently again, and it was obvious that he was about to lose control again. Only the cheers from everyone kept Shisui's mind clear, and he didn't let the butcher knife fall. However, Setsuna's voice began to sound in his ears, trying to drown out the cheers. Give up, Shisui. Do you really think that you can resist the illusion I cast with the cheap cheers from these spectators? Most of them didn't even shout your name, but a fictional character. To put it bluntly, they like the perfect character in the story, not you, Uchiha Shisui. After a while, this kind of emotion will dissipate, and there is no point. There is no need to insist on it. Although Shisui tried to ignore the other party's voice, these words still penetrated into his heart. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Setsuna's skills were superb. Or perhaps he really hit the doubts in Shisui's heart. Shisui is of course very happy that everyone likes the role he plays. However, he is not doing this for himself, but more for everyone to love him and share this love with the entire Uchiha clan. But even in normal times, everyone likes to confuse him with Uchiha Fei, which still makes Shisui feel helpless. Because this kind of love is like a castle on the beach, which may be washed away by small waves at any time. Is it really okay to enjoy this kind of love built on fiction? Although it seems to have nothing to do with the current predicament. But the trick of illusion duel is to target the opponent's mental flaws. Especially this Naraku-ken technique, which takes the opponent's fear as the main target. How could it miss the rare flaws in Shisui's mind? However, what Uchiha Setsuna did not expect was that the question he raised was also asked by Shisui to Hideki. So his doubts instead evoked Shisui's memories. Shisui remembered that the conversation took place in Hideki's office. After he expressed his thoughts, Teacher Hideki suddenly smiled and said something unorthodox. Even if it's fake, what's the harm? Chapter 174, The Road of Shisui. When the fake is made to appear real, the real becomes fake. The boundary between the real and the fake may not be as clear as ordinary people imagine. Teacher Hideki said with interest. Take the illusion that you are good at Shisui, for example. If a mad scientist cuts off your brain and puts it in a container that can maintain its activity, then he connects the nerve endings of your brain through illusion and perfectly simulates an illusion that is no different from reality. Then Shisui, how can you guarantee that you are not in such a predicament now, and you are not just a brain in a jar? Shisui was shocked when he heard it, and felt that this was not an example that a normal person could come up with, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Teacher, is this mad scientist you are talking about yourself? After that, he also had a good discussion. After thinking hard, he found that there was no solution to this problem, which was even more terrifying. In the end, it was Teacher Hideki who interrupted his thoughts and said, "Don't think about it. Thinking too much will only lead to the abyss of skepticism. Shisui, because you are good at illusion, you are more wary of false things and find it difficult to accept the love of fans. But I think that no matter whether it comes from truth or falsehood, there is no distinction between high and low emotions. The happiness and touching feelings from fictional stories are also precious experiences for the villagers of Konoha. Experience. So you don't need to question the authenticity of everyone's feelings. The real question is how you should respond. You can leave it alone and wait for it to fade away, or you can use it to gain benefits. But turning the fake into the real, turning this fake emotion into a real bond with everyone is also a good choice." When Teacher Hideki said this, he looked deeply touched. It seems that he has similar experience and is sharing it. But Shisui is still young after all, and his temperament is still a bit idealistic and he likes to get stuck in a rut. So even after Teacher Hideki's enlightenment, he still couldn't completely cross the hurdle in his heart. Until now, the situation has changed. Because even if Shisui already knows that the night of genocide is just an illusion, but once he recalls the scene of everyone dying under his knife, his heart is still more uncomfortable than a knife. Whether it is the sadness and despair from the false illusion, or the relief and anger from the reality, they all exist in his heart at the same time. After experiencing the pain, Shisui finally understood what the teacher meant. Yes. Even if it is fictional, what's the harm? Everyone's feelings will not fade a bit. After realizing this, the chattering words from Uchiha Setsuna gradually faded in Shisui's ears, and everyone's cheering became clearer again. Even Shisui could hear a lot of familiar voices. "Come on, Shisui, how could you lose to that guy Taihuo? I'm waiting to see how you defeat Asuma." This is the voice of Brother Obito. "Uchiha Shisui, I've been a supporting role for you for dozens of episodes. This time I finally have the opportunity to be the protagonist. You can't run away." This is the voice of classmate Asuma. "Shisui, burn your youthful energy quickly. Think about the hard training before. Your youth can't come to an end here." This is the voice of Brother Akai. "Shisui, what are you doing? You can't lose to others in illusion before I defeat you." This is the voice of Sister Hong. Not only that, Shisui also heard the voices of his classmates, colleagues in the crew, and friends in the training room trying to cheer him up. Hearing everyone calling his name, Shisui began to understand something in his heart. It turned out that the transformation that the teacher said had already happened unconsciously. If it was just Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan, everyone would probably just stay away from him. It was the false identity of Uchiha Fei that allowed everyone to temporarily abandon their beliefs about the Uchiha clan. Prejudice, and have the opportunity to contact and know the real Uchiha Shisui. Although it is still a trivial change. But Shisui firmly believes that as long as he persists, one day the village will be able to truly accept the Uchiha clan like this. Thinking of this, Shisui's right hand, which was originally holding the kunao, stopped shaking. He smiled and stretched out his left hand, gently touched the head of Uchiha Itachi in front of him, and made a promise in his heart again. He, Uchiha Shisui, will never let this child have such a future. Boom! The next moment, the entire illusion began to tremble violently, and the scene in the distance gradually fell apart, as if it could no longer be maintained. "Impossible!" Uchiha Setsuna's shocked and angry voice came directly from the blood moon, resounding throughout the illusion space. "Shisui, how could you break my illusion with just some cheering sounds? This is not a random illusion, but the future of the Uchiha clan that I have deduced through self-hypnosis and illusion for many years. There is no way you can find a flaw in it. Wake up, Shisui." If you still insist on being obsessed, this future will become a reality sooner or later. No, you are wrong. Elder Setsuna. Shisui looked calm and looked up at the blood moon hanging high in the sky. No matter what happens in the future, I will not swing the butcher knife at my relatives. More importantly, Elder Setsuna, your deduction is still missing an important variable. That is Teacher Hideki. Shisui turned his head and looked at the rock wall where the Hokage rock was located and smiled. If it were real, there should be a movie playing there at this time, and it would be a rare leisure time for everyone after a busy day. But there is nothing now. If I walk over now, I shouldn't even see the toy store. It seems even if you are Elder Setsuna, you can't deduce what new products and movies Teacher Hideki will launch in the future. Not to mention deducing what changes the teacher will bring to Konoha in the next few years. As long as you keep this idea in mind as an anchor, Elder Setsuna, your illusion will be full of mistakes and it is impossible to deceive me. Uchiha Setsuna argued. How can Kimura Hideki's cleverness change the trend I deduced? Although he said so. But he had to admit that with his old-fashioned thinking of the Warring States period, he couldn't understand Kimura Hideki's mind at all, let alone deduce his future. So he did deliberately eliminate his existence, just as if there was no such person. I didn't expect that this guy had only taught Shisui for less than a month, but he could make Shisui trust him so much, enough to be an anchor that was not deceived by illusions. If it continues like this. If it continues like this. Uchiha Setsuna's mind was still blank, and he had no idea what kind of impact the appearance of Kimura Hideki would have on Shisui and the future of the Uchiha clan. It was already difficult for him to accept new things, and after realizing this, his first reaction was to eliminate this uncontrollable variable. Only in this way could he follow his previous practices and guide Shisui and the Uchiha clan in the right direction. But before that, he must first let Shisui return to the right path. Even if he had to use tougher means and risk reducing the child's potential. The Uchiha genius who could not inherit the legacy of Madara-sama was meaningless to him. Shisui, this is my last warning. Don't struggle anymore, accept your fate, and become the next Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Setsuna's voice roared like thunder. It became increasingly dark around Shisui, and the wind was raging. Then the blood moon in the sky began to approach the ground, looking more and more like a huge Sharingan looking down at him. Shisui, do you dare to defy me who has the Sharingan? The increasingly powerful pressure of the pupil power and the natural fear of giants made Shisui's body tremble constantly. But the constant cheering in his ears made him no longer confused, and Ataki in his arms gave him endless courage. Finally, Shisui overcame his fear, stiffened his neck and looked up at the blood moon transformed by Uchiha Setsuna. His eyes turned red under the reflection of the blood moon, and then a Megatama quietly emerged from each of them. Chapter 175 Green Holy Light. Uchiha Madara. Shisui was unaware of the changes in himself and was still trying to persuade Elder Setsuna. I remember that he was a figure from the Warring States period. Elder Setsuna, times have changed. The village has been established for so many years, and technology is advancing with each passing day. Why do you think that the second Uchiha Madara can achieve the goal that Uchiha Madara couldn't achieve back then? Shut up. You are a brat who is still wet behind the ears, and you don't know the greatness of Madara-sama. Setsuna's voice was a little exasperated, and the pressure of the blood moon became stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the obstruction of Senju Hashirama, who had power but no ambition, Madara-sama would have unified the ninja world long ago, and there wouldn't be so many troubles now. Fortunately, the Senju clan has retired now. With your talent, Shisui, as long as you grow up, there will be no opponent at all. Setsuna then said in a bewitching tone. As long as I pass on Madara-sama's wisdom to you, you will definitely become the savior of the Uchiha clan and even the entire ninja world in the future. No, you are wrong. There has never been a savior in the world. Shisui tried to refute. I finally understand now that the fate of the Uchiha clan should not be pinned on one person. I am not the savior of the Uchiha clan, nor the next Uchiha Madara. I am Uchiha Kagami's grandson, Uchiha Shisui. I swear in the name of my grandfather that I will work hard with brother Fugaku, sister Mikoto, Obito, Itaki, and everyone else. We will definitely open up a new era for the Uchiha clan. Elder Setsuna, it's not too late, please lend us your strength. However, this time Uchiha Setsuna did not respond again. Shisui's firm and sincere words made him waver for a moment. But Setsuna quickly suppressed it. He was a remnant of the old era, and he no longer had the time and energy to find a path for the new era. He could only follow the experience he had accumulated over the years and go all the way. If someone could really open up a new path for the Uchiha clan, then first use strength to completely deny the path he chose. I understand. Shisui didn't get a response from Setsuna, but he already understood what the other party meant. The anger in his heart gradually dissipated, and he felt a little sad. Although the approach is questionable, Elder Setsuna's original intention was also for the good of the Uchiha clan. He was an old man who should have enjoyed his old age, and after realizing the crisis of the family, he took remedial measures at all costs. So Shisui also decided to give his own answer with strength. Then please teach me more, Elder Setsuna. Indeed, I am no match for you now. But this is an illusion created in my mind after all, and it is essentially my territory. Besides, your illusion has been cracked by me. If I just want to drive your consciousness out of my mind, I should still be able to do it. After that, Shisui made seals with both hands and focused his attention on the cheers of the audience. Please lend me your strength. Magical green holy light. Boom. The next moment, a green giant suddenly rose from the ground, raised his hands and pressed on the blood moon, pushing it upward with all his strength. This is Shisui using the audience's name for himself, and using self-hypnosis to substitute for Uchiha Fei's role, so as to perform moves that only exist in movies in the illusion. Uchiha Itachi, who was hiding on the side, saw this and his eyes lit up. He cheered for Shisui loudly. Come on, brother Shisui. It's just a piece of stone. Push it back with the giant. Wait, this power is... Uchiha Setsuna didn't expect that the blood moon, which symbolized his consciousness, was actually gradually pushed out of Shisui's mind. He began to investigate carefully and finally found the changes in Shisui. Sharingan. I was right. Shisui, you are indeed a genius who can rival Madara-sama. But you are still too naive. The gap in the level of Sharingan cannot be made up so easily. How can you fight against my 3 Magatama Sharingan with your newly awakened single Magatama Sharingan? Boom. The already huge blood moon suddenly became a little bigger. The geometrically expanded weight directly pressed the green giant to kneel on one knee, and the light dimmed. Shisui gritted his teeth and held on, but this was his last resort, and there was nothing else he could do. The scenery in the distance, including the Hokage Rock, had already fallen apart and turned into nothingness. The only thing left in the entire illusion was the Uchiha clan, which was the most stable, and was barely holding on, but it couldn't last long. Obviously, the illusion could no longer withstand the powerful eye power of the two people and was about to be automatically lifted. But Uchiha Setsuna, as the caster, didn't care about it. Before, he projected the illusion he had deduced for many years into Shisui's mind in order to quietly change Shisui's mind. Now that he has decided to use his eye power to crush Shisui directly, he certainly doesn't care whether the illusion is lifted or not. He has even given up control of the illusion and put all his energy into suppressing Shisui's eye power. Crack, crack, crack. The green giant has been pressed down by the blood moon and made a sound of being overwhelmed. His body is covered with spider web-like cracks and is about to disappear. However, at this moment, a change that neither of them expected occurred. I saw rays of light rising from all over the Uchiha clan's territory, and then flew towards Shisui's location. They merged into the green giant like moths to a flame, not only repairing its damage, but also making it bigger and bigger. Even the appearance of the green giant gradually changed, turning into a Tengu warrior with wings on his back. And his sword also turned into a spiral sword at the same time. This is impossible. For the first time, Uchiha Setsuna's voice became panicked and full of disbelief. Shisui, there is no way you have seen Madara-sama's move. Even in the illusion, you can't summon it out. Could it be, you are actually the reincarnation of Madara-sama? Elder Setsuna, don't you understand now? Shisui looked up at the familiar faces in the light, his red eyes full of sadness. Elder Setsuna, it seems that you have indeed spent a lot of effort on the deduction of this illusion. So everyone in the illusion has similar ideas to the real body, and decided to lend me the last power. They are essentially made up of your pupil power, of course they know the moves you mentioned. How is this possible? Seeing the green giant becoming more and more powerful, directly pushing the blood moon out with one hand, Uchiha Setsuna fell into impotent rage. They are just fictional puppets I used to deduce, how could they betray me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if it's fake, what's the harm? Shisui saw the glowing figures of brother Fugaku and sister Mikoto nodding and smiling at him in the air and whispered, perhaps deep in your heart, Elder Setsuna, you also long for someone to completely deny you. Anyway, you lost this time. And you didn't lose to me, but to the Uchiha clan in your mind. After watching the last two glowing figures throw themselves into the green giant, Shisui knew it was time to end everything. So the green giant began to raise the spiral sword and gently waved it towards the blood-red full moon. Cut. Scarlet eyes. Crack. There was no earth-shattering sound, the blood moon was just cut in half and dissipated into the void. Then the surrounding scene began to turn into pure white. Only Uchiha Itachi in Elder Setsuna's imagination was smiling and waving goodbye to Shisui. Goodbye, brother Shisui. When you see me in real life in the future, remember to treat him to more tricolor meatballs. Without waiting for Shisui's response, he took out a three-color ball from somewhere, ate it, and ran towards a group of glowing figures in the distance, and finally disappeared. Chapter 176 Stagnant Time. In reality, on the ring. Just now, Shisui, who was still half kneeling on the ground, suddenly erupted with a strong chakra fluctuation. Is it too reluctant? Hideki frowned slightly when he saw this, knowing that he couldn't wait any longer, and began to walk over to forcefully break the illusion. But before Hideki took a few steps, an unexpected reversal happened. I saw that Taihuo, who was originally confident of winning, suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground as if he had received some mental shock. On the contrary, Shisui, who was not far away, was struggling to stand up, and his tightly closed eyes opened, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. Great, Shisui won. Uchiha Fei, you really didn't let us down. Wait, look at his eyes. Hiss. The cheers that had already sounded in the venue suddenly became sparse. After seeing Shisui's blood-red eyes clearly, the audience couldn't help but gasp. It's the Sharingan. As a resident of Konoha, no one doesn't know what this pair of red eyes means. Are all the geniuses of the Uchiha clan monsters? How old is Shisui? He has awakened the Sharingan? Ironically, Shisui's friendly image, which he had established because of filming movies, collapsed instantly. The power, arrogance and madness represented by the Sharingan have become more deeply rooted in people's hearts, making him unattainable in everyone's hearts. It seems that everything has returned to the state at the beginning. Shisui, who had come to his senses, also quickly noticed this phenomenon and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that he still has a long way to go to realize his dream. Hideki had just checked the situation of Taihuo and found that he was just unconscious due to the backlash of the illusion, and there was nothing serious. Then he went over and patted Shisui on the shoulder to comfort and praise him. No one knew better than him how difficult Shisui's opponent this time was. Shisui also looked up at him with gratitude. Because it was not difficult guess that it was teacher Hideki who had been helping him maintain his hearing. If it weren't for the teacher, he would have let Elder Setsuna succeed long ago. But what Shisui was most grateful for was that the teacher did not interrupt the game and quietly helped him solve the problem. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan's already bad reputation would probably plummet. It's a pity that such things can't be said in words, so the two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Then Hideki announced loudly. The winner is decided. The winner is Uchiha Shisui. Pa 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 pa. The audience also came back to their senses from the complicated mood at this time. No matter what, to force a genius like Shisui to awaken the Sharingan, he must have experienced a fierce battle just now, which was enough to win their applause. Although they only saw the two standing on the ring motionless. The final will be held in half an hour, please relax freely. After Hideki finished speaking, he was like he carried Taihuo like a sack and walked towards the contestant area with Shisui. Hisashi, did you notice it just now? In the audience, Hyuga Hayashi asked calmly. Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly with a serious face. I'm not sure in the middle, but the chakra fluctuation at the end is too obvious. Do you need me to report to the Hokage? Although it was not said explicitly, it was obvious that the two people with the Byakugan had already discovered the trick in the game just now. It was not Taihuo who had an illusion duel with Uchiha Shisui, but someone else. Hayashi shook his head slowly with a complicated expression and said. After all, it's just a small competition. I think there should be some people present who noticed the problem. Since no one mentioned it, there is no need for us to be the first to do it. It's just that he opened his eyes at the age of 6. God really favors the Uchiha clan. I don't know when our Hyuga clan will welcome such a genius. In response to Hayashi's sigh, Hayashi just remained silent. Hayashi quickly calmed down and turned to congratulate Fugaku, only to find that he had disappeared. In the grove not far from the playground, Uchiha Setsuna was holding his forehead and staggering among them. Similar to Taiho, he also had a splitting headache because of the backlash of the illusion. But he did not hate Shisui for this, but became more determined in his thoughts. Just awakened the Sharingan, and can borrow my pupil power to defeat me. In terms of talent in illusion, Shisui may be even higher than Madara-sama. Sure enough, I did nothing wrong. Guiding Shisui to become the next Uchiha Madara is the only way to save the Uchiha clan. But the biggest problem now is how to deal with Fugaku's accountability later. Thinking of this, Setsuna sighed. I did go a little too far just now, and some guys should have noticed my existence. The reputation of the Uchiha clan may be damaged, but this is also a necessary price. Just like what you did to Taiho, Elder Setsuna. Suddenly, a voice with hidden anger sounded in the woods. Then Fugaku walked out from behind a big tree with a gloomy face. Tetsuka hasn't opened his eyes yet, and you've sealed so much pupil power in his eyes. Aren't you afraid that you will kill this child's potential? Uchiha Setsuna's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt, but soon he said indifferently. Potential? Although the child has good talents, his upper limit is only a jonin. Even if the potential is slightly reduced, the result will not change. If I can get Shisui on the right path, I think Tetsuka will understand my painstaking efforts even if he knows about it in the future. Fugaku originally had a lot of things to say, but after hearing the other party's shameless remarks, he suddenly lost interest. Because he has realized that no matter how much he says, it's just talking to a cow. The time of Elder Setsuna has stopped. It stopped at the moment before the village was built, when the Uchiha clan was at its peak. The other party who only wants to go back to that time will never listen to any persuasion. For now, he can only guard against him and restrict his actions as much as possible. So Fugaku sighed and said, Elder Setsuna, please go back. I will discuss this matter with other elders before punishing you. But I will accept the defeat. Since your carefully planned conspiracy has not succeeded, please do not interfere in Shisui's affairs in the future. Otherwise, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I will never forgive you. Uchiha Setsuna said faintly. Fugaku, have you forgotten what our agreement is? Although Taiho lost, don't forget that Shisui still has one last game. Hearing this, Fugaku's usually calm face suddenly became particularly ugly, his eyes were red, and he stared at the other party. Uchiha Setsuna didn't care at all, just laughed at himself and said. Haha, I didn't expect that I would pin my hopes on Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. Although Shisui has awakened the Sharingan, he has consumed a lot of chakra to crack my eye technique just now. It's not that easy to win the next final. At this point, Uchiha Setsuna's eyes also turned blood red, emitting a strong eye pressure. Clan leader Fugaku, you can punish me with the clan law as you like. But if Shisui fails to win the championship, I will risk my life to make you fulfill your promise and hand over the child to me for discipline. Chapter 177 10 Seconds of Agreement. The martial arts venue was as noisy as a vegetable market at this time. The audience was talking and seriously analyzing the outcome of the final. It seems that Shisui's victory is already a foregone conclusion. He has the Sharingan and is not on the same level as the ninja school students. No way, you don't think Asuma is an ordinary ninja school student? Have you heard? Shisui actually learned the breathing method, so he can make up for the age gap with the senior students. Hey? Doesn't Asuma's wind escape just restrain the breathing method? Asuma might be the winner. But Asuma just injured his left shoulder, and not much chakra. Shisui is the same? Look at him, he has very little chakra left. Asuma will win. Shisui is the final winner. The audience kept arguing, and no one could convince anyone. The name and effect of the breathing method became more and more well known. Hideki was of course happy to see this happen, only the third user of the breathing method was a little dissatisfied. Damn, everyone is talking about Asuma and Shisui. No one remembers my wonderful performance just now. Obito was complaining to Nohara-rin with envy and jealousy. Especially Shisui, who actually awakened the Sharingan under the attention of everyone. Why can't I get such a good thing? Lin didn't say much, just listened to Obito's endless complaints with a smile on her face. On the other hand, Kurenei had a complicated expression. Sharingan. Yesterday, she lost to Shisui, and finally got herself together and prepared to work hard, at least not to lose to Shisui in the field of illusion. I didn't expect that God would play such a big joke on her today. First, Shisui, who had easily crushed her before, was at a disadvantage in the illusion duel with Taihuo, making her look a little ridiculous after losing to Shisui. Then Shisui actually relied on with the Sharingan that amplifies the power of illusion, she successfully turned the tables and her strength improved by leaps and bounds. This time, she really couldn't even see Shisui's back. This made Yui Kurane ask herself. If she still studies illusion step by step as before, will she really catch up with Shisui one day? Should she give up this unrealistic idea and change to a more suitable goal? Soon half an hour passed, and Hideki returned to the ring and announced. Then the finals will begin soon, both players, please go to the ring. So, amid the enthusiastic cheers and applause from the audience, Asuma and Shisui gently jumped onto the ring. Asuma turned his still not very flexible left shoulder and looked at Shisui vigilantly at the same time, and it seemed that he had entered the fighting state. However, what he was thinking at this time was, damn, Shisui was so ruthless yesterday and easily defeated Kurane with illusion. I thought they were definitely doomed. I didn't expect Hong to cheer for Shisui so hard just now. Even I didn't get treated like that. Sure enough, we still can't take this kid lightly. We must follow the original plan and defeat him to let Hong know how powerful I am. Asuma estimated that he had about 1/3 of his chakra left, and said to Shisui. I don't have much chakra left, and I don't have the energy to test, so I will use all my strength at the beginning. Don't lose to me because of carelessness. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for me to win. Actually, I have the same plan. Shisui said with a slightly serious expression. He consumed too much chakra in the illusion duel with Elder Setsuna, and his body was extremely tired after awakening the Sharingan. So the previous plan to fight a protracted war could no longer be implemented. It is necessary to fight quickly and defeat Asuma before the effect of the breathing method is affected. Does it have to rely on the newly mastered eye technique to decide the outcome? No, the remaining chakra is probably only enough to perform the eye technique once, and Asuma must be prepared. Once it fails, there will be no way out, the risk is too great. It seems that only that move can be used. Shisui turned his head to look at Hideki and said. Teacher, I want to use the unfinished move, and I hope to get your permission. Hideki was slightly stunned when he heard it, and then frowned and said. Is it necessary? This is just a small competition within the school. There is no need to use such a dangerous move. It doesn't matter. I have the confidence to control this technique now. Shisui said with a firm face. More importantly, I have a reason why I absolutely cannot lose. In fact, Brother Fugaku had just found him and told him about Elder Setsuna. Although he promised Shisui that even if he lost, he would not let Setsuna succeed. But Shisui was already aware of Elder Setsuna's madness, and knew that only by winning this game could the Uchiha clan avoid internal friction. Hideki saw Shisui's serious face, and thought about the last battle, knowing that there must be something hidden, so he pondered. 10 seconds. Even if you can control this technique, it still puts a great burden on your body. In order to avoid damaging your foundation, I can only agree to let you activate this technique for 10 seconds. If you don't stop when the time is up, I will directly end the game and declare you the loser. Can you accept this, Shisui? Shisui lowered his head and thought for a few seconds, then nodded. I accept it. Wait, Teacher Hideki. Asuma on the side couldn't help but interrupt. You underestimate me too much. How could I be defeated by Shisui in 10 seconds? Hideki shrugged and said. The battle between real ninjas is often over in a flash. 10 seconds is already considered a practice match, and it is impossible to use a move that can kill with one blow. Then Hideki used the pause system to make a friendly speech to the audience. Tips. It seems that the two players decided to use their ultimate moves to decide the winner from the beginning because they don't have much chakra. Everyone, don't be distracted. The winner may be decided in more than 10 seconds. The audience was excited when they heard this. They opened their eyes wide and leaned forward, making full preparations not to miss any details. So after the two of them made the opposing seal, Hideki also announced loudly. The first Ninja School First Martial Arts Tournament Finals. Sarutobi Asuma vs Uchiha Shisui, the battle, begins. As soon as the game started, Asuma jumped back and quickly made seals with both hands. If you look closely, you will find that this kid closed his eyes directly to avoid being hit by Shisui's pupil technique. Wind style great breakthrough, storm breathing technique. As Asuma landed, he also completed the seal, puffed up his cheeks and spit hard. Hey! A gust of wind suddenly rose above the ring. Probably because he didn't need to blow out the flames, this time Asuma performed the storm breathing technique much faster than before. Soon the strong wind swirled around him, pumping the surrounding air into his body like a fan, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that within a few seconds, his storm breathing technique would be fully formed. Next, as long as he got close to Shisui, he could reduce the efficiency of his breathing technique through the wind speed and easily crush the opponent. On the other hand, Shisui seemed to just stand there, staring blankly at Asuma's performance. Storm breathing technique. Sure enough, wind escape and breathing techniques have a good compatibility. Just a simple combination can produce such a good effect. Shisui's eyes flashed with envy. The nature of his best fire escape is too fierce. It may not be so easy to combine it with breathing techniques completely. It still needs to be developed by teacher Hideki. Fortunately, the second nature change he has been developing recently has a good compatibility with breathing techniques. If you get closer to Shisui at this time, you can hear his heart beating. At the same time, there was a faint gurgling sound of liquid flowing rapidly. Following that, Shisui's skin gradually bloomed like a rose, with dots of bright red. They spread rapidly, making his body red, contrasting with his equally blood-red eyes. Shisui then took a fighting stance and whispered softly. Although it is an unfinished dangerous ninjutsu. But in order to be able to embark on the path I chose. In order to prevent the tragic future deduced by Elder Setsuna from becoming a reality. I must use the power of this move, to enter the second stage of the 5 elements breathing method. Flowing water breathing method. Squeak! Shisui's figure flashed, and he suddenly disappeared on the ring. At the same time, Hideki began to count down in his heart. 10. Chapter 178, Shisui's Instant Body. Asuma was a little confused at this time. As a family man, he knew that as long as there was enough chakra in his body, the enemy's illusion would be difficult to take effect. Even if it was the Uchiha clan's eye technique, it would not be so easy to be hit as long as you did not keep looking at it. So he waited until the storm breathing method was formed and his body was filled with surging chakra before he began to open his eyes. As a result, he found that Shisui had disappeared. Could it be that he had been hit by an illusion without knowing it? Fortunately, this doubt only lasted for a moment. Because in the next moment, Asuma keenly felt a breath approaching from behind, disrupting the wind channel he constructed. Bang! It was a pity that he still had no time to respond, and was hit on the side of his waist by a swift and sharp kick, flying out at high speed like a ball. Judging from the speed, he would undoubtedly fly directly out of the ring. Could it be that this highly anticipated final ended like this? The audience around couldn't help but open their eyes wider again. Although they were mentally prepared, they still didn't expect the game to progress so quickly and end so suddenly. Because even if they were watching from the sidelines, most of them couldn't see clearly what just happened. Only ninjas with higher levels could catch Shisui's amazingly fast figure. They could see how he dragged 2 scarlet streams of light, circled behind Asuma at an amazing speed, and then kicked him out with a spinning kick. But they were also shocked. Because this speed is quite rare even among Chunin. Now it appears on a ninja school student, how can they not be surprised? How did Shisui do it? 8. Hideki muttered in his heart, looking at Shisui's quick and flexible skills, he felt a little relieved. It seems that this child is not showing off, and he really has the ability to control this technique. Flowing water breathing. Similar to storm breathing, this is the product of his combination of breathing and water escape chakra. The principle is to speed up the blood flow through water chakra, so as to transport more chakra to every corner of the human body along with oxygen. This will further improve the activation of cells. Let the physical fitness get explosive improvement in a short time. Of course, doing so will also put a great burden on the body. It is necessary to first go through ordinary breathing methods and special training in low-pressure chambers to make the respiratory system and blood vessels stronger before they can withstand it. Even the current Shisui cannot master it perfectly. For example, because he failed to control the blood flow rate too fast, the capillaries were damaged and bleeding, and his body is now red. Fortunately, if it is only used for a short time, it is harmless to the ninja's tough and durable physique. What Hideki is really worried about is the rapid improvement of physical fitness after activating the water breathing method. The effect of force is mutual. If you can't control the greatly increased speed and strength, it is easy to hurt yourself. Fortunately, this should not be a problem now. Just like Kakashi in the original work can perfectly use the fast Chidori after obtaining the Sharingan, Shisui, who is also a genius, is of course no problem. It seems that Shisui is a Uchiha child after all, and he can't avoid the bad habit of wanting to waste time when he has an advantage. Even though he had such a good opportunity, he only kicked Asuma. You should know that Asuma also mastered the same level of storm breathing, but he was not defeated so easily. As expected by Hideki, when Asuma flew out of the ring and was about to fall to the ground, something strange happened. He adjusted his body shape in the air, puffed up his cheeks and spitted diagonally downward. Hey! Instantly, a fierce airflow hit the ground, and dust flew up for a while. The audience not far away was even more ashamed, and they wanted to greet Asuma's parents very much, but after thinking about it, they gave up. And Asuma also took advantage of the reaction force and flew back to the ring like a deflated balloon. And from the looks of him, it seems that he didn't suffer much damage from Shisui's attack just now. This is because the airflow surrounding Asuma's body is not as simple as a fan. Since he has been controlling these air currents through wind chakra, it has a certain perception effect similar to Hideki's spider induction technique. And at critical moments, he can also compress the air to form a high-density air cushion to buffer the enemy's strength. These are all abilities that Hideki tailored for Asuma based on the fighting style of wandering between the enemy's blades in the original work. Just now, Asuma noticed Shisui's sneak attack from behind and reduced his own damage through the air cushion. The reason why he flew so far was actually to deliberately delay time. Being able to make such a wise judgment in a flash of lightning, Asuma's strong combat awareness can be seen. And Shisui also wasted 4 seconds because of his naivety. 6. As Hideki silently recited in his heart, Shisui also realized his mistake and began to dodge towards Asuma. But how could Asuma let him do it so easily? He had already completed the seal when he landed, and then puffed up his cheeks and sprayed hard. Wind style, super breakthrough. With the cyclone created by the wind style breathing technique, the airflow Asuma exhaled instantly turned into a hurricane, sweeping towards Shisui. Even Shisui at present could not approach Asuma in a short time with such wind force. Fortunately, in order to concentrate his strength, the range of this hurricane was not large, so Shisui decided to make a detour. He shook his body, and a dozen figures exactly like him appeared around him, running towards Asuma in different paths. Shadow clone? No, Shisui did not have so much chakra now. Asuma's eyes condensed, but he quickly ruled out this possibility. I didn't expect that just the most basic clone technique could be so lifelike in Shisui's hands. With the mysterious speed of the instant body and the confusing means of repeated interweaving and switching, it is difficult for ordinary people to find the original body at all, and even feel that each one is the original body. Asuma also had difficulty distinguishing Shisui's true body, so he could only twist his neck and use the hurricane he spewed out to sweep across the entire ring, preparing to wipe out Shisui's clones and true body in one fell swoop. 4. 3. 2. As Hideki counted silently, all of Shisui's clones were defeated one by Asuma. But Shisui's true body also took the opportunity to approach Asuma in a roundabout way. Just to avoid the hurricane, he had come to the edge of the ring, with nowhere to escape, and he would be hit by the hurricane in the next second. Who knew that at this moment, Shisui actually jumped high, as if he was going to avoid the hurricane from the air and approach Asuma at the same time. But this was obviously not a very wise decision. He could not change direction in the air, so he would only become Asuma's target. Sure enough, Asuma's face suddenly lit up, and then he raised his head to control the hurricane to attack Shisui in the air. The dragon raises its head. I won! Asuma declared victory in his heart. However, at this moment, he saw that Shisui's right hand, which had been hidden behind his back, seemed to be surrounded by a warm aqua-blue light. Is this a chakra sword? Or water escape? Asuma thought subconsciously in his heart, but the next moment he realized that both answers might be correct. 1. Accompanying Hideki's final countdown, Shisui's water escape chakra quickly took shape, and his entire hand was wrapped with a sharp blade transformed from a vortex of water. Immediately afterwards, he twisted his body in the air and stabbed the sharp blade of water flow into the oncoming hurricane with a spiraling momentum. Water escape chakra. Escape. Tamura Same. Chapter 179 Champion. Swish. The next moment, the vortex of water flow collided with the violent hurricane, and a huge sound broke out. The blast mixed with a large number of water droplets swept around, and the whole venue seemed to be in a storm. Fortunately, most of them were composed of chakra, so they came quickly and went quickly, and soon dissipated into the void. The wind stopped and the rain cleared, and the audience was able to see the situation on the ring clearly, and then they couldn't help but gasp. I saw Shisui and Asuma standing opposite each other, as if they had returned to the way they were before the game. But on the blue stone floor next to Asuma, who looked dazed, there was an unfathomable knife mark. Hiss! No one dared to imagine what it would be like if Asuma was hit by this move. Fortunately, Asuma luckily dodged it. Then the audience stared at the stage, wanting to see how this duel would end. Field. However, at this moment, Shisui's figure suddenly shook, and he couldn't stand firm and half knelt on the ground. Could it be that he was hit by Asuma's wind escape? Many viewers were worried. But Hideki on the side just shook his head helplessly. Because he knew that Shisui just overused chakra. Water breathing, Sharingan, plus the chakra sword that initially gave the water escape nature change. This child originally had little chakra left, of course he couldn't afford such a waste. No matter what, he couldn't continue this game. The battle was over. Shisui himself also quickly realized this fact and showed a bitter smile. He thought that after this move, he should still have some spare energy to win. I didn't expect Asuma's wind escape to be so powerful, which made him consume more chakra than expected. It was good that he didn't lie on the ground now. Although he was very unwilling, Shisui still stood up with difficulty and said with a bitter smile. I lost. But before the audience could react, Asuma, who had come to his senses, suddenly shouted. No, I lost. He looked at Shisui with a complicated look and gritted his teeth. I saw you deliberately missed at the last moment, otherwise you would have won now. I, Asuma Sarutobi, want a fair victory, not a championship that is given by others. The audience was stunned. Both finalists said they lost. What should they do now? If there is no champion, this martial arts competition will become a joke. Hideki patted Asuma on the shoulder and smiled with relief. What he wanted to wear away was Asuma's pride, not his pride. It seems that after a semester of training, this kid finally knows where to use his pride. Then Hideki scratched his head again, feeling a little headache about what to do. Determine the winner. If it was a real fight, Asuma would have lost. But Shisui admitted defeat first, and he showed mercy on his own, wasting the chance to win. In fact, it was not anyone else's fault. Feeling that the audience's attention was focused on him, Hideki knew that no matter how he judged, some people would probably be dissatisfied. So he had to use the last resort and said in a sensational tone. Although there was a little problem, to be honest, as a teacher who has instructed these two students, I am actually very relieved now. Because one of them had a reason to win, but still took the other's safety into consideration and did not kill him. One of them could have accepted the victory of this game with a smile, but in order to have a clear conscience, he still generously admitted his defeat. Perhaps as ninjas, their actions are still a little too stupid and naive. But in this martial arts meeting where people make friends through martial arts and test the results of a semester's training through sparring with classmates, it is a very commendable behavior. No matter the outcome of this battle, they are all winners. Because they have already defeated their biggest opponent at the moment when they did not resort to any means to win. That was my former self. Face yourself, understand yourself, and defeat yourself. In fact, this is the real reason why the ninja school will hold this martial arts meeting. If you ask yourself, if you have achieved one or two of these points in this martial arts competition, that would be a more valuable gain than points. Hideki's cheap chicken soup made the audience suddenly realize that this martial arts competition actually has such a profound meaning. And many students fell into deep thought. Indeed, in the usual school sparring, everyone basically does not use their full strength, and the students of the great ninja clan do not even use secret ninjutsu, so it is really difficult to accurately judge their own level. This time, the martial arts competition uses a large number of points as bait, so that everyone can't help but use all their tricks to compete for the ranking, and finally there is a ranking list with full credibility. You can see your level at a glance by looking at the ranking. Students who realize that they are not as good as they imagined, students who realize their shortcomings, students who have been reborn in the martial arts competition. Everyone really feels that even if there are no points, this martial arts competition is worthwhile. Of course, it is a great honor to have points. Better. Many viewers also agreed with Hideki's statement and began to say loudly. You two fought well and are the pride of the ninja school. I think we should just win the double championship. Why don't we fight again tomorrow? I haven't seen enough. Ahem. Hideki cleared his throat to suppress everyone's unreliable opinions, and announced as a referee. As for the victory or defeat, don't worry, because there are related plans in the rules of this martial arts competition. Once it is difficult to determine the victory or defeat, the principal of the ninja school, Hokage, will make the decision in person. The Sandame, who was stroking his beard and smiling for Asuma and the children's progress, almost pulled out his beard when he heard this. Hideki, are you plotting against me? We agreed to come here just to watch the competition and awards. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, the Sandame could only put away his expression, pondered for a moment, and stood up and said. Both sides of the final performed very well, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of character. This is what a new generation of Konoha ninja should look like. But if we really have to decide a champion for this martial arts tournament, then there is indeed one person who performed more outstandingly. Then I declare that the final winner of this martial arts tournament is Uchiha Shisui. Pa 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 pa. Warm applause suddenly broke out in the venue. Anyway, these two children are so good, no matter who is the champion, they can accept it. Fugaku, who had been worried all the time, finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a family crisis had been avoided. In the dark of the audience, Uchiha Setsuna snorted coldly and disappeared into the darkness. On the ring, Hideki first looked at Asuma and teased him intentionally. Asuma, do you think that Hokage didn't let you be the champion in order to avoid suspicion? Asuma was a little speechless about the teacher's instigation, and shook his head gently. No, I have actually figured it out just now. Compared with Shisui who used up all his chakra to pursue victory, I, who wanted to delay time from the beginning, have actually lost. Hideki raised his eyebrows and smiled. Very good, it seems that Asuma you have really made great progress. Delaying time does seem to be the best tactic, but it doesn't suit your style, Asuma. That's why you can't execute it well, resulting in failure. Perhaps going all out to fight Shisui in close combat will give you a better chance of winning. Asuma nodded in agreement, and also regretted his momentary confusion. Then Hideki looked at Shisui who seemed relieved, shook his head and smiled. And you, Shisui? Although you won the championship, you are not without problems. The biggest problem is that you like to show mercy too much. Maybe you are too confident in your own strength and think you can control the situation, so you always leave a way out. This is not a good habit. If you don't correct it, Shisui, you will regret it. Seeing that teacher Hideki was so serious, Shisui nodded seriously to show that he knew. As for whether he can change this bad habit, it is unknown. Chapter 180 The martial arts competition is over. After the game, of course, it was time for a simple and grand award ceremony. Except for Taihuo who was still unconscious, the top 8 players came to the ring to receive the praise and awards from the Hokage. 150 points for the top 8, 200 points for the top 4, 300 points for the runner-up, and 500 points for the champion. While praising everyone, the Sandame handed over certificates that could be exchanged for points. Soon it was Obito's turn, and he was looking proud, as if he was the first. Seeing this, the Sandame also said happily. Obito, you really impressed me this time. You must have worked hard to master the breathing method to this level in a short time. Hard work is not a word that can be used to describe the inhuman torture he suffered. Obito really wanted to complain like this. But teacher Hideki was watching with a smile not far away, so he didn't dare to complain, so he just acted like himself, and said complacently. No, no. I'm a genius, as long as I'm a little serious, nothing can stump me. The Sandame was stunned at first, then laughed and said. Very good, young people should have this kind of enthusiasm to take on responsibilities. In that case, the final exam will be in a few days, I will look forward to the performance of your genius Obito. Obito's smile froze immediately, even if he received the certificate worth 200 points, he didn't feel good anymore. Then it was Asuma, the runner-up. The father and son first stared at each other awkwardly, and it was obvious that they were a little awkward when getting along with each other. Fortunately, the Sandame recalled Hideki's reminder and knew that he should not be stingy with praise for Asuma because he was afraid of Asuma's pride. So he relaxed a little and nodded with satisfaction. Asuma, you performed very well, you are worthy of being my son. Asma was originally prepared to endure his father's nagging, but he didn't expect he would never hear this. Caught off guard, he felt his nose a little sour. But the gazes from all around made him hold back, and then pretended to be indifferent. Dad, your requirements are too low. You'd better wait until I win the championship next time before saying this. The champion this time is Shisui, don't keep him waiting for too long. After saying that, he directly took the certificate, then jumped off the ring to talk to Yui Kurane. Because of his previous behavior of daring to admit defeat, Kurane also looked at him with a new look and gave him a little better face. But this has made Asuma feel like he has found a treasure, his expression is full of joy, and he probably has already decided what the child's future name will be. This made the Sandame who was still secretly observing him speechless, feeling that this difference in treatment was too obvious. But now he could only shake his head and smile, and then came to Shisui. Hokage-sama. Shisui said respectfully. The Sandame looked at the child with nostalgic eyes. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he does not have the arrogance and paranoia of the Uchiha clan. Even after awakening the Sharingan, his humble and upright character has not changed at all. Jing, your grandson is really like you. If you had not died accidentally, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan would not be so strained now. The Sandame shook his head gently, temporarily suppressing the thoughts in his mind, and said to Shisui with a kind face. Speaking of which, this is the first time we have spoken. But I have heard that Jing's grandson is a genius who is not inferior to him. Now it seems that his reputation is well deserved. The 500 points of the champion this time are not small. How do you plan to use them, Shisui? Hearing this, Shisui subconsciously looked at brother Fugaku in the audience. Fugaku was delighted when he saw this, knowing that this was a good opportunity for Shisui to build a good relationship with the Hokage. So he nodded slightly, signaling Shisui to say that when he collected enough points at the end of the term, he wanted to exchange for the reward of Hokage's personal guidance. This way, Hokage would be proud, and it would be difficult for him to refuse and perfunctorily guide Shisui. However, after hesitating for a moment, Shisui said, there are still many imperfections in my water-breathing method. So I plan to use these points to ask teacher Hideki to continue to guide my practice during the holidays. Fugaku was a little stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Shisui with a serious expression. Did this kid not understand his signal, or did he do it on purpose? Could it be that Elder Setsuna succeeded and changed Shisui's mind through the illusion? In fact, Fugaku's guess was not wrong. Although Shisui knew that it was an illusion, he still couldn't let go of the scene where Hokage coldly issued the order to exterminate the clan. Indeed, the personalities of many characters in the illusion are vivid, and even if they are mixed with Elder Setsuna's prejudice, they still have a certain reference value. So he thought he had to observe. Which one of the kind-looking Hokage and the cold-blooded Hokage was the other's true face? The Sandame didn't know that his reputation was damaged, nor did he know that his casual question had caused so much speculation between the two. After encouraging Shisui a few more words, he handed the prize of the martial arts championship to Shisui. Due to Hideki's bad taste, the prize was actually a championship gold belt with an exaggerated appearance. And when Shisui reluctantly put on the obviously too large belt, it began to emit the light of rich gold. Shisui was a little amused, while Hideki was very hard to hold back, and he resisted rolling on the ground holding his stomach. On the contrary, the audience who had never seen the world were amazed, and they applauded and cheered. And the students represented by Obito were even more greedy and drooling. They all beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting why they didn't work harder before. Otherwise, this golden belt that is so cool that no one has friends and you don't need to turn on the light when you go out at night may belong to them. Seeing this, Hideki sighed that the children's aesthetics need to be improved, and at the same time he was thoughtful. It seems that the glowing belt is quite popular. Maybe it is worth selling it in a toy store. The question is what movie or TV series to use for promotion. But before he could think about it, many ninja parents had pulled him aside and surrounded him. Hideki, what is the rule for promoting this breathing method? Do you still need testers? I didn't expect that in addition to wind escape, the breathing method can also be combined with water escape to produce such a strong effect. Have you developed other attributes of breathing methods? Obviously, Shisui's water breathing method made them realize the infinite possibilities of breathing methods. Although breathing methods are just icing on the cake for them now. But with Hideki's amazing inventive talent, I believe that breathing methods will definitely bring them greater surprises in the near future. So of course they would not miss this opportunity, and tried to let themselves or the children of the tribe start learning breathing techniques as early as possible, so as not to fall behind others. Even Inyazuka-ja joined in the fun and said, "Hideki, do you think I still have a chance?" Hideki looked back and made sure it was not a cliff, then said unhappily, "No, go away. This breathing method is still in the development stage, and it is not effective for adult ninjas, especially those of you who have good physical talents. I can't even teach my own students, so how can I have the time in the Land of Thunder to teach you this?" What he said was not only Toznaya said this, and also said it to many adults around, and finally persuaded a group of people to retreat. Inyazuka-ja seemed to have known this for a long time, and pushed Inyazuka Hitomi next to him forward and said, "What about my little Hitomi, she must have a talent for breathing techniques." Inyazuka Hitomi also followed suit and took out the puppy from her hair and said, "What about my Poki, it must have a talent for breathing techniques. After it learns the Beastman clone and the human-beast hybrid transformation, it will be no different from what I have learned. I am so smart. By the way, it can also learn the luminous ninjutsu by the way." The puppy Poki trembled, feeling that he was under pressure that he should not bear at this age. Even the black-hearted capitalist Hideki was speechless and wanted to complain. "Poki is not a real person, but you are a real dog." But after thinking about it, Hideki gave up. God knows if this is a compliment to the Inyazuka clan. Chapter 181 Final Exam. The martial arts tournament ended in this noisy atmosphere. But the aftermath it caused has only just begun. Just as Hideki imagined, this martial arts tournament became the best advertisement for the breathing method. It is not difficult to see that Obito, Asuma, and Shisui have opened up a qualitative gap with other students in a short period of time. Even if the upper limit is still in doubt, it is still quite cost-effective to spend a little time to improve the children's strength in the Genin and even Chunin period. So in the few days after the martial arts tournament ended, Hideki spent a lot of time dealing with students who applied to learn the breathing method and parents who inquired about the promotion regulations. He was so annoyed that he could only politely reject everyone's applications and inquiries on the grounds of the final exam. At the same time, Hideki reiterated that the promotion of the breathing method ultimately depends on precise perception. So either the Sandome will allocate funds or the Hyuga clan will give their approval, otherwise it will be useless for them to pester him. He still has so much work to do, and one person can't teach a few students at all. Everyone gradually realized this and began to wait and see the decision of the Sandome and the Hyuga clan. Time soon came to the end of December. Konoha is indeed a good place, and it won't be too cold until now. But the winter solstice has just passed, and the temperature will still drop sharply for a period of time, and there will often be heavy snow, which is not suitable for school. So the ninja school will hold final exams at this time so that everyone can stay at home for the winter. As an elective training course, Hideki's puppetry class also needs a final exam. However, compared to students, this is more like an exam for the training course teacher. Because each training course requires a lot of funds, the school will send someone to supervise the exam and check the children's achievements this semester. If the results are gratifying, perhaps, probably, more funding subsidies may be obtained. But if the results are not as ideal, the funds will definitely be deducted. In more serious cases, the teacher may be replaced, or even the entire course may be cancelled. For many ordinary training course teachers, it is not easy to find such a job with little work and high pay, so they are all working hard to prepare for the exam. Oh, if only my tracking class could be cancelled. In Hideki's office, Inyazuka-ja was saying with regret. Hearing this, Hideki, who was writing the final exam paper, could not help but roll his eyes slightly. Human sorrows and joys are indeed not the same. The job that ordinary teachers are eager for is just a chore in Inyazuka-ja's eyes. It's a pity that his tracking class has a department as a backend, so it's impossible to cancel it. Seeing that Hideki ignored him, Inyazuka-ja didn't care and continued to nag. Hideki, you definitely don't have to worry. I heard that your Bandai toy store has made a lot of money recently. Everyone said that Uchiha Phase Yo-Yo has been upgraded twice and turned into a firepower light wave. It should be the final version, so everyone is finally willing to spend their pocket money on it. Now the initial investment in the workshop and toy store should be recovered. It's estimated that it can give back to the school next semester. Tisk tisk, a training course that can generate income for the school, the Hokage treats you as a treasure, how could he cut you? It's really hard to imagine that a few months ago, you were still trying to get your children to take your course. Hideki was a little dazed when he heard it. Now every day is very fulfilling, and what Jay said seems to have happened a few years ago. And speaking of which, Hideki, you seem to have done a lot of things this semester without realizing it. Inyazuka-ja continued to count on his fingers. Pocket Puppetman, Work-Study Program, Points Plan, Kimura Workshop, Bandai Toy Store, Open Air Cinema, Filming, Teaching Breathing Techniques to Children, and the Martial Arts Competition a few days ago. As he counted, his expression became strange. Hideki, you are really capable of doing things. Now I am a little worried that the school will be acquired by you one day. But it seems that there is no suspense in the selection of excellent teachers this semester. Excellent teacher. Hideki continued to write the test paper, with a plain expression. The selection of excellent teachers mentioned by Senior Ja is a reward system that the school has always had. That is, the Sandome will select the most outstanding teacher as an excellent teacher every semester, and reward him with a C-level ninjutsu of his own choice. This is indeed a very good reward for ordinary teachers, but it is not very attractive to him now. Of course, it is not a waste to get it, it is still good to get it. The next morning, it was finally time for the puppetry class exam. Sure enough, the school sent a teacher to invigilate the exam, named Funano Daikoku, an ordinary young chunin. Hideki always felt that this guy had appeared somewhere in the original work, but he just couldn't remember it, so he had to give up. The first thing was the written test. Based on Hideki's previous experience, this is a traditional program for students and teachers to compete in cheating and anti-cheating techniques. So he was ready to show everyone his sharp eyes. However, Hideki's expectations were completely dashed. Everyone turned out to be good kids, and no one cheated. Maybe he has adopted too many measures to urge everyone to study this semester. For example, if the homework is not done or failed, the whole group will be punished and the pocket puppet beast will be temporarily confiscated. So the written test is not difficult for everyone, and there is no need to rely on cheating to pass the test. Of course, there are also poor students like Obito among the students. But before the test, when they saw that teacher Hideki was eager to try, they quietly put away the prepared cheat sheets. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Obviously, they don't have the confidence to cheat under the supervision of teacher Hideki, who has the ability to perceive. So the written test ended without any trouble, and the next step is the practical test. Originally, Hideki wanted to prepare for the Pocket Puppet Beast competition that was agreed before. It's a pity that everyone has been busy preparing for the martial arts meeting recently, and there is less time to play with Puppet Beast, let alone practice and modify it seriously. So Hideki discussed with the children and decided to postpone this event. Rather than holding it reluctantly, it is better to wait until everyone is fully prepared before deciding the strongest Pocket Puppet Beast master. So the practical test was changed to the use of ninja tools and traps. Hideki did not limit the scope, just let everyone use their creativity. The traps or ninja tools made by themselves, the control of chakra lines, or a combination of the two. As long as you can integrate what you have learned this semester and apply it to your own use, you can get high scores in Hideki's hands. Because the top students in the final exam will also receive points. So the children also began to show their magical powers and strive to get better grades. However, at this time, Hideki did not know how much trouble everyone's enthusiasm would bring to himself, the school, and even Konoha. Chapter 182 Practical Test. In the grove near the puppetry classroom, the practical test has been going on for a while. Next, Ebisu. Yes. Ebisu responded and stepped out of the line, quickly took out several mechanical devices, and quickly installed them on the tree and the ground. Then he used local materials, bark, leaves and soil to camouflage, and it was difficult to find the existence of these devices without careful observation. Ebisu breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to indicate that the trap was set. So Hideki casually controlled a simple wooden doll and walked towards the trap set by Ebisu. Just as the doll passed through the seemingly empty space between two trees, several slight machine amplification sounds were heard, and then several black shadows whizzed towards it. Da-da-da. The doll's flank, back of the neck, temple, and other indescribable vital parts were hit accurately. Looking closely, it turned out to be several thick and long thousand needles that penetrated the wood. Hiss! The little boys watching couldn't help but grin when they saw this, feeling a faint sadness. Hideki was not surprised. He picked up the score sheet and commented while scoring. The power of the homemade mechanism, the design and layout speed of the trap are all good, but there is still a lot of room for optimization. The chakra line used to trigger the mechanism has limited the chakra as much as possible, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. This is worthy of praise. But this also leads to the poor performance of the chakra line. The triggering speed of the mechanism is not fast enough, and it may be easily avoided by the enemy. If you want to continue to pursue concealment, then I suggest that instead of aiming at the enemy's vital points, it is better to cover the enemy's evasion space as much as possible. As for the problem of insufficient lethality, it can be solved by poisoning and other methods anyway. Overall evaluation: 75 points, there is still a lot of room for improvement, keep working hard. Ebisu was writing with a notebook, recording the teacher's comments just now. After taking note, he hurried to recover the trap and the 1,000 needles. Teacher Hideki, are you too strict in grading? After watching several students' exams, Funino Daikoku, who was invigilating, finally couldn't help but say. Even if Ebisu's trap was used directly on the battlefield, it should be able to achieve good results. It's too high to only get 75 points for this. But Hideki just smiled and said. The full score is only 100 points. If the score is too high at the beginning, if some students perform well later, wouldn't it be unfair to them? Funino Daikoku was a little skeptical when he heard this. This puppetry class has only been opened for 1 semester. It is already quite good to be able to make traps and manipulate chakra lines like Ebisu. Is it really necessary to leave 25 points? Next, Nohara Rin. Yes. After a few students passed, it was Nohara Rin's turn to take the exam. She walked out of the queue and took out a few kunao and shurikens from her ninja tool bag. After she was ready, she swung her hands forward and threw the ninja tools at a puppet running fast in the woods. You can see that each ninja tool is connected to a clearly visible blue chakra line, which is controlling them to shuttle between the branches and leaves of the bushes and quickly approach the puppet. What a powerful ninja tool control technique! Funino Daikoku secretly praised when he saw this. There were several students who chose to use chakra strings to control ninja tools before, but they were not as good as this girl in terms of quantity and technology. It seems that she should be able to get a very good result. But this is still quite different from the outstanding performance that Teacher Hideki said. It seems that Teacher Hideki was too cautious and left too much room. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The shurikens and kunao did not hit the puppet directly, but passed by it. Was it a mistake? No. Funino Daikoku soon saw that several chakra strings connected to ninja tools had taken the opportunity to stick to the puppet's limbs and neck, and even wrapped around it several times. Then, under the control of Nohara Rin, the kunao were scattered and nailed to the surrounding trees, and the shurikens were fixed in the air by the taut chakra strings. And the puppet was like a small insect stuck on a spider web, hanging in the air in a big letter shape by chakra strings, and it couldn't move even if it struggled constantly. Funino Daikoku couldn't help but want to exclaim when he saw this, but Hideki raised his hand to stop him. Because there was one last step in Lin's demonstration. She just gently pulled with her hand, and the puppet not far away was like being torn apart by 5 horses, and the limbs and head were separated from the body with a click. Even if it was just a puppet, Funino Daikoku felt a little numb and his neck was cold when he saw this scene. This girl is so strong. Is she related to Princess Tsunade? No. Funino Daikoku then remembered that he seemed to have seen this girl perform a similar operation in the preliminaries of the martial arts tournament a few days ago. Just then, Hideki gently hooked his hand and pieced the torn doll together again, then smiled and commented. It seems that you have continued to improve the pulley tactics, linear. Combining ninja tools with pulleys, using kunao as fixed pulleys and shuriken as movable pulleys, this is indeed an interesting idea, which can make up for your weakness of insufficient strength. But I see that you seem to have simply assembled them together. In order to make it more solid, it is better to go to the ninja tool store to customize a set of one-piece pulley ninja tools. As for the control, it is also remarkable. It seems that you want to use ninja tools to attack the enemy, but in fact you are setting traps to restrain the enemy. It is very confusing. If there is a disadvantage, it is that you have to increase the strength of the chakra line. Otherwise, no matter how much power you get with the pulley set, it will be useless if the chakra line cannot bear it. Also, you put all your attention on controlling the ninja tools, and your movements are too monotonous and obvious. If it is really a real battle, I am afraid that before you set the trap, the enemy will have seized your flaws and defeated you. Comprehensive score: 92 points. Wow! The little ninjas all made envious sounds. Up to now, few people have been able to get more than 80 points from the picky teacher Hideki. I didn't expect Lin to improve the record so much at once. This is what I want to see, a comprehensive display of ninja tools and their own skills. Hideki smiled. If you want to get high scores, learn from linear. Funino Daikoku was finally convinced this time, and secretly wiped his sweat. As expected of a genius who can invent pocket puppet beasts and chakra breathing methods, the students he teaches are different and are also incredible little geniuses. Because even as a chunin, he can't guarantee that he can escape unscathed when he encounters Nohara Lin's trick without any preparation. As for Funino Daikoku, there is also Asuma among the students who has a serious expression. Although this is just an exam for a training course. But the reason why he has made such great progress this semester is ultimately thanks to this puppetry class. So in order to put a perfect end to his growth this semester, Asuma certainly wants to take the top spot in this exam. Besides, there is no unreasonable genius like Shisui this time, so it would be unreasonable for him not to take the first place this time. It just so happens that Hong has been in low spirits these days. After she sees her wonderful performance, she will definitely cheer up. However, Asuma's confidence was somewhat shaken after seeing Nohara Lin's wonderful performance. No wonder the teacher usually favors this junior sister so much. As expected, she has considerable talent in puppetry. Originally, Lin's written test scores have always been among the best, but now the practical test she got such a high score again. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place is probably in her pocket. But how could Asuma give up so easily? The performance I prepared before is probably not good enough. It seems that I have to use that dangerous trick. Asuma muttered in his heart. Chapter 183 Enemy Attack. Next, Uchiha Obito. Okay. Soon it was Obito's turn to take the exam. Asuma came back to his senses. It's not that he was worried that Obito, a poor student, could threaten him or something, but he just wanted to see if this kid would do anything else. Obito was walking out of the team confidently and came to an open space. Then he took a step forward, raised his head and began to breathe hard. The little ninjas were envious and curious when they saw this. Because what Obito performed was probably the chakra breathing method that everyone talked about recently. But what does this have to do with the practical test of puppetry? Could it be that Obito, the last one, didn't prepare in advance and planned to use breathing techniques to fool around? Fortunately, Obito dared to fool his ancestor Uchiha Madara, but he didn't dare to fool teacher Hideki, so of course he had his own ideas. And his actions made Asuma's eyelids jump, and he always had an ominous premonition. Soon, Obito inhaled enough air with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, and his belly was bulging, and it seemed that he was ready. Then he took out a few red balls from the ninja tool bag and stuffed them into his mouth in one breath. Then he didn't dare to delay, and under the strange gaze of Hideki, he spit out the air in his body to the front with force. Hey! The next moment, a large cloud of red smoke whizzed out of his mouth, instantly covering a large open space in front. Cough 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 cough. Many students, including Funino Daikoku, suddenly felt a choking sensation, and their eyes, mouths and noses were all uncomfortable. They couldn't help coughing and hurried away from the open space. Hideki! Teacher Hideki, what is this? Funino Daikoku finally recovered and asked Hideki who was still standing there. Hideki still looked normal, but said helplessly. Chili powder. In fact, what Obito just ate was the chili bullet I invented, which contains a large amount of capsaicin powder. He just used the breathing technique to spread a large amount of chili powder into the air in one breath. But compared to ordinary throwing, this method is indeed more efficient, and it can also be controlled to a certain extent. Although it looks a bit ridiculous, the actual effect may be good. Then Hideki picked up the form and started grating. Although the pepper bomb is ready-made, this idea is quite interesting and can add a lot of points. And a key to this move is to use chakra to create a protective layer on the inner wall of the mouth and respiratory tract to isolate the pepper powder from the body. Otherwise, with the spiciness of this dragon flame pepper, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the spiciness first. To be able to do this, the level of breathing techniques has reached the top. The point of deduction is that the usage is still too simple and crude, maybe there are more tricks to play, such as combining it with fire escape. Overall evaluation. 85 points. Obito immediately became arrogant when he heard the teacher's praise, and completely ignored the students who were choking and crying and glaring at him. However, he still paid special attention to Asuma, who defeated him a few days ago, and gave him a provocative look. Asuma had a blank expression on his face, but his heart was thundering. Oh my god! I actually had the same idea as Obito. Yes, in fact, Obito's move just now coincided with Asuma's idea. It seems that because they both learned the breathing method, they both had similar inspirations. This time Asuma felt like vomiting blood. Although he has the wind escape nature change, the effect of using this move is certainly better than Obito. Adding the creativity points, he should be able to get a very good score from teacher Hideki. But now that Obito has taken the lead, the impact of the first time has been lost. Even if the teacher wants to grade impartially, the score will probably be discounted. And Obito will definitely say that I copied his moves later. If everyone believes it, won't my reputation be damaged? No, even if it is the same move, I have to distinguish myself from Obito, so that people can see at a glance which one is the more powerful original. Unfortunately, before Asuma could think it through, he heard the sentence he didn't want to hear the most. Next, Sarutobi Asuma. Damn it, why am I just behind Obito, can't I be a little ahead? There must be a conspiracy here. Asuma complained in his heart, and then began to walk forward slowly. It seems that he can only try his best. Asuma, who seemed to have made up his mind, began to inhale like Obito just now. Then, in everyone's surprised eyes, he took out a bag from the ninja tool bag and poured all the red balls in it into his mouth. Hideki opened his eyes wide when he saw this, but he wanted to stop it. It's too late. Storm breathing technique, Scarlet Storm. Whoosh! Asuma puffed up his cheeks and blew hard, and a red hurricane far larger than the previous one began to sweep across the large open space in front. With the experience just now, the little ninjas who realized what he was doing began to flee in panic, crying for their parents. But they soon found that they were not feeling well, and there was no red smoke around them. It turned out that the large amount of chili powder did not spread out, but was always contained in the hurricane. Asuma smiled triumphantly. He was not a fool. Without this ability, how could he dare to do this? But he did not dare to be careless and began to finish carefully. Asuma controlled the red hurricane and blew it deep into the grove. With the natural filters of tree branches and leaves, the chili powder should not fly everywhere. As for the creatures living in the woods, Asuma could only hope that they liked spicy food. Hideki, who originally thought that Asuma was courting death, was relieved to see that he actually handled the situation in a proper manner. But he still stared at Asuma with a bad face, wondering where to deduct more points from this kid. However, Hideki and Asuma would soon learn what it meant that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Because before Asuma could blow all the chili powder smoke into the woods, a strong cold wind happened to blow. As a result, everyone watched with their own eyes as part of the red smoke quickly drifted away in the cold wind. Ah, this! Hideki and Asuma were stunned. Although it is not fatal, if the smoke hits someone before it is diluted, it will probably be a bad thing for the person. Hideki was a little hesitant, should he just pretend he didn't see it? But at this moment, Funano Daikoku on the side carefully reminded him that, Mr. Hideki, it seems to be the direction of the Hokage building, there shouldn't be any trouble, right? Who told you to be such a pessimist? Hideki complained in his heart, but he forced a smile on the surface and said, it's okay, how could it be such a coincidence? Then the next moment, the alarm bells rang suddenly throughout the village. After everyone was stunned for a long time, Inyazuka-jo ran out shouting, enemy attack! Enemy attack! What are you still standing there for? I heard that the enemy attacked the Hokage building with unknown poisonous gas. Now the whole village is on alert. Hideki, take the children to the underground for shelter, and then rush to the Hokage building to report. Damn, what the hell is the barrier team doing? They actually let the enemy release poisonous gas in the center of the village. The enemy is so deliberate, there must be more than one trick. If one thing goes wrong, this may be the fuse of the Third Ninja World War. The rise and fall of Konoha depends on this battle. Hideki was completely numb when he heard this. He glanced at Asuma who was already dumbfounded. He stepped forward and shook hands with Inyazuka-ja and said, Senior Ja, although the time is not long, thank you for your care this semester. Inyazuka-ja also nodded with emotion. Me too. Don't lose your life easily. Hideki said sadly, I will try my best, but it depends on the Hokage's opinion. This made Inyazuka-ja a little confused. But before he could ask more questions, Hideki had already carried the sluggish Asuma like a sack and walked towards the Hokage building. The tragic figure left a deep impression on many young ninjas who were already confused. Chapter 184 Attack and Punishment. Time went forward a little, in the Hokage's office. The Sandomei was busy reviewing reports from the village, the front line and various stations in the Land of Fire. Although there were not many good news and a lot of bad news, his mouth was still slightly raised today, and he was in a good mood. The reason is not difficult to guess, it was the martial arts meeting a few days ago. The obvious progress of the children, the significant effect of the breathing method, and Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan with the will of fire, all made him feel like he had found a treasure. Of course, what made him happiest was the performance of his silly son Asuma. Whether it was learning the storm breathing method and the chakra sword, or generously admitting his failure in the finals, it was a clear proof that the child had grown up physically and mentally. Now the Sandomei had to admit that he might be too concerned about Asuma's education, and he was confused by the authorities, but he was not as good as Hideki, who was a bystander. Now I don't have to worry about this child growing up in the wrong way. As long as he continues on the current path, Asuma will surely become an excellent ninja with strong strength and strong will of fire in the future. Perhaps it is not impossible for him to become the 5th or 6th Hokage in the future. Thinking of this, the Sandomei suddenly shook his head and smiled, feeling that he was thinking too far ahead. Now I should think about how to take this opportunity to make up for the relationship between father and son. It seems that I haven't guided Asuma in training for a long time recently. It would be nice to find time to practice with him during the New Year holiday. It just so happens that this child has learned so many strange moves from Hideki, maybe he can bring some surprises to himself. The Sandomei imagined the parent-child activities during the holiday, and his expression was relaxed. However, at this time, he didn't know that his idea would soon come true, but in a way that he could hardly imagine. Suddenly, a burst of passionate music sounded from outside the window, interrupting the Sandomei's thoughts. Slide up and down, one retract and one back and forth, the styles are ever-changing, it's really not easy. It turns out that it's already this time. The Sandomei came back to his senses. Every morning from 11 o'clock, the open-air cinema will start playing various programs, such as the current rerun of Fire Boy King. Thanks to this novel entertainment activity, he has gradually given up the bad habit of looking at the crystal ball and has changed to watching the program from the windowsill. Today is of course no exception, so the Sandomei got up and walked to the windowsill, ready to relax. Who knew that before he walked to the window, he saw a large group of suspicious red smoke floating quickly outside the window, and it just hit his face. Wind style, great breakthrough. Although he had not fought for a long time, the Sandomei's reaction and hand speed were still amazing. He completed the seal in an instant, puffed up his cheeks and blew hard, using the strong wind to blow the cloud of smoke to the distant sky. Unfortunately, he was still half a beat slower and blew away most of the smoke, but a small amount still floated into the room and was quickly blown away by the strong wind. With experience, he quickly covered the 7 orifices with chakra to avoid inhaling the unknown smoke. But he still underestimated the effect of this smoke, and even the skin felt a strong burning sensation when it touched it. Of course, this was nothing for the Sandomei. The real problem was that he seemed to have forgotten that in addition to the 7 orifices, the human body has 2 particularly sensitive parts. XXXX. Hiss. The Sandomei's eyes widened and he took a breath of cold air. The screams he used to vent his pain had already reached his throat. But at this moment, the guard who heard the noise outside the door just opened the door and broke in. In order to maintain his image, the Sandomei swallowed the screams in his throat again and began to grit his teeth and pretend to be calm. But of course this was only his own perspective. From the perspective of the Anbu, the Hokage was standing in a suspicious and choking red smoke, his expression was as stiff as if he had a stroke, and it was easy to draw a conclusion. The son of the Hokage, the Anbu captain Sarutobi Shinoshoku, who happened to be on duty today, calmly commanded. Hurry up and get the medical ninja over. Hokage is poisoned. And sound the alarm, let all Konoha members be on alert, an enemy is attacking the Hokage with poison gas. The Sandomei was still struggling with the sour taste, and wanted his eldest son to wait and see, but it was too late. So the whole Konoha was in a turmoil. At noon, in the Hokage's office. Although he had used wind escape to change the air many times, there was still a faint spicy smell in the air. This made Hideki, who was standing in front of the desk, feel guilty and want to laugh. No, he can't laugh yet, he has to be patient. And Asuma on the side shrank his neck, wishing he could stuff his head into his pelvis, without the usual after all, although he often made trouble to attract his father's attention, he had never made such a big news. So of course he would be nervous and worried about being severely punished. But perhaps what Asuma was most worried about was that his father, who had praised him a few days ago, might show disappointment again. The Sandomé was standing in front of the windowsill, holding a small red ball in his hand, with a face full of laughter and tears. I didn't expect that this small pepper bomb was the culprit that turned Konoha upside down. The most speechless thing was that when he first learned that it was a misunderstanding, he was so angry that he decided to punish them severely. As a result, he soon learned that there were two initiators, one of whom was himself. One of the talents I've been optimistic about recently is my own stupid son. What can I do? Of course I choose to forgive them. Just treat it as an exercise. It just so happens that this commotion has exposed many problems in Konoha's security. And when everyone was searching for the criminals, they actually found a few ninjas or hiding places from the enemy ninja village, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Of course, there is still a clear punishment. First of all, Asuma, who was suspected of launching a terrorist attack, was originally punished to reflect on his mistakes in seclusion during the holidays because he was a first-time offender and was still young. For a child, this is indeed a very terrible punishment. However, at Hideki's suggestion, the punishment was changed to going to the workshop during the holidays working for nothing. Although he needs to work, he won't be bored when he is with so many children. So Asuma was relieved and was very grateful to teacher Hideki. However, he didn't know that no matter whether he made a mistake or not, his father would find a way to throw him to an orphanage for a while so that he could understand the suffering of the people. And the one who designed the second part of the three-view transformation plan was teacher Hideki, to whom he was most grateful. As for the punishment for Hideki, who provided the tools for the crime and failed to supervise, it was to confiscate half a year's salary. It is indeed a heavy punishment for ordinary teachers, but it is just a drop in the bucket for Hideki, who owns Bandai Toy Store. That's it, Asuma, you go back first. The Sandomé said, remember to learn from this lesson and understand that power cannot be abused. Hideki was also beside him. He agreed. With great power comes great responsibility. After he finished speaking, his face froze, and he felt that he was already full of flags. The Sandomé was very satisfied with this. Yes, with great power comes great responsibility. Asuma, you have to learn from teacher Hideki. Asuma nodded thoughtfully, and then left the Hokage's office. Hideki was not surprised that he was left behind. On the day of the martial arts competition, he gave the Sandomé a plan to promote the breathing method. Now that several days have passed, it's time to talk about the specific rules. Chapter 185, The Hyuga Clan's Plot. The Sandomé didn't talk about the breathing method directly, but picked up the pepper bullet and laughed. I've seen pepper powder made into ninja tools before. But that's just a trick of hooligans at best, and it doesn't work well for ninjas who are much stronger than ordinary people. I didn't expect Hideki to improve it to this extent. Hideki said modestly, I was just lucky. When I was looking for puppet materials in the Konoha forest, I happened to find this incredibly spicy dragon flame pepper. Dragon flame pepper. It really lives up to its reputation. The Sandomé guessed that this must be named in tribute to his most proud fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, and the remaining depression in his heart finally dissipated. Then he asked. Hideki, do you have a lot of these pepper bombs in stock? I want to buy a batch to the front line to see how they work in actual combat. Of course there is no problem. Hideki nodded, and at the same time mourned for the enemy in his heart for a second. Then he added. But this is just a small trick after all. The enemy will have a countermeasure after a few losses. Masks, wind escape, and even temporary isolation with chakra are all effective methods. So I suggest that you only use it at the critical moment at the beginning, in order to get the greatest results. And we must also take all precautions to avoid accidents like the one just now. The Sandomé, who still dared not sit down, nodded repeatedly with deep emotion. Don't worry, I will tell the frontline personnel about this. So the two finally got to the point. The Sandomé sighed first. I have discussed the promotion of the breathing method with the Hyuga clan several times in the past few days, but we still haven't reached a consensus. Oh. Hideki raised his eyebrows and said, this should be a win-win situation. What is the problem? Is the Hyuga clan asking for too high a price? The Sandomé shook his head helplessly. It's not about the price, but they hope to lead the promotion of the breathing method and the subsequent development work. At the same time, in the Hyuga clan's clan headquarters, in the patriarch's mansion. In a bedroom with dim light and a smell of medicine. Father, it's time to take the medicine. Hyuga Hayashi was kneeling respectfully in front of the mattress and said to the old man lying in bed in front of him. Hyuga Hisashi was kneeling behind him with his eyes downcast. The thin old man was named Hyuga Hinuwa, the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan. With the help of Hayashi, he sat up straight, coughed a few times and said, "What happened in Konoha just now? Why is there so much noise? It's just a farce." Hayashi said casually, and then handed a bowl of black medicine soup to his father. After the other party slowly drank it, he got to the point. "Father, the conditions given by the Hokage in the breathing method promotion plan are already quite good. Every clan member who participates in the plan can get a salary equivalent to that of a special jonin, and there is no need to encounter danger. And this can greatly increase the influence of our Hyuga clan in Konoha. It can be said that it is 100 benefits for us, and I don't think it's necessary to fight for any dominance for false reputation." Cough cough cough. Hinata Hiran wanted to speak, but couldn't help coughing first. Hayashi hurriedly helped him rub his back to relieve his breath, while Hisashi looked worried, but didn't come forward. After finally straightening out his breath, Hayashi shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Hayashi, it seems you are still too naive. You actually thought that I didn't want the Hyuga clan to obey the command of a civilian ninja, so I wanted to take the lead in this plan. Isn't that right?" Hayashi was puzzled. "You know, the other elders have a lot of opinions on this. Does the Hokage want to bribe us with money? This is an insult to our Hyuga clan." They wanted to loudly rebuke the Hokage's messenger, but the Hokage gave too much. Hayashi thought his father was just more stubborn, or trying to raise the reward. Otherwise, it is mainly aimed at civilian ninjas, and it also needs to be combined with the breathing method of nature change. It is of little significance to the Hyuga clan, and it is of no use to take the lead in development. Hiruzen waited for a moment, and seeing that Hayashi still hadn't understood, he shook his head with some regret, and then said meaningfully, "The potential of this breathing method is higher than you imagined, Hayashi. Even the opportunity for our Hyuga clan to go further may lie in this breathing method." Hayashi and Hayashi, all of them looked incredulous, wondering if their father was sick and confused. Hinata Hiran sighed. The young man who can develop this technique is indeed a rare genius among the common people. It's a pity that he is short-sighted because of his humble background. His way of combining breathing method and property change is destined to go nowhere. Hayashi and Hisashi heard this and gradually realized what their father wanted to say. Hinrin continued. "Use wind chakra to enhance breathing ability, use water chakra to accelerate blood flow, and perhaps use chakra of other attributes to strengthen various parts of the body later. These are indeed good ideas. Although similar effects can be achieved with ordinary chakra, not every ninja can have our level of chakra control. So it is indeed commendable to be able to achieve this effect by taking advantage of property change. However, even if we do this, we will only raise the scope of application of the breathing method from the level of Genin to the level of Chunin. If we want to continue in this direction, we have to face a huge difficulty. That is to run chakras of different attributes in the body at the same time. The difficulty of changing properties is not low, and it requires full concentration to complete it successfully. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as the ninja doctor, can only perform his so-called 5 escapings and great linking bullet technique through shadow clone. And even if it is a special genius, at most, 2 or 3 types of chakras can be run in the body at the same time, and they often involuntarily merge them into a new escape technique. So combining 1 or 2 types of changes in properties is probably the upper limit of the breathing method on this road. Unless someone can divide his attention and use more, otherwise this road is basically a dead end." Hearing this, Hayashi nodded slightly. In fact, he also had similar ideas, but he didn't think as far as his father. But he still had many questions. "Father, even if we don't use the nature change, there are still great limitations to achieve these effects through ordinary chakra. That is, you have to rely on your own chakra control to control it, and you have to practice hard for a long time to make it become instinct. But with such talent and qualifications, you will definitely achieve greater success in other fields. In the final analysis, the breathing method is just a side door method that Kimura Hideki uses to make up for the qualifications of civilian ninjas by strengthening various systems of the body to assist in the transportation of chakra. The more developed the meridian system, the less obvious the effect of the breathing method. Even if it is a perfect breathing method that can strengthen the body once, the amount of chakra in the body can only reach the average chakra level at most. It's just the level of a genius of the general ninja clan. I really don't see that it has the potential you said, father. Hinata Hiran smiled and said. Indeed, the increase in chakra brought by the breathing method is not obvious to our ninja clan. But what I really care about is not this at all, but the training effect on the body, especially the internal organs, during the practice of breathing method. Hayashi, you also know that the reason why the soft fist is so famous in the ninja world is because it attacks the internal organs that are difficult to train. Once even the internal organs can be fully trained, the human body will be flawless. In this way, perhaps some things that seemed crazy can be realized. After that, Hinata Hiran took out a scroll from under the pillow and handed it to Hayashi. Hayashi took it and saw 4 big characters on it. 8 Gates of Ninja. Chapter 186 The Legacy of the Tenon. Open the gate of opening to remove the restrictions on the brain, open the gate of rest to remove the restrictions on physical fatigue. Finally, open the gate of death and remove all 8 hubs that restrict the flow of chakra, thereby gaining power dozens of times greater than that of the 5 cage. In the dim bedroom, Hayashi had almost roughly flipped through the scroll that recorded the 8 gates of ninja. He always kept his emotions to himself, and even now his expression did not fluctuate much. But his hands, which were trembling slightly from holding the scroll tightly, still revealed his restlessness. But he did not feel as if he had found a treasure, but was frightened by the madness of this secret technique, and wished he could burn it with the candle light beside him. Which idiot imagined this secret technique that is basically a suicide act? Hayashi thought subconsciously, and then he saw the last signature on the scroll, Haiga Tenon. Well, that's fine. It turned out that the adult who was named Tenon really had wild ideas and could think of things that ordinary people couldn't think of. He was indeed a strong man who could compete with Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the end of the Warring States period. But this secret technique was shelved and unknown. The first Hokage of Konohagakure was not that adult, so it is not difficult to guess that this secret technique was not successfully developed. That's right, although this secret technique does make sense in principle, and it is even very deceptive. But Hayashi, who has the Byakugan, knows better than anyone how fragile the human body and meridians are. Especially the internal organs surrounded by meridians, it is impossible to withstand the impact of the huge amount of chakra in the body after the 8 gates are released. Wait. Now Hayashi finally understood what his father meant. Ahem, it seems you finally understood. Hiran saw Hayashi opened his mouth slightly, with a rare expression of losing his composure, first smiled smugly, then sighed and said. Yes, the 8 gates of the ninja is indeed a secret technique that has not been fully developed. Although Lord Tenon proposed a conjecture, that is, through repeated cruel training close to the limit of the body, the internal organs can be indirectly trained to meet the requirements of performing the 8 gates of the ninja. It's a pity that no one can fully realize his conjecture. At this point, the thoughts in Hayashi's eyes seemed to drift back to the past. In fact, this secret technique was developed by Lord Tenon in order to fight against Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who had just established Konoha. It's a pity that he was so old at the time it was already big, so we could only organize a group of branch family members to practice and perfect this technique. But no one could persist to the end, and even Hinran came back to his senses, looked at Hisashi who was kneeling behind Hayashi, and continued after a slight pause. It even caused some trouble, and finally Master Tianran passed away before he could perfect this secret technique. Without him, our Hyuga clan began to be coveted by many emerging ninja villages at that time. Without help, we could only accept the invitation of the Senjo clan to join Konoha, and have been here until now. Hinari and Hisashi couldn't help but let out a long sigh when they heard this. I didn't expect that there was such a secret behind the Hyuga clan joining Konoha. Now you should understand my intention. Hinata Hyuza sighed. Maybe he said too many words in one breath, and his expression also looked a little tired. But he still said with all his strength. Although the breathing method is just useless to other ninjas. But for our Hyuga clan, it is the last piece of the puzzle to complete the 8 gates of Dunjia. As long as we use it to actively exercise our internal organs, we can greatly reduce the training requirements of this secret technique. Of course, the specific operation is not that simple. Now there is no genius like Lord Tianran in our clan, so we can only find a feasible way through a lot of experiments. I don't know how long it will take to succeed with the manpower of our clan alone. And this is exactly why I put down my old face and let the Hyuga clan lead the promotion plan of this breathing method. In this way, we can guide the development of breathing methods in the direction of strengthening internal organs and summarize a set of methods that can complete the 8 gates of Dunjia. After Hiruzen said this, the dormitory fell into silence for a while, with only his occasional cough. At this time, a fine sweat had already appeared on Hayashi's forehead, and his heart was extremely entangled. Because obviously his father had no intention of sharing the 8 gates with the village. He was just going to take advantage of the promotion of the breathing method and use other children in the village as test subjects. Although the children would not be substantially harmed, it still sounded a bit unkind. Hayashi, who always paid attention to the style of a noble family, wanted to dissuade his father from doing something that would damage the family's style. But the words power dozens of times greater than the 5 cage suddenly appeared in his mind, making him swallow what he wanted to say. He finally began to understand the elder's previous behavior of forgetting profit when seeing money. There was no way, his father gave too much. Then, what about Kimura Hideki? Hayashi swallowed hard, still worried. I'm afraid he won't be willing to give up the initiative to promote the plan. More importantly, he might see some tricks. Hiron lowered his eyes and said, Kimura Hideki, if his invention of the breathing method is not a fluke, it will indeed have a significant impact on our plan. It would be best if we can win him over. Otherwise, how to make him shut up depends on your skill. Me? Otherwise, is it me who is only half dead? Hiron glared and said, the breathing method and Kimura Hideki are all in your charge. Just treat it as a test before you succeed the clan leader. Don't worry, just do it. I'm not going to live long. Even if something happens, just put the blame on me. As long as the Hyuga clan can stand at the top of the ninja world again, I'll be satisfied. In the evening, Hideki was walking slowly on the road from the village to the orphanage, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Regarding the breathing method and the Hyuga clan, the Sandame only gave him a hint and asked him to go back and think about it. After all, he still had to go back to preside over the exam, so there was no need to rush. It was not until just now that Hideki finished assessing all the students that he could finally start thinking about countermeasures. The biggest question was why the Hyuga clan wanted to fight for dominance. At least in the eyes of most ninjas, the breathing method is now just a trick to improve the strength of civilian ninjas and children, and it is not so attractive. But soon, Hideki's mind emerged with the last signature in the 8 Gates ninjutsu scroll given by Senior Dai, and he had some guesses in his heart. Could it be that the Hyuga clan had the same idea as him? They also wanted to use the breathing method as a prelude to reduce the difficulty of the 8 Gates? If that's the case, how should he deal with it? It's a pity that the Hyuga clan didn't seem to plan to give him too much time to think. Brother Hideki, there's an old man with scary eyes looking for you. He's been waiting for you under the tree at the door for a long time. A child from the orphanage said to him. When he arrived at the door of the orphanage, he saw a familiar Hyuga clan ninja standing under the tree, watching the scene of Senior Dai training the security team not far away. Because Hyuga Hayashi's forehead is always bald, as if he is afraid that others don't know that he is from the main family. So the one wearing the forehead protector in front of him should be Niji's father in the original work, Hyuga Hisashi. Senior Hisashi, what do you want to talk to me about? Hideki greeted with a smile. Hisashi said calmly. It's about the promotion plan of the breathing method. The clan sent me to discuss with you. Hideki looked at the little brats who had gathered around to watch the fun, shook his head and smiled. Let's go to my office to talk. Hisashi certainly had no objection. So the two began to walk towards the office area of the workshop. On the way, the two exchanged pleasantries casually. Until they were about to arrive at Hideki's office, Hisashi asked casually. Excuse me, Mr. Hideki, are you married now? Chapter 187 Interesting Proposal. Hideki opened his eyes slightly in surprise. Because he didn't think Hisashi would ask such a gossip question that was obviously inconsistent with his personality. Could it be that the Hyuga clan wanted to test whether they could win him over through marriage? In fact, many ninja clans would use this method to absorb geniuses among the common people, improve their bloodline, or alleviate the problem of close kinship within the clan. However, ninjas like the Hyuga clan, who have bloodline limits, rarely take such measures. Even if they do, they will be extremely cautious and picky to avoid deterioration of the bloodline. Otherwise, after 1,000 years, the bloodline from Otsutsuki Hamura would have been diluted and disappeared. Ninjas with mediocre talents like him, even if they are extremely smart, normally cannot be in their eyes. And this also means that the breathing method is indeed of great significance to them, enough to overshadow the pickiness about bloodline. It seems that his guess just now may have been unfortunately correct. This makes Hideki want to ask them. So the object of his marriage is a Yamato not a Shiko like Hinata, who is tolerant and generous, or a playful and cute sister-in-law like Hanabi. Of course, this is just a joke that Hideki makes fun of. Because this invitation is not that good. In order to avoid deterioration and outflow of bloodline, the only person he can marry is a member of the branch family, and it is very likely to be in the form of marrying into the family. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, the main Hyuga family did not treat the branch family harshly and maintained a considerable dignity. Many civilian ninjas would be happy if they had the opportunity to marry into the Hyuga clan. But in the eyes of Hideki, who had memories of his previous life, this was just the false kindness of the slave owner, and the treatment could change at any time depending on the master's mood. As long as the caged bird curse continued to exist, it could not change the fact that they were actually slaves and their life and death were not in their control. Of course, Hideki would not be a good person and deliberately let someone tie him up with a dog chain. It seems that the Hyuga clan did not think much of him after all, and perhaps even thought it was a gift to him. However, Hideki was not angry about it, but just a little sad. Sad for this village and ninja world that are accustomed to this phenomenon. I don't know if Naruto fulfilled his promise in the original work Boruto to change the fate of the Hyuga clan branch after becoming Hokage. It's a pity that this matter has never been mentioned at all, and no one cares. Ninkai, you died miserably. When Hideki thought of this, he turned his gaze to Niji's father, Hisashi, who also died tragically in the future, and said in a calm but firm tone. Although there is no marriage, I am busy with various work now and have no plans to get married for the time being. I see. Hisashi replied, as if it was just a casual chat. But in fact, he has been paying attention to Hideki's various subtle expressions since he asked the question. Even if the Byakugan is not opened, the insight of the Hyuga clan cannot be underestimated. Not to mention that he is a branch ninja who has to observe words and expressions since he was a child. So even if Hideki deliberately conceals it, Hisashi can still see through his various thoughts. For example, after the obvious surprise at the beginning, Hideki's eyes quickly looked up. This is to prevent unnecessary things from entering his field of vision so that he can concentrate on thinking. It seems that he understands the hidden meaning of his words. Then the corners of Hideki's mouth curled up at a level that ordinary people cannot detect, but it was not happiness, but mockery of this proposal. Indeed, with a genius like Hideki, how could he agree to such a proposal? He had actually reminded Hayashi that doing so would only backfire. But Hayashi, who had always been lenient to the branch family, obviously had not fully realized the nature of the branch family's identity, and probably thought it was a win-win situation. To Hayashi's surprise, after laughing, Hideki pursed his lips again, revealing a sense of sadness. Is he worried that the Hyuga clan would use their power to oppress others, and is sad for his civilian status? No. Hayashi soon discovered that Hideki's eyes were faintly cast towards him. And this was not the superficial sympathy of many ninjas, but from the heart, just like looking at a dead person. That's right, a person who has lost his freedom is just a walking corpse, and dead. How much difference is there between people? For a moment, Hisashi felt a sense of mutual appreciation for Hideki. It's a pity that this can't change anything. With Hideki's power, he can't change the fate of the Hyuga branch family at all. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, he can only faithfully execute the orders of the main family and try to gain the leading position of the breathing method promotion plan at the lowest cost. The two quickly walked into the office, sat opposite each other, and began to get down to business. Teacher Hideki, I think you already know. In order to strengthen the connection with the village, our Hyuga clan hopes to lead the promotion plan of the breathing method. Hisashi said in a deep voice. Of course, Teacher Hideki, you have put so much effort into developing the breathing method, we will not let you suffer, and will provide compensation that is enough to satisfy you. After that, he took out a list from his sleeve and handed it to Hideki. Hideki took it curiously and looked at it, and couldn't help but be amazed at the generosity of the Hyuga clan. There are enough ninjutsu books and materials to build a small library, many chakra conduction materials that are in short supply, and even several high-level puppets seized from the Sand Village. It seems that the Hyuga clan is really sincere. These are the things I urgently need now. Hideki sighed and put the list on the table, then smiled slightly. But please forgive me for rejecting it. So fast. Hisashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Kimura Hideki, who was born as a commoner, could remain calm and make a decision so quickly after seeing so much compensation. Although he could still raise the price, it can be seen from the other party's firm and slightly playful eyes that the price he set for the breathing method in his heart is something he can't give. So after a moment of silence, Hisashi decided to skip the unnecessary tug-of-war and said, "Can you tell me the reason for your refusal? So I can go back and report." "Of course, it's because the breathing method is the foundation of many of my plans. How can I give it to others?" Hideki said quietly in his heart. The cheap mass production of chakra capacitors is still a long way off. And advanced ninja tools basically need to be driven by chakra, which is limited by the amount of chakra of the user. So if he doesn't use breathing techniques to narrow the gap between the chakra amount of civilian ninjas and ninja clan ninjas, then even if he takes out more good things in the future, it will only make the strong stronger. After all, ninja clan ninjas are limited by their families and can't be completely in the same mind with him. If he doesn't build his own power and increase his voice by training civilian ninjas, then the situation of being taught by the ninja clan to do things like now will probably continue. So even if the Hyuga clan gives more compensation, he will not agree obediently. But of course he couldn't tell these words to Hisashi, so he could only say half-jokingly, "Actually, this is just my personal quirk. I won't stop until I have explored the potential of a technique to its limit. And I still have a lot of inspiration for the breathing method, and I plan to continue to explore its potential when promoting it. So of course I can't give up halfway now, otherwise I won't be able to sleep well at night." Hisashi was a little stunned when he heard this. Because he could see that Hideki's words were half true and half false, and there were many real elements. Obviously, the quirk was false, and the idea of continuing to explore the potential of the breathing method was true. But after listening to the analysis of the clan leader before, Hisashi also felt that Hideki's path of combining breathing method and property change was a dead end, and there should not be much room for further exploration. So whose idea is correct between the two of them? Seeing Hisashi's suspicious face, Hideki smiled again. It seems that the Hyuga clan also has its own ideas about developing breathing methods, so they want to take the lead in promoting them. Since neither of us will give in easily, I have an interesting suggestion. Senior Hisashi, do you think it's appropriate? Then Hideki didn't wait for Hisashi to agree, and he talked about his ideas on his own. And the more Hisashi listened, the wider his clear eyes became. A few days later, at the bulletin board of the ninja school. Today is the day when the final exam results are announced. Because it involves a lot of points, it should have been the focus of the little ninjas. But at this time, everyone's mind was on the 2 registration points that were being set up not far away. Because a notice board had been inserted on the side, it read Registration Office for Chakra Breathing Method Winter Vacation Training. They had been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally got the opportunity to learn breathing methods, and of course they would not let it go easily. But in addition to excitement, everyone had some questions. That's why we have to set up 2 registration points. More importantly, there is a sign next to each of them, with different words written on it. One is Turtle Senryu, and the other is Crane Senryu. What does this mean? Chapter 188 Winter Vacation Training Plan. At the same time, near the registration point, in Hideki's office. "Dad, you see there are so many classmates, will they all become disciples of our Turtle Senryu training class later?" Might Guy was leaning on the window and looking at the little ninjas surrounding the registration point, and asked excitedly. Might Guy on the side smiled and said, "Don't forget our competitors, the Hyuga clan. Where is the Tsuru Senryu? Akai, did you see that? Even if you are a 10,000-year-old genin like Dad, as long as you keep working hard, there will be a day when you can compete with the top ninja clans. This is the true meaning of youth. Never give up, and youth will never burn out." Akai also nodded vigorously as if he had been injected with chicken blood. "Dad, my youth is also burning now. Before the registration starts, why don't we go to the playground and run 100 laps in a handstand?" "Akai, go ahead. Hideki and I have something to talk about." Matt Dai touched Akai's head and said, "I know." After saying that, Akai climbed out of the window and ran to the playground. Might Dai looked at Akai's back with a look of relief, and then his excitement disappeared in an instant, and he even looked a little uneasy. "Hideki." He began to pace back and forth in the small office, and said to Hideki, who was reading a book beside him, "I am just a 10,000-year-old genin, am I really qualified to be the teacher of the students? And the opponent is the famous Hyuga clan. I really don't have confidence and I am afraid of delaying your plan." "Senior Dai, you didn't seem to say that to Akai just now, right?" Hideki complained in his heart. Sure enough, as long as he is a father, he is unwilling to show his weakness in front of his children. Don't worry, Senior Dai. Hideki began to comfort him. No one knows more about breathing than me. When the children were doing special training before, they all praised your training guidance. With the sensory tools I prepared, you will surely be able to teach everyone the breathing method, and you may even do better than me. As long as we work together, the Hyuga clan should be the ones to be afraid of. At this time, Mighty Dai still had no idea of his own strength. Fortunately, Hideki had created miracles many times before, and his words were convincing, which made him feel much more relaxed. But more importantly, out of gratitude to Hideki, he had secretly decided that no matter what the result was, he would do his best and follow Hideki all the way. But what he didn't know was that Hideki was just like him just now. He seemed to be as steady as an old dog, but in fact he was still a little weak in his heart. This plan to divide the promotion of the breathing method into 2 training classes was exactly an interesting proposal that Hideki made to Hisashi a few days ago. The reason is that the truth becomes clearer through debate, and there is progress only when there is competition. Let the children have room to choose freely. In fact, Hideki knows that neither side will give up the breathing method. Instead of wasting time on internal strife with the Hyuga clan, it would be better to directly pull the other party to the field that he is best at, and use the development and promotion of the breathing method to see the truth. As long as there is no restriction on changing the sect, the children will naturally vote with their feet and decide the best way for the breathing method. But the Hyuga clan can't say it anyway. It is a 1,000-year-old family with a long family history. If they gather the strength of the whole family to develop a breathing method, the effect may not be worse than his. Otherwise, they would not agree to Hideki's proposal so easily. So this battle between Kame Senryu and Crane Senryu will probably be a protracted war and will not end so quickly. Fortunately, the two have the same origin and will not affect Hideki's future plans. As long as he can win the final victory, the Hyuga clan is just working for him in vain. Soon after, Hideki and Might Dai also started to move and walk towards the registration point. Not long after they walked out of the office, they happened to meet the Hyuga clan ninjas who came out of the lounge. The leader, Hayashi, looked at the two with a scrutinizing look, and then nodded slightly. Teacher Hideki, your proposal is really beyond my expectation, and it is indeed quite interesting. I look forward to competing with you in the development of breathing methods in the future. As for Might Guy, he didn't take him seriously at all. Hideki smiled and said, "Same here, the Hyuga clan is so keen on the breathing method, they must have some good ideas, I can't wait to see it. There will be a chance in the future." Hayashi said lightly, and at the same time thought. When the 8 gates are completed, the Hyuga clan will stand at the top of the ninja world again. Then he turned his head and nodded to Hisashi. Hisashi understood and took out a scroll from his arms, stepped forward and handed it to Hideki with both hands. "What is this?" Hideki did not take it directly, but asked. "Just some insignificant compensation," Hayashi said indifferently. "Teacher Hideki, you can share the development rights of the breathing method with us. Our clan is very grateful, of course, we can't just accept it with a clear conscience." The scroll contains some books related to the development of breathing techniques, as well as some materials and puppets. "Teacher Hideki, you said something very well, there is progress only when there is competition. So I hope these things can help a little, so that Teacher Hideki can have an evenly matched contest with us." "Okay, okay. Knowing that you have the 8 gates, don't be so proud. Don't I have it?" Hideki rolled his eyes in his heart, but nodded and thanked him on the surface. "Then I would like to thank the Hyuga clan on behalf of the children. No matter what, at least the Hyuga clan didn't get it for free, and finally had some style of a 1,000-year-old family. Much better than the 3rd Hokage who only made big promises." When both parties arrived at the playground, the registration point was already surrounded by a large number of students, all of whom were looking forward to it. Hideki first made a dirt platform and jumped on it, then cleared his throat and said, "Hello everyone. After today, we will officially have a holiday, so I would like to wish you all a happy new year here." The little ninjas also spoke words of blessing. After greeting, Hideki also got to the point. Everyone should have seen the effect of breathing techniques at the martial arts meeting. In fact, many students have come to me for breathing techniques recently, but I have rejected them all. It's not that I am biased, but the practice of breathing techniques requires the assistance of ninjas who have mastered precise perception abilities, so as not to easily hurt the body. I can't teach too many students because I can't do everything by myself. But don't worry now. With the strong support of the Hokage and the friendly participation of the Hyuga clan, the breathing method promotion plan for all ninja school students can finally be officially launched today. Pa 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 pa. When the little ninjas heard this, they all applauded enthusiastically. After the applause stopped, Hideki said again. In theory, the promotion plan will officially start in the next semester. But in order to accumulate teaching experience, the school has decided to hold a small-scale training activity during the winter vacation. And now this is the registration location. The training will start in a month and will last for about a month until the start of school. As for the content of the training, in addition to the breathing method, we will also conduct special training in various aspects according to the student's situation. Please look forward to it. Because it is not mandatory, everyone can choose whether to participate in this training according to their own holiday plans. Here, Hideki paused for a moment to let everyone digest it. Then he smiled again. Next. I think everyone should be very curious about what this Kame Senryu and Crane Senryu mean. The little ninjas nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Hideki explained. This actually represents the names of the two training classes that promote breathing methods. The reason for the division of classes is that the breathing method is not yet mature. Even as a teacher, I dare not say that the direction of my research is the right way to best unleash the potential of breathing methods. In order to explore more possibilities of breathing methods, we have divided into two training classes. For example, Crane Senryu will be in charge of the Hyuga clan, and they will study the way to combine breathing methods with soft fists. Chapter 189 Kame Senryu and Crane Senryu. Wait, did I hear it wrong? Did the teacher say soft fist? I heard it too, but isn't soft fist only for the Hyuga clan? Is it possible that Hideki's dedication is contagious? Stupid, we don't have Byakugan, so we can't use the soft fist after learning it. As soon as Hideki finished speaking, the little ninjas couldn't help but whisper to each other, shocked. After everyone gradually quieted down, Hideki spread his hands and smiled. You heard it right, I am talking about the soft fist. This is an advanced physical technique that injects chakra into the enemy's body, thereby destroying the meridian system and internal organs. Because the chakra running in the ninja's body will form a natural protective wall, it is difficult to achieve the ideal killing effect if you just inject chakra casually. So it is true that only the Hyuga clan with the ability of Byakugan can accurately find the enemy's acupuncture points or chakra weaknesses, so as to exert the maximum power of the soft fist. But there is no need to be disappointed. Hideki smiled and said, because there are many fixed acupuncture points in the human body's meridians, they can be locked even without the Byakugan. And as long as you inject more chakra, you can use your strength to break through the enemy's protective wall and cause considerable damage. And one of the great effects of the breathing method is that it can increase your chakra volume, thereby increasing the power of the soft fist. And in addition to acupuncture, there are many techniques in the soft fist that use chakra to unload and borrow force, which can definitely help you a lot in battle. Finally, because the movements of the soft fist method are as graceful and agile as a crane, I named this school Crane Fairy Style. When the young ninjas heard this, they all looked at the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Seeing that they had no objections, everyone completely believed that what teacher Hideki said was true, and their eyes flashed with excitement. Because many young ninjas, especially the little girls, have long been envious of the graceful soft fist techniques. It's a pity that soft fist techniques have always been the exclusive physical skills of the Hyuga clan, and they have no chance to learn them. Now that the Hyuga clan has changed its mind and taught everyone soft fist, how can they miss this opportunity? A Hyuga ninja was a little scared by the covetous eyes of the little girls, and couldn't help but whispered to Hayashi. Master Hayashi, do we really want to teach soft fist? Is this breathing method really so valuable? Hayashi glanced at him calmly, and the ninja lowered his head and dared not keep silent. Then he said lightly. What is taught to students is just soft fist techniques. It's just the most basic part of the fist, it's harmless. As for the rest, it's not your concern. Hideki on the stage continued to introduce. Since Crane Senryu is a soft fist, then Kame Senryu is of course the opposite, it is a school that combines breathing techniques with Konoha-ryu's hard fist. For this reason, I also invited the Taijutsu master Might Dai to be the teacher of this training class. After saying that, Hideki stretched out his hand horizontally, directing everyone's attention to Dai. Seeing everyone looking over, Might Dai suddenly "Ada" and jumped forward with a flying kick, saying in a high-pitched voice. Hello everyone, I am Might Dai, known as the first generation of Konoha's Blue Beast, a senior genin with 30 years of rich experience, please give me your advice. After saying that, he raised his thumb straight and grinned, revealing 2 rows of shiny white teeth. Add to that the tacky tile head, and the weird look of wearing only a green tights in such a cold weather. Hey! The atmosphere on the scene, which had been heated up, suddenly dropped to freezing point as if blown by a gust of cold wind. The uncle in front of them was full of flaws in his look, lines, and actions, which made everyone not know where to start complaining. This uncle is definitely not here to make people laugh. Finally, someone couldn't help but say. By the way, isn't this Might Guy's 10,000-year-old genin father? How could he be qualified to teach us? I heard that he works in Teacher Heideke's workshop, he must be a backdoor relative. Don't underestimate Senior Dai. Heidke shook his head and smiled. I often practice with him, I can guarantee that his true strength will definitely surprise everyone. Seeing that the little ninjas were all suspicious, Heidke did not continue to reiterate, and turned to say. But the most important thing is that Senior Dai has mastered the tricks of physical training after decades of hard training. Indeed, he will not teach you any superb and gorgeous skills. But if you want to lay a solid foundation and improve your physical fitness through hard training, then Senior Dai will never let you down. And this is exactly the origin of the name of Kame Senni, although it is just an ordinary practice like a turtle crawling. But as long as you accumulate step by step, even a turtle can reach a peak that ordinary people cannot reach. Heideke's cheap chicken soup finally warmed up the atmosphere a little. Although Might Dai, who is still a 10,000-year-old genin, seems to make the teacher's words less convincing. But the young ninjas have more or less seen Might Dai practicing intensively in various places in Konoha without paying attention to others. Might Dai has been so reckless, but he has not damaged his body for decades. He is still quite capable. Perhaps this strange uncle is really qualified to guide them in basic training. And the children who had previously trained in the training room were even more. He began to recommend it to everyone, telling them how Might Dai helped him, and everyone was a little moved. It's a pity that compared with the Hyuga clan's Crane Senryu, Might Dai's Kame Senryu still seems to be earthy and tiring, and not very attractive. But as the inventor, Mr. Heidke should be more inclined to Kame Senryu, and there may be various hidden surprises. This made everyone very entangled, and it felt that the key was still Mr. Heideke's position in this plan. So a student couldn't help but raise his hand and asked. Wait, what about you, Mr. Heidke? The little ninjas also echoed, wanting to know the answer. Heidke spread his hands and smiled. Have you forgotten that my main job is a puppetry teacher? The most basic part of the breathing method has been perfected. The Hyuga clan uses the Byakugan, and Senior Dai and others use the perception array, and they will definitely let everyone master it smoothly. And their physical skills are far better than mine, and they will definitely bring better training results to everyone. Of course, don't worry, I'm not leaving. Instead, I'm going to work on logistics, researching various ninja tools that can help you master the breathing method more easily and quickly. Obito, who was sitting in the audience, suddenly remembered the nightmare-like black warrior helmet and shuddered. I don't believe you. It's really fast, but it's definitely a lie. Don't believe it. But Obito only complained in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. God knows what kind of revenge he will suffer in the future if he destroys the teacher here. Then the introduction is almost here. You can consult the corresponding registration office for the specific details of the training class. At this point, Heidke suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, I want to add a little at the end. You don't have to worry too much about which school to sign up for. Because as long as you pay a small amount of points, you can choose to change schools at any time until you find the one that suits you best. The little ninjas all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and no longer had the tension that seemed to determine their future fate. At the same time, they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Teacher Heidke, why didn't you tell us about this earlier? You made us so confused just now. Heidke was in his heart. He laughed secretly, but announced loudly on the surface. Then I declare that the registration for the breathing method training will start now. Everyone can choose the style that interests them the most. Chapter 190, Battle with the Pharmacist. Registration officially started, but the young ninjas did not act immediately. Some were thinking hard, or discussing with their friends. Although Teacher Heidke said that they could change schools at any time. But they are in a period of rapid growth and don't have much time to waste. If they choose the wrong style and delay their training, it will not be so easy to catch up with other students. Of course, they must act cautiously. Until Hideki gave another friendly reminder, the number of trainees is limited, first come first served, the young ninjas had to make up their minds. Most of Hideki's students chose to sign up for the Kame Senryu training. Sure enough, compared to the Crane Senryu, whose effect is unknown, the combination of teacher Hideki and teacher Dai is more reassuring. There are also many ninja students who go to the registration point of Crane Senryu. They felt that their foundation was solid enough, so it would be more cost-effective to learn some of the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. The rest of the children decided to wait and see for a while, and see how the two schools would perform after the training camp. A ninja from the Hyuga clan saw that they did not gain an overwhelming advantage, and could not help but suggest to Hayashi. Hayashi, why don't we invite Name-It Day to compete in the name of demonstrating soft fist? In this way, everyone will clearly understand the gap between the two schools. Hayashi shook his head gently. No need, most people who sign up for Kame Senryu are here for Kimura Hideki. Having such a competition where the winner is obvious will only make us look too petty. However, Hayashi was inspired by this and walked in front of Hideki. After the eyes of the surrounding little ninjas were focused on them, he said. Teacher Hideki, your introduction just now is indeed very easy to understand, but it is not intuitive enough after all. So I think after the training camp, we can organize a competition between Kame Senryu and Crane Senryu. In this way, when the breathing method is officially implemented next semester, everyone will be able to find the most suitable style for themselves more easily. The surrounding little ninjas nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and said that this proposal was really great. What a fart, you just want to watch a good show, and you wish blood would flow like a river. Hideki rolled his eyes in his heart, and then chuckled. This is indeed a good idea. I will ask Lord Hokage later, but there should be no problem. As soon as the voice fell, cheers broke out all around. Hideki spread his hands and smiled, thinking that this would only increase the intensity of your training camp later. Is there really anything to be happy about? Then he became alert in his heart. I thought that the Hyuga clan was just beginners after all, and they would be quiet for a while before challenging Kame Senryu. I didn't expect the opponent's attack to come so quickly. Is it Hayashi's blind self-confidence, or is the Hyuga clan's 1000-year heritage so awesome? It seems that I can't be careless, and I have to put more thought into it. For example, I should officially start the research on the integration of breathing techniques and the 8 gates of Dunjia, so as not to fall behind the Hyuga clan too much. Thinking of this, Hideki was also looking forward to the first duel between Kame Senryu and Crane Senryu in 2 months. Perhaps because they had similar ideas, Hideki and Hayashi smiled at each other subconsciously, with fighting spirit in their eyes. At the same time, on the streets of Konohagakure, Yakushi Nono was walking slowly. She was dusty and tired, and her light yellow hair had become a little dull. She should have just returned to Konoha after a long journey. He actually gave me 12 orders to finish the mission as soon as possible. What more important mission does Danzo-sama need me to do? Nono thought to herself, and then sighed sadly. If she hadn't been urged so hard, she could have stolen the information without leaving any traces, and then let the disguised identity disappear naturally. Unlike now, although she successfully completed the mission, her identity was also exposed, and people who were familiar with her fake identity were implicated. Suddenly, a stream of light passed through her vision, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Look at my lightning-fast 100-hit combo. Haha, you'd be lucky if you could complete 10 combos. Alas, it's such a waste that you got this dazzling yo-yo. What dazzling yo-yo? This is an oriental mind-based method, a light effect created by the unity of man and ball. Yes, 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 you think I haven't seen the movie Fire Boy King, right? It's that strange toy again. Since arriving in a town near Konoha, Nono has seen children playing with a new toy called a yo-yo from time to time. But the total number is not as much as she saw when she walked from the village gate to here. Is this the birthplace of this new toy? And the movie they mentioned? Of course Nono knows what a movie is, but isn't that an elegant activity that only nobles and big businessmen would watch? Why does everyone seem to have seen it and have become accustomed to it? And I don't know if it's Lena's the new year approaches, Nono feels that the atmosphere in Konoha seems to be different from the past, but she can't tell what has changed for a while. She subconsciously took off her glasses and wiped them with the corner of her clothes, then put them on again. It seems that I have to update the latest information about Konoha, but the most important thing now is to go to the root base to report the mission. In the ninja school, the registration activity is still in full swing. In a lecture hall in the teaching building not far away, the Sandame is also holding a final work meeting with the teachers. The content of the meeting is of course to summarize and review the teaching work of this semester. But the teachers who have switched to holiday mode are not very interested in this. The class monitor on the stage is still speaking non-stop, while the teachers below are quietly discussing. Why hasn't this meeting ended yet? I'm only concerned about who will be the outstanding teacher. Originally it must have been the new teacher Heidke, but he caused such a big disturbance during the final exam, I'm afraid it's over. Then it's probably Mr. Aoi. I heard that the average score of his class is as high as 79 points. He is indeed a senior teacher with many years of experience. In that case, Mr. Mikami is even more amazing. The average score of the class's practical exam broke the previous record. Mr. Momonogi is not inferior either. The top few students in the grade are all from his class. By the way, have you noticed that the children have made great progress this semester? Is it really the credit of the points plan? Then shouldn't all the teachers' achievements be attributed to Mr. Heidke? Who will the Hokage award the outstanding teacher? It's really hard to guess. It doesn't matter who it is. I just want to have a quick holiday. Me too. Perhaps disturbed by everyone's resentful eyes, the class monitor didn't finish reading his thick manuscript and ended his speech quickly. Then the Sandame also walked up to the stage, first praised everyone's performance this semester, and then said, "Ahem, I think everyone can't wait for the holiday, so I won't waste time and get straight to the point. I declare that the outstanding teacher of this semester is..." Chapter 191 Rewards and Doubts. Teacher Heidke, I finally found you. Lord Hokage asked you to go to the principal's office now. Near the registration point on the playground, Heidke, who was still surrounded by little ninjas asking questions, was suddenly stopped by Daikoko Funino. You all heard it, Lord Hokage wants to talk to me, please make way. Heidke had long been a little overwhelmed by the children's wild questions, and hurriedly took the opportunity to run away. He and Daikoko Funino came to the teaching building and heard many teachers' congratulations along the way. Congratulations on becoming an excellent teacher. Is there a C-level ninjutsu you want? Do you need my advice? Remember to treat me to dinner tonight, Mr. Funino. Funino Daikoko kept wiping his sweat and forced a smile to deal with everyone. He felt a little pressure standing next to Mr. Heidke. After all, if that accident hadn't happened, the reward should have belonged to Mr. Heidke. How could it be his turn? Heidke didn't have much in his heart. In order to appease Mr. Funino, he smiled and congratulated him. As a result, Funino Daikoko became even more panicked. Fortunately, he arrived at the principal's office soon. After watching Funino Daikoko leave as if he had been pardoned, Heidke shook his head and laughed, then knocked on the door and entered the principal's office. I saw the Sandame holding the students' report cards and looking at them. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Heidke, you're here, find a seat and sit down. The Sandame was still studying the report cards, as if there was some secret in them. The points plan is indeed very effective. The average score of each grade has increased by several points compared to last year. But I also found that the students who have made the greatest progress this semester are those who have enrolled in the puppetry course. That's right. The control and expanded meridian branches trained by practicing chakra lines can also be used in ninjutsu and physical skills. But why do everyone's academic performance improve? I really don't understand. Heidke pondered for a few breaths, then spread his hands and smiled. I'm not sure. But maybe it's because I divided everyone into a dozen study groups to share a pocket puppet beast. As long as one person in the group fails the homework, the pocket puppet beast will be confiscated for a week. So everyone has long developed the habit of doing homework together and urging each other to study. Maybe they do the same in other subjects, and their grades will improve by leaps and bounds. It seems that this is the reason. The Sandame suddenly realized, I didn't expect that such a small study group could produce such a big effect. Maybe we can try to promote it next semester. Heidke smiled and said, don't worry, Principal. There is actually a similar plan in the points plan designed by Minato and I. I'm just worried that the rules will be too complicated to understand at the beginning, so I didn't implement it this semester. The Sandame was slightly stunned, then shook his head and smiled, sure enough, you young people have good brains. You have thought so far ahead. And your teaching talent, Heidke, is not inferior to your invention talent. You are too kind, Hokage. Hideki said modestly. Who knew that the Sandome suddenly round said seriously. Then Hideki, do you know why I didn't give you the award for outstanding teacher? Since the Sandome said so, it shouldn't be because of the final exam. So Hideki smiled and said. Other teachers work diligently for a semester just for this award. I'm already a special jonin, how can I compete with them? The Sandome shook his head and said. As long as they are the best teachers, whether they are special jonin or jonin, they deserve this award. But this is just a normal situation. The new puppetry class, work-study program, points plan, and the breathing method that is about to be officially promoted. Hideki, your talent and contribution can no longer be summarized by a small excellent teacher. If your puppetry class hadn't just started, I would have already. I will transfer you to a place where you can better display your talents. It's really embarrassing for other teachers to compete with you for this. So I decided to give your reward separately, so I asked you to come. At this point, the Sandome sighed and said. In fact, this reward should have been given to you a long time ago. It's just that Konoha is not my one-man show. The elders insisted on giving rewards after seeing results, and I couldn't get away from them. Fortunately, now I have this report card as evidence, and I can finally shut them up. Hideki was a little skeptical about the Sandame's reasons. I guess this guy is also one of them who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. But he didn't feel like caring about these things. He just wanted to know what reward the Sandome had prepared for him. Not long after, Nono came to the underground base of the route. To her surprise, the base was quiet and there was no one in sight. Although the route base was quiet before, she could still vaguely hear the sound of metal clashing in the training ground. She looked over and saw that there was no one there. If she hadn't seen the ninja on duty at the entrance, she would have suspected that the route had moved. Fortunately, at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from not far away. Nono hurried over and found that a little ninja was carrying a pile of boxes, and he didn't know where he was going. He also saw Nono at the same time and showed a vigilant look. Nono smiled and said, "Hello, where are the others?" Perhaps because of her affinity, or because of his trust in the security system of the route base, the little ninja let down his guard a little and said. Danzo has ordered that everyone without a mission must go to the production department to help. Production department? Could it be that some new ninja tools have been developed recently? Or is it that the war is about to break out again and more ninja tools need to be made in a hurry? Is it related to this matter that Danzo is so anxious to find her back? Nono quickly sorted out his questions in his mind and decided to go over and find out first. At this time, the little ninja had already walked forward on his own. Seeing this, Nono hurriedly followed and took some boxes, then smiled and said. Then I will go over to help. By the way, what is your name? Terai. Soon, Nono followed Terai along the dark passage to the production area. Since she returned to Konoha, she had encountered many confusing things, so she had prepared herself mentally in advance. But the scene in front of her still exceeded her imagination. The huge factory, countless assembly lines, and constantly running machines. There were also many root ninjas she had seen dotted among them, carrying out various production operations. Although Nono knew before that since the route was separated from the Anbu, the ninja tools also needed to be raised by themselves, so in order to save costs, a production department was opened in the base. But she never expected that the production department, which was once just a small workshop, has now become a huge machinery factory. Does Lord Danzo want to rebel? Otherwise, how could his small route consume so many ninja tools? Fortunately, Nono soon resolved this doubt, but she also had greater doubts. Because Terai had put down the box and took out a bunch of colorful yo-yo packaging boxes from it. At the same time, Nono also found that what was being transported on the assembly line was not ninja tools, but yo-yo parts. What is going on? No matter how she looked at it, the scene in front of her could only make Nono draw an unbelievable conclusion for her. Could it be that the Master Danzo, who was feared by all the major ninja villages and was called the darkness of the ninja world, was really leading the route to enter the toy industry? Chapter 192 3 Choices and Blessings. Because the elders and I cannot reach a consensus, there are 3 reward plans for you to choose from. In the principal's office, the Sandome raised 3 fingers and said. 1 is to choose any S-level ninjutsu, including some forbidden ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Seals. But I have to remind you, Hideki, each S-level ninjutsu represents the pinnacle of a type of ninjutsu. So they are not only extremely difficult to learn and require a lot of time, but also accompanied by considerable dangers during the practice process. Normally those jonin who have completed multiple S-level tasks, have super strength and reached a certain bottleneck will go further by practicing S-level ninjutsu. But Hideki, you have a strong talent for developing ninjutsu after all. If it is a suitable S-level ninjutsu, you should be able to control it. Then the Sandame took out another form and handed it to Hideki. The second is some rewards of ninja tools and precious materials, which should help Hideki improve your puppetry. Hideki took it and saw the 4 big words Sword of Thunder God written on the first line, and was also shocked. Until he saw the 8 words for research only, no taking out written in the brackets behind, he couldn't help but curl his lips. It seems that Hideki also knows this is the best sword in our village. The Sandame said happily. But this Sword of Thunder God is the sword of Lord Tobirama, which is of great significance to Konoha and cannot be lost. Of course, it cannot be given to you easily. I also fought against all odds to get you the right to borrow it for research. If Hideki has the strength to match Lord Tobirama one day, you will never lose it, and there is a chance to truly own it. The 3rd generation said, the 3rd is the sealing technique you have learned recently. I remember that you have already obtained the basic knowledge of sealing techniques. So you can also choose to obtain the borrowing rights of D-level, C-level and B-level sealing techniques in the library. There are only 3 options. Hideki, you might as well think about it carefully. It doesn't matter if you don't give me an answer now. Has the Sandame been replaced? Why is he so generous this time? Hideki couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he also knew that this reward sounded like a lot, but in fact he could only choose one of the 3. The rest were just big cakes painted by the Sandame for himself. It means that as long as he continues to work hard, there will be great benefits. But Hideki had to say that this cake was indeed very fragrant, and he didn't know how to choose for a while. So he simply accepted the Sandame's suggestion and decided to go back and sort out his gains this semester before making a decision. So Hideki said, I really need some time to think about it. The Sandame naturally had no objection. After talking about the reward, he got up and walked to the window, looking at the many children on the playground who had already started chasing and playing, celebrating the holiday, with a smile on his lips. But soon he set his sights on the registration office for the breathing method. Tsurusen Ryu. I didn't expect the Hyuga clan to be so enthusiastic about promoting the chakra breathing method this time. Hideki, what do you think? Hideki shrugged and said. I think anyone with a discerning eye can see that they must have discovered some hidden potential in the breathing method, so they want to take the lead in development. The Sandame smiled bitterly. Yes. But after thinking about it, I still can't think of how to further explore the potential of the breathing method. The title of Ninja Doctor is really a bit untrue. Don't worry, you still have the title of the strongest Hokage, so it's not a big problem. Hideki laughed secretly in his heart. But this can't be blamed on the Sandame. Without the Byakugan bloodline limit that can fully understand the structure of the meridians, even the most talented ninjas probably can't come up with a subversive secret technique like the 8 gates. The Sandame sighed again. It's all thanks to Hideki's clever plan of the turtle and crane fighting. In this way, we can use the power of the Hyuga clan to promote the breathing method and reduce costs. It can also prevent them from working without putting in any effort and monopolizing all the benefits of the breathing method. At least they are now using the soft fist to recruit students, which is something I never dared to think of before. But whether this trick can continue to work depends on the performance of your Kame Senryu, Hideki. To be honest, I still have doubts about your recommendation of Might Die and the so-called cheap high-precision perception array. But since you are so confident, Hideki, I will also give you my greatest support. The materials you need are ready and you can go to the supplies department to pick them up at any time. As for the improvement of the perception array, I have also handed over the relevant information to your sealing consultant. And I have already said hello, you can go to Kushina to communicate at any time. As for how to compete with the Hyuga clan with these, it depends on you, Hideki. That's enough. Hideki smiled and said, next, it's time to witness the miracle. At the same time, in the root production department. Nono, the pharmacist known as the Walking Shrine Maiden, is screwing on the assembly line in the underground workshop. Yes, really screwing. The little ninja Terai who brought her here only regarded her as an ordinary root ninja, so he really found her a job to do, which is to screw the Rubik's Cube. However, this job seems simple, but it actually requires certain skills. Because the tightness of the screws will affect the size of the Rubik's Cube's wheelbase, and then affect the smoothness of rotation. And there are screws on all 6 sides of the Rubik's Cube, and they must be adjusted to the same wheelbase to get the best feel. Because the precision of the machines here is not high enough, they must be debugged manually like this. Otherwise, it will not meet the picky requirements of the Nara clan who are still playing with the Rubik's Cube. Although Nono is quite powerful, she was unable to exercise while lurking, and she was unable to master the tricks for a while. Terai, who was standing by, even therefore, she cast a disdainful look at her, which made her smile bitterly. However, this also made Nono realize what the change she had felt before was. The expressions of the people in Konoha became more vivid. It was not obvious for ordinary villagers, but it was quite prominent for the root ninjas who were supposed to be expressionless. Of course, she had to have the observation skills she had cultivated for many years to perceive such subtle changes. The question now is what caused this change. Nono looked around. To be honest, the working environment of this underground factory is not good. The air is turbid, the light is insufficient, and there is basically no rest time. As for the salary, it is probably even more out of the question. But compared to the training of the root to erase the children's humanity and turn them into killing tools, it is a blessing for the children to be able to work in this factory. At least now the children's eyes are not dead silent, but have a little light. Even Nono found that although the children are still silent, they are actually chatting quietly with lip language. But what they said, Uchiha Fei and lightning fast fight, still made her a little confused. Because of the chaotic management, the children actually exchanged jobs quietly and took turns to be the debuggers of various toys. And every child who took his turn would have a momentary expression that was no different from that of an ordinary child who got his favorite toy. This made Nono sad and happy, and became more and more curious. Who caused all this in front of him? Who was so powerful that he made the always conservative Danzo make such a big change? Suddenly, an adult ninja walked quickly and interrupted Nono's thoughts. Terai, take a group of people to the Bandai toy store to queue up and buy yo-yos. He quickly stuffed a few banknotes into Terai's pocket and said, I heard that there is a special edition of yo-yos for the new year today. Go buy it quickly so that we can start imitating it earlier. I know. Terai took the banknotes and quickly called out the names of several people to go with him. Nono, who was still shocked by the word imitation, found that every child who was called out had a burst of excitement in his eyes. This made her even more curious about the Bandai toy store. It happened that Terai saw that she was not very flexible and estimated that she was only worth queuing, so he also called her to go with him. After watching them leave, the adult ninja began to frown and think deeply. Why does it feel that the female ninja just now looks so much like the walking priestess, Lord Rabbit? But he quickly shook his head to deny this guess. How could that adult screw in here? Chapter 193, Starting Point and Punishment. Slide up and down, one retracts and one releases. Back and forth, the styles are ever changing, it's really not simple. Below the Hokage Rock, the latest episode of Fire Boy King is being played on the huge screen. Not far away, in front of the Bandai toy store, Nono, who is queuing, has the gorgeous screen images reflected in her eyes, and her expression is a little dull. She once disguised herself as a noble girl, went in and out of the upper class, and witnessed the current level of movies with her own eyes. So compared to the villagers who have never seen the world, she is more aware of the unreasonableness of the things in front of her. Why did Konoha suddenly emerge with this kind of film technology that is obviously several generations ahead of the current one after she left for just a few months? What's even more outrageous is the content of the movie being played above. It's actually a story about a group of children seriously fighting with yo-yos. And whether it's acting, costumes or storyboards, it can only be said that there is a lot of room for improvement, which is completely supported by the pictures and special effects. Isn't it a waste of talent to use this kind of epic-making technology to shoot such a bad script? Nono, who couldn't bear to watch it, cast his eyes on the booming Bandai toy store not far away. It's not difficult to guess that, like the so-called advertisements inserted in the middle of the movie, this somewhat childish movie should also be a means of promoting yo-yos. Even the plot of the childish movie is actually carefully designed, specifically for children who can't understand the profound story. At this time, the children in the square, including Terai, were staring at the screen intently, which is the best proof. It seems that it is not only the reason why Danzo built a copycat toy factory, but also the source of the changes in the children and even Konoha. But which ninja clan has such a big hand? Senju? Sarutobi? Hyuga? But the sign of the toy store does not have the family crests of those big ninja clans, but only a red mark similar to the family crest, with the word starting point written on it. Perhaps it is a new organization jointly established by several ninja clans. Anyway, since he was not directly annexed by Danzo, he still went to great lengths to copy the toys, so he must be from a very powerful background. I guess my next mission is also related to this mysterious force. No is very I want to ask Terai and the others. It can be seen that they are still concentrating on watching the movie. She laughed in her heart and decided to give up for the time being. Let them immerse themselves in this gentle world where all disputes can be resolved with yo-yos for a while. On the way back, No got the information she wanted from Terai, and was shocked again for 10,000 years. The starting point was actually just an orphanage? And the biggest support of this orphanage was just a puppetry teacher from a civilian background? Until she returned to the route, Nono's surprise had not completely dissipated. But the scene in front of her instantly brought her back to the cruel and cold reality. It turned out that a carriage drove into the entrance of the route, and then a dozen young children with ragged clothes and shivering with cold walked down from it. Driven by the route ninja, they walked tremblingly into the dark route base. Nono subconsciously wanted to step forward to provide them with some help, but in the end she did nothing. Because she knew that these children would be able to change into relatively warm clothes and eat enough food to fill their stomachs. But the price was that they would abandon their origins, relatives, names, and even emotions, and start hellish training with the goal of becoming the most handy tool for Danzo. Then after several years, only 2 or 3 of them left could officially become ninjas of the route. The reason why Nono was so clear was because she was once one of them. So she knew very well that she could not change anything. Momentary kindness would only bring them unnecessary expectations, and make them more painful in the future. Giving up oneself and numb-will are the best skills to survive this cruel training. Hideki Kimura. Nono suddenly thought of the omnipotent teacher mentioned by Terai and others. If he could bring a new wind to Konoha, would he also be able to change the cruel reality in front of him? But Nono's eyes soon dimmed again. Because just like the name of the route, everything in front of him was the dark side rooted in Konoha. Unless all the soil is turned over and the rotten roots are completely removed, nothing can be changed. It is too unrealistic to pin such hopes on a civilian ninja. When Nono gave up this naive idea, a root ninja suddenly appeared and half knelt in front of her. Murato-sama, Danzo-sama invites you. I know, lead the way. Nono instantly gathered all her thoughts and emotions, said coldly, and then followed the other party into the root base again. And this time, it was Terai's turn to be shocked for 10,000 years. Uchiha Clan Land. Shisui took the report card and came to the clan leader's house with some trepidation. Before the martial arts meeting, he did not follow Brother Fugaku's plan because of a sudden impulse. Now that he has calmed down, Shisui always feels a little sorry for the other party who has been planning for him for a long time. Of course, he will never give up the path he finally realized in the illusion. But whether to try to take into account the path envisioned by Brother Fugaku is up for discussion. Now that the final report card has been issued, he has indeed obtained enough points to exchange for the Hokage's guidance reward. So although he has not made up his mind yet, it is time to talk to Brother Fugaku. He was received by Sister Mikoto, whose belly was already quite big. She said that Brother Fugaku was busy and asked him to wait at the door of the living room. Shisui naturally did as he was told, and then heard Brother Fugaku talking to several members of the police department. Recently, there have been frequent cases of missing children in the area around Konoha. Although it will not affect Konoha, schools and private schools are now on New Year's Day, and there are children everywhere on the streets. In order to be on the safe side and let everyone have a good New Year, we should work harder and send more people to intensify patrols. Yes. The police department members said in unison. Then a young team member said angrily. Everyone is on holiday, only our police department is working overtime. We have contributed so much to Konoha, but we still have to endure so much contempt, it's so unfair. Another older team member laughed. It's actually better recently. In the past, many children almost wet their pants when they saw us. I don't know what bad things their parents said to them about us. At least they are no longer afraid of us, but some brave kids always ask us to perform yo-yo moves, which is a bit annoying. Did you perform? Secret. Haha, what secret? Another team member laughed. I know you secretly participated in the yo-yo competition in the toy store last week, and you lost to the red-haired girl and only got second place. How do you know so clearly? Did you watch the whole process? Not long after, several police officers said goodbye to Fugaku and left. When they saw Shisui when they left, they all smiled at him. After listening to their conversation, Shisui was also very happy about his choice. Road is more confident. Although it is not obvious yet, the change is indeed happening. The question is how to continue it and develop it in a good direction. Shisui took a deep breath, then knocked on the door and said, "Brother Fugaku, it's me, Shisui. Come in." Obviously, Fugaku had noticed his arrival, and after he came in, he motioned him to sit down. The two sat opposite each other, and did not speak for a while, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, Shisui quickly handed over the transcript. "Brother Fugaku, this is my final grade." "Well, it's not bad." Fugaku took it and flipped through it, and found that it was all 100 points. So he just praised it lightly on the surface, but in fact his eyelids couldn't help but jump a few times. Although the difficulty of these subject exams is not high, it is not so easy to be perfect. Could it be that this child wants to prove that even if he has multiple jobs, there will be no mistakes? After looking at the series of 100 points again, Fugaku seemed to have made up his mind and said, "Shisui, you came at the right time. Actually, I have something to tell you. First of all, it's about Elder Setsuna. The elders and I have unanimously ruled that Elder Setsuna's behavior has endangered the safety of the clan members and the reputation of the Uchiha clan. So we have deprived him of his position as an elder, and restricted him from leaving the Uchiha clan, and prohibited him from contacting you and Taihuo again. If Elder Setsuna approaches you again, you don't need to pay attention to him, just report to me directly, understand?" Shisui sighed in his heart, because this basically means that Elder Setsuna will spend the rest of his life in boredom in this small world. But he understood how dangerous it was to let the other party do whatever he wanted, so he nodded seriously. Fugaku added. As for Taihuanian, he was ordered by Elder Setsuna and it was difficult for him to refuse, so he will only be punished to do odd jobs at Cat Granny for 2 months. Shisui took a breath when he heard this, knowing that this punishment was not as easy as it sounded. Because doing odd jobs also includes being a poop shoveler for at least hundreds of cats at Cat Granny's place. When he comes back, he will surely become a man with taste. Then Fugaku hesitated a little, but still said seriously. "Then about your remaining points, Shisui." Chapter 194 Reward Selection and Spy. Points. When Shisui heard this, his eyes were a little erratic, and he wanted to say what he thought first. But before he could make up his mind, Fugaku said in a deep voice. "I still hope you can use your points to exchange for the personal guidance of the Hokage. But you don't need to do it now, just do it before the end of the next semester." "Next semester?" Shisui was stunned by this turn of events. "Didn't Brother Fugaku apply for early graduation for me? How come there is a next semester?" "Ahem." Fugaku coughed a few times and said. "The plan has changed. From your and Obito's performance in the martial arts tournament, Hideki's guidance is indeed effective. Continue to study with him for a while, it should be very helpful for your future growth. And Hideki is now competing with the Hyuga clan for the right to develop breathing methods, so there should be a lot of new ideas. In order to learn the latest breathing methods as soon as possible. Also to help him fight against the Hyuga clan, and to repay his guidance a little, Shisui, you should stay in school for a while." Shisui opened his mouth slightly, not expecting happiness to come so suddenly. Before he could say anything, Brother Fugaku had already said everything he wanted to say. Now he can spend another interesting time with Teacher Hideki and Brother Obito. Shisui's heart was filled with joy, and he wanted to tell everyone the good news immediately. But he soon thought of an important question. "Brother Fugaku, can I continue to participate in the filming of the movie?" Fugaku said calmly. "It will cost a lot of points to take into account the guidance of Teacher Hideki and Lord Hokage. So as long as it doesn't affect the practice like this semester, I have no objection to it." Shisui's body completely relaxed after hearing this. In order to verify whether his path is correct, he can't give up the identity of Uchiha Fei easily. "Ah!" Shisui seemed to think of something important and suddenly jumped up. "What's wrong?" Fugaku frowned. "I thought I was about to graduate, so I didn't sign up for the training camp of Kame Senryu. I hope it's not too late now." After that, Shisui opened the door and ran out. Fugaku shook his head and smiled when he saw this, realizing that no matter how precocious he was, Shisui was just a child after all. Maybe I shouldn't have put the burden of the family on his shoulders too early. The next moment, the door to the inner room was opened, and Mikoto walked out with a smile and teased. Once the head of the Fugaku clan is determined, he can't be pulled back by 9 bulls. How come he changed his mind so easily this time? Fugaku sighed and said. In the previous meeting with the elders, Elder Setsuna still refused to admit his mistakes. But this is also within my expectations. What really surprised me is that many elders don't think he made a big mistake. They just think that they will agree to punish Elder Setsuna if they are willing to admit defeat. I understand now how big is the difference in thinking between them who grew up in the warring states and us who grew up in the ninja village. I always thought that they were conservative and the way of doing things in the warring states would not work now. But I recently thought, would I be the same in the eyes of Shisui and others? Puppetry, school reform, new toys, movie theaters, breathing methods. Unconsciously, Konoha has gradually undergone various changes centered on the ninja school. I am a little worried whether the way of doing things I learned from my parents is still applicable in the new era. And the Sandame is not young anymore. Is it really okay to pin the future of the clan on him? Perhaps letting Shisui and others embark on the new path they have pioneered is the best choice. With a chuckle, Mikoto covered her mouth and laughed, breaking the slightly serious atmosphere in the living room. Fugaku, you are only in your 20s, why are you so old-fashioned? She touched her belly and smiled. If you really want to admit your age, it won't be too late until Ataka grows up and can defeat you. Fugaku looked at Mikoto's belly, and his fierce eyes, which were known for their evil eyes, became particularly gentle. Mikoto, you are right. Fugaku nodded and said, Itaki is not born yet, and Shisui and Obito are still young. It seems that I can't just wait and see. I have to help the children explore the way before their thinking is solidified. Maybe it's time for me to have a good talk with Mr. Hideki. A few days passed quickly, and the New Year atmosphere became more and more intense. After days of rushing to work, the workshop finally filled the warehouse to the brim, enough to cope with the New Year's promotion. So the children also started to take a holiday, decorating the orphanage with laughter and joy. In the attic, Hideki worked for a few days and almost finished the work at the end of the year. He also prepared to take a few days off to recuperate for the more arduous work next year. But before that, he still had an important problem to solve. That is the 3-choice reward given by the 3rd generation at the end of the term. How should he choose? Now Hideki gradually came to his senses. This 3-choice reward, in addition to being empty promises, the rewards also represent the Sandame and the elders' inconsistent attitudes towards him. For example, the rewards for ninja tools and materials seem generous and can bring him immediate improvement. But in fact, the total value of these rewards is the lowest. In addition to the temporarily borrowed Thunder God Sword, there are other ways to obtain them. This kind of petty, cost-effective reward is probably from the hands of the 2 elders, Yuditen Koharu and Midaman N. And they almost succeeded. Fortunately, in addition to a lot of basic ninjutsu and human meridian information, the storage scroll given by Hayashi also contains some precious materials. Otherwise, in order to develop a better radar next year and accelerate the exploration plan of the Valley of the End, Hideki might really choose this reward. Compared to this pitfall reward, compared to the above, obtaining the permission to read seals below level B in the library may seem ordinary, but it is actually much more valuable. After all, Hideki heard from Kushina that there are many rare seals left by Mito in the library, which are absolutely priceless outside. Although Kushina also has 1 or 2 low-level seals, Hideki is embarrassed to ask her for all the seals. In addition, Hideki has roughly learned the basic knowledge of seals now, and needs to digest them thoroughly by analyzing a large number of seal cases. Although it will take some time to transform it into strength, it happens to be a holiday recently. It is an opportunity to put all his efforts on seals, so that his strength can be reborn and meet the Jonin exam in the best condition. So there is no doubt that this is the best choice for both the present and the future is also the reward that Hideki has already chosen. The only one who can give such a reward that does not cost money and has outstanding effects is the Sandame, who knows Hideki's potential best. As for the reward of the self-selected S-level ninjutsu, Hideki strongly suspects that it is the poisoned apple handed over by Danzo. Flying Thunder God Technique, Multiplication Detonating Talisman Technique, Spiritualization Technique, Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Which time traveler would not be envious of these cool ninjutsu with amazing effects? However, although S-level ninjutsu is good, it requires a lot of time, knowledge, and even strength to truly reap the results. Although Minato seems to have learned the Flying Thunder God technique very quickly, he actually spent a lot of time on the instant body technique and the ceiling technique before he could successfully master it. Hideki wasted too much time before mastering the brainstorming technique. Therefore, he must first consolidate his foundation to truly master S-level ninjutsu like Minato did, otherwise it would only waste time and not be worth the loss. In fact, he had also inquired about it, and there were indeed such examples in Konoha's history. Several ninjas who were originally very talented were unable to master S-level ninjutsu for a long time after obtaining it, which delayed their training and eventually became mediocre. Therefore, Hideki would suspect whether this was Danzo's evil plan to delay his training plan. Sure enough, that old man was very bad. After making up his mind, Hideki immediately set off and prepared to go to San. Let's talk about it after exchanging the reward of the daimyo. However, as soon as he went downstairs and walked out of the orphanage, he saw Aunt Kelly and several adult women dressed as nuns and with outstanding looks coming over. A large group of older boys from the orphanage followed far behind, obviously tempted by the beauty. As soon as Kelly saw Hideki, she waved and said, "Hideki, you came at the right time. I was just about to call you. These are the new caregivers I have recruited with great difficulty these days. Let's get to know each other." Seeing Hideki raise his eyebrows slightly, she added in a low voice, "Don't worry, I have inquired carefully. They are all native Konoha villagers and have no problems with their backgrounds." Then she returned to her normal voice and smiled. "Let me introduce them. They are Ada, Natasha, Fujiko, Vermouth, and Yakushi Nono." As soon as the voice fell, Hideki's eyes suddenly became sharp. Chapter 195 Female Investigators Infiltration Plan. After Hideki nodded to them, he pulled Kelly aside and complained speechlessly. "Aunt Kelly, don't you find it strange? Look at the boys behind you, their saliva is almost flowing to the ground. With their looks and temperament, they should be able to find better jobs easily. Why do they come to us to be caregivers with little pay and much work? Look at what you said." Kelly said with her hands on her hips, dissatisfied. "I was also very beautiful back then, and I came here to be a caregiver because I was kind-hearted. Why can't they do the same? And now with the village workshop gaining so much attention, the orphanages cooperating with it are also becoming more popular. So this nursing position is very popular. I also eliminated a lot of people and carefully selected these few people. The best of the best, everyone is naturally good-looking." Carrie smiled like an ant again. It just so happens that Hideki is not young anymore, and you don't get in touch with girls of the same age because you are busy with work. Now there are a few more virtuous and beautiful girls in the orphanage, you have to seize the opportunity. Hearing this, Hideki couldn't help but hold his forehead, his head was black. Because he felt that this was Aunt Kelly's real purpose. "The problem is that you are too obvious. It is estimated that this employee selection standard will soon spread throughout Konoha, and it is you who will be harmed by the reputation. But that's fine. The real problem is that Aunt Kelly has no idea how terrible the ninja's disguise is. Transformation, bribery, illusion brainwashing, can easily create a background information that she can't distinguish true from false. And this is just the lowest level of practice. Like Konoha or some big ninja clans and big organizations, there are special people responsible for this work. They have made plans many years in advance, and through disguise, transformation, shadow clones and even true colors, they have created a fake identity that is flawless from birth to growth. When it is needed, the special spies can easily put on this disguise, and will not reveal any flaws because of the temporary use of those low-level means. Aunt Kelly thought she had found out their details, but in fact it was impossible to find any flaws in them. So these girls in front of them are likely to be spies. Even if they are not, looking at the appearance of the boys behind them, it is estimated that it will reduce everyone's work efficiency. But after all, Aunt Kelly worked hard to find them, and it doesn't seem good to fire them now. Hideki finally sighed in his heart. Anyway, I will be in the orphanage recently, so I am not afraid that they will make trouble. It just so happens that the level of those hooligans before was too low, and they can be easily dealt with by the security team alone, and there is no chance to test the protective effect of some important areas. Now it is just right to use them as free testers to check the loopholes of the workshop and the orphanage. However, for the sake of safety, I still have to learn from the third generation and use the telescope technique to monitor their actions 24 hours a day, and not miss any details. It is called 24-hour monitoring. Operation of the Fall of the Secret Female Investigator. After having a good time, Hideki and Kelly returned to the girls and said with a friendly smile, "Welcome to the orphanage family." After saying that, he felt that there was something wrong with his words, but he didn't care, and kindly reminded. The workshop was robbed before, so traps were set up in many places. You must be careful not to walk around. The girls nodded shyly to show that they understood, which made Hideki laugh in his heart. After a few casual greetings with them, Hideki waved and said goodbye, deciding to go to the third generation to get the reward first, and then come back to keep an eye on them. But when he walked out of the orphanage, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something extraordinary. Aida, Natasha, Fujiko, Vermouth. These ordinary names are fine. The key is that pharmacist Nono. Why does it sound familiar? Pharmacist, pharmacist. Hideki suddenly slapped his forehead and finally remembered who this guy was. The strongest spy of the route, the walking shrine maiden, and the caretaker of the orphanage where the dream-making master Kabuto Yakushi lives. Just like Obito was so angry because of Rin's death, just like he wanted to destroy the ninja world because of the death of his beloved Yakushi Nono, Kabuto Yakushi boarded Orochimaru's pirate ship and eventually became one of the big villains that led to the Fourth Ninja World War. If Nohara Rin is the Helen of the ninja world, then Nono is the Lorazan of the ninja world. It's just that this character appeared too late and only existed briefly in Kabuto Yakushi's memory, so Hideki didn't remember it for a while. At the same time, due to the daily training of brainstorming techniques, Hideki's mental power became stronger and stronger, and he found that his memories of his previous life became clearer and clearer. So now he recalled and realized a shocking fact: the orphanage in Kabuto Yakushi's memory seemed to be the one behind him. And Aunt Kelly and Dean Kemp also appeared in that memory. For many years, the small country has been in constant war and refugees have continued. In order to supplement some cannon fodder with ninja talents like Hideki, Konoha set up several orphanages around the village. So Hideki did think of this possibility when he was a child, but there was no evidence. From this point of view, fate is really wonderful. Whether she exists or not, Yakushi Nono will eventually come to this orphanage as a caregiver. However, in the original work, she should have reached some agreement with Danzo to retire and become a real caregiver in the orphanage. Later, she was coerced by Danzo to return to the world. Unlike now, she must have been shouldering some important spy mission. Is it possible that the death of Senior Kojiresu has finally been discovered? Or is it that Danzo is impatient and sent the walking shrine maiden, the poison bait of S-level ninjutsu, and Senior Kojiresu and the infiltration of the walking shrine maiden? Sure enough, Danzo is still trying to harm me. It seems that I have to find a way to teach him a lesson, so that he won't continue to push his luck. Then this walking shrine maiden may be a good breakthrough. But it's too early to say anything now. God knows what kind of psychological process the other party went through in the original work before he turned from evil to good and became a caregiver in the orphanage. To be the strongest spy in the route and surpass Senior Rat, she must have more than just the kind and gentle side in the original work. So Hideki decided to observe for a while before making plans. After making up his mind, Hideki began to walk towards Konoha at a faster speed. In the orphanage, Kelly first took the female spy group on a tour and reminded them which places they could not enter. Of course, in their ears, it seemed to have become a treasure hiding place. Especially the attic where Kimura Hideki lived, which was simply their one piece. Not long after the tour ended, Kelly assigned each of them a place to clean, as if she was testing them. Of course, this was not difficult for the battle-hardened Nono, who cleaned up quickly after being assigned to the corridor on the first floor. Even Kelly, who had entered the state of an evil mother-in-law, could not find any faults at all. She nodded repeatedly and left with peace of mind. While cleaning, Nono still had the energy to recall the instructions given to him by Danzo a few days ago. Usagi, you have 3 main tasks after sneaking into the orphanage. The first is to contact the rat who has been out of contact for a long time and confirm whether he is dead or alive. The second is to continue the rat's mission and secretly steal the information of the programming flow sealing technique. Finally, the chakra breathing method, a technology that even the Hyuga clan is interested in. Of course we can't let it go. Nono knew that there was no need to rush for the next 2 tasks. The most important thing now was to confirm the situation of the rat. Is he dead or alive? If he is dead, how did he die? Has his identity been exposed? If he is alive, why didn't he report it? Was he caught, or trapped somewhere? Nono even knew that the rat had always been arbitrary and it was common for him to disappear for several months. So he might still be on the mission, but he didn't take the risk of contacting her to avoid being exposed. No matter what, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a little mouse that has transformed from a child mouse in this large workshop park, and it's not known whether it still exists. Even for her, who is called a walking shrine maiden, this will definitely be a huge challenge. Jerry, where have you gone again? Just then, a call interrupted Nono's thoughts. She looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was a little girl from an orphanage who was walking and looking around with her head down, as if looking for something like a pet. After seeing her, the little girl also ran over and looked up and asked, "Sister, have you seen my Jerry?" Nono squatted down and asked gently. "I'm sorry, sister was just thinking about something, I don't know if there are any small animals passing by here. But I can help you find it, so what kind of animal is Jerry?" The little girl said in a proud tone. "Jerry is a mouse I raised, it's amazing." Chapter 196 Kushina's Request. Mouse? Nono kept a kind smile, but a storm had already set off in her heart. She was about to look for the mouse that the rat turned into, and it happened that the little girl had a pet mouse. This is not a novel, how could there be such a coincidence? Is it a test? Perhaps the rat's infiltration has been discovered, so Kimura Hideki is using the pet mouse to test the reaction of the newcomer? Or maybe the little girl said Jerry is really the guy named Zishu. But doesn't that guy always like to transform into an ordinary rat and sneak in to steal information? Why did he choose to be a pet rat this time? Oh, it's because of the trap. Nono recalled that Kimura Hideki just said that there are traps in many places in this workshop park. Rather than using the body of a rat to crack the difficult trap set by the puppet master, it is safer to disguise as a pet rat to gain trust and wait quietly for the opportunity to be taken in. The more Nono thought about it, the more he felt that this was very consistent with the thinking of Senior's issue. As for why it lost contact, it may be because it was locked in a cage and did not break out of the prison to avoid being exposed. So, is its disappearance now to get in touch with the roots? However, this is just her guess after all, and more information must be collected before a conclusion can be drawn. After Nono finished sorting out her thoughts in her mind like lightning, she smiled and asked, "What's your name?" "Atla." "What about you, sister?" "Pharmacist Nono." Nono looked around after saying that. Then Atla, "I've almost finished cleaning here, why don't I tell Ms. Kelly and accompany you to look for it? It just so happens that I also want to take a good look at places outside the orphanage." Nono said her true thoughts directly. Experienced, she knew that this would not easily arouse suspicion. Atla was happy to hear this. "Great, then I'll take you to visit some interesting places." Nono nodded in approval, but looking at Atla's appearance, it seemed that he had forgotten about Jerry. With such a master, if the rat is really Jerry, it would be really hard for him. At the same time, at the entrance of the Hokage building, Hideki was walking out, throwing 3 scrolls in his left hand, with a happy smile on his lips. He had just exchanged the final reward from the Sandame and got the right to borrow the sealing techniques below B level. Then he struck while the iron was hot and went to the library to borrow 2 sealing scrolls, ready to use as a holiday pastime. The 3rd scroll was a surprise. Sure enough, the quick success ninja tool materials and the high-minded S-level ninjutsu were both wrong answers. The Sandame was very pleased with Hideki's choice, so he also personally rewarded him with a sealing technique notebook. It recorded his experience and improvement plans for many low and medium level sealing techniques that he had summarized over the years. Although Hideki often teased the title of the Sandame's strongest Hokage in his heart, he was still convinced of his title of Ninja Doctor. With his experience as a reference, he believed that he would be able to inspire a lot of creative sparks. After receiving the reward, Hideki originally wanted to go back to the orphanage directly. However, thinking that he would have to stay in the orphanage for a while, he decided to go to his own sealing consultant first. A moment later, Hideki came to Kushina's residence, the Whirlpool Tower. Because the Sandame had called in advance, Hideki successfully entered the tower after passing the detection of the sensing array at the door without being blocked by the Anbu. He climbed up the spiral stairs and came to Kushina's study. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Kushina sitting on a chair with her head down, her hands drooping weakly, and the whole person seemed to have lost color. "I have burned out, leaving only snow-white ash." Kushina's weak voice sounded from the room. "Don't be in a hurry to turn into ash," Hideki said indifferently. "So, have you completed the task I assigned to you before, Kushina?" He was still in a hurry to go back to watch a movie. "No, it was to follow, but he didn't have time to show off with Kushina. Hideki, are you a devil? Kushina suddenly revived with full blood, stood up suddenly, raised her hands and accused, black-hearted boss. Smiling tiger. The collection of human hatred. Listen to the voice outside, the whole village has been on holiday, why am I still rushing to work here? Hideki spread his hands speechlessly, it's because you were always lazy before. Without Minato's supervision, Kushina, your self-control is really bad. I heard that you are almost the king of the toy store recently. It seems that the yo-yo competition on the weekend has won 3 consecutive championships. It's the 4th consecutive championship. Kushina, who was just indignant suddenly, he lost his confidence and poked his finger in grievance, but Minato can't even come back for the new year. I'm so bored. And when I'm bored, I don't have the heart to work. Hideki found a chair and sat down, crossed his legs and said, tell me, what do you want this time? New Year's special edition yo-yo? Rare puppet beast parts. After all, I'm not a demon. For the sake of the new year, I can consider it as long as it's not too much. Of course, the premise is that you have to complete the programming flow perception array as soon as possible. Whether the high-precision perception array can be completely transformed into the form of programming flow sealing technique is related to the training next month. Can it be carried out smoothly? Including the time required to create the physical object, there is not much time left. Kushina rubbed her hands and smiled. I heard from Obito and others that Hideki is going to hold a pocket puppet beast competition. Then can I also participate? Hideki said with a hollow look. They are just children. If you participate, you are literally bullying children. I can limit the amount of chakra. I usually do this when fighting with Obito and others. Kushina put her hands together and said. Please, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request. Hideki gently held his forehead, because he had actually heard this several times. Then he pondered for a moment, weighed the 2 options, and finally nodded helplessly. Well then. Anyway, Kushina's puppet control skills are very poor, and she simply relies on great strength to make miracles. Once the amount of chakra is restricted, she probably won't be able to advance for a few rounds, and the impact is not great. But Hideki still has to remind her again and again. Remember that the premise is that you can complete the work task before the new year. Here, take it. Suddenly Kushina took out a scroll and threw it to Hideki, then showed a sly smile of a successful conspiracy. He. You didn't expect it, Hideki. I actually worked all night for several consecutive nights and completed what you wanted. Remember not to break your promise. Hideki was speechless, finally knowing who Naruto inherited his annoying personality from. Then he opened the scroll and took a quick look. It was indeed what he wanted, and his expression eased a little. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. Hideki said lightly, and seeing Kushina's happy face, he added. But since this task is completed ahead of schedule, let's talk about the next research task. After a while, in the messy study, Kushina directly used force to drive Hideki out, and then sprinkled 2 handfuls of salt at the door to drive away the evil spirits. Then she returned to the study and sat down, lowered her head and touched her stomach and muttered. This guy can be quiet for a while. Chapter 197 Nono's Tangle. Nono is touring around under the guidance of Atla, while searching for Jerry's whereabouts. Along the way, she naturally found out a lot about Jerry. For example, the time when Jerry suddenly appeared in the orphanage was exactly the same as the time when the rat disappeared. Another example is that Jerry almost got lost before, so Kimura Hideki made a special collar for him. Although Atla couldn't explain the principle clearly. But it is said that once Jerry leaves a certain range of the orphanage, he will feel a little uncomfortable and can only return obediently. So Atla is not really worried about Jerry getting lost. Even this situation is actually commonplace now. Jerry usually appears in the cafeteria on time when it's time for dinner. If it doesn't work, her brother Hideki will always find a way to find him. The reason why she wants to find Jerry now is just because she is afraid that everyone will feed him too much and make him too fat. This information made Nono feel a little amused and a little horrified. Perhaps the rat can't get away because of this and can only stay in the orphanage. The question is whether this is just an accident or Kimura Hideki did it on purpose. Nono didn't dare to think about it and decided to focus on the visit first, or let's talk about checking out the place. The lobby, classroom, canteen, kitchen, and children's room. In fact, when she was visiting with Kelly just now, this orphanage left a deep impression on Nono. Although the building itself is quite old, it is clean and bright inside, warm and comfortable, with a home atmosphere that can make people completely relax. As an orphan and well-informed, she can guarantee that there are definitely not many orphanages like this in the ninja world. Because it not only requires someone to clean carefully every day, but also requires everyone to keep a clean habit to achieve this level. Most orphanages only provide cannon fodder ninja seedlings and cheap labor. It is impossible to be so particular. However, they did not find Jerry here, so they could only expand the search range. For example, the workshop that is not in operation now. Although she only took a quick look, the spacious, bright and well-designed production workshop still opened Nono's eyes. Because she continued to help in the dim underground factory a few days ago, she felt more touched by the comparison. According to Atla, because the machines are more advanced, the work in the workshop here is easier, and the working hours are not long, leaving a lot of time for learning and playing. This made Nono admire and feel a little sad. It is obviously a place to make toys, but the treatment of the little ninjas in the route is much worse. The apprentice studio next to it is still in operation, and it should be drawing the so-called rune pieces. It is said that it will be used in large quantities during the training next month. So Kimura Hideki used double points as bait to make many students come here to work overtime during the holidays. Collecting rune pieces is one of Nono's mission goals, so of course she wants to go in and check it out. However, there may be entry restrictions here, so Atla did not go in, but just called a student to ask, and left after learning that Jerry had not been there. On the way, they met a group of security guards who were walking upside down, led by Might Dai, the master of the Kame Senryu breathing method. Although according to the analysis of the Root Intelligence Department, he should be just a puppet pushed to the front by Kimura Hideki in order to avoid direct conflict with the Hyuga clan. But Nono, who has always been cautious, will naturally not make a conclusion easily. He decided to try his best to build a good relationship with the other parties so as to obtain intelligence in the future. And Mighty Dai was also very enthusiastic about her. Are you the new nurse? You are too thin now. This job is more difficult than you think. Without the strong physique of Miss Kelly, you can't stick to it. So do you want to join us, sweat with us, and sing praises to youth? The security team members on the side nodded repeatedly and expressed their warm welcome to Nono. But can you stop standing upside down when you say these words? Nono couldn't help complaining in his heart. After just a little contact, she realized that it would be a difficult task to figure out the thoughts of Might Dai in front of her. So far, except for the training room that was not open today, they have almost looked around the entire workshop park. Not only did Nono not find Jerry, but the entanglement that had been lingering in her heart became more and more intense. In fact, she, the pharmacist Nono, has a dream. That is, one day she can get rid of her spy identity and become a real orphanage caregiver. It can be regarded as a little atonement for the sins she had committed in the past. But even if it is just a dream, the best orphanage in her mind is completely inferior to this paradise in front of her. Does she really want to destroy the peace here in order to complete the mission of Danzo? Ah, Brother Hideki, you are finally back. Suddenly, Atla's joyful cry brought Nono, who was in a tangle, back to reality. She ran to Hideki who had just returned and asked for help. Jerry is missing, can you help me find him, Hideki? Missing again? Hideki nodded and greeted Nono, then stroked Atla's head and smiled. The little thing really likes to run around lately, just like a little spy. After using his peripheral vision to make sure that Nono's expression did not change, Hideki secretly praised him in his heart, and then said, "Well, it's almost Jerry's work time anyway." Work? Nono wondered what kind of work would require a pet mouse. Atla asked directly with curiosity. Brother Hideki, what is Jerry's new job these days? Why can't even I know it? Hideki smiled and said, of course it's to keep the suspense. You'll know in a few days. But since Jerry started his new job, he often hides like this. As Atla spoke, his eyes suddenly became sharp when he looked at Hideki. Brother Hideki, you didn't secretly bully Jerry, did you? Hideki said with a guilty conscience. No, of course not. Anyway, the truth will be revealed in a few days. Okay, I have to concentrate on finding Jerry's little thing, Atla, don't disturb me. After that, Hideki closed his eyes directly, as if he was sensing something. The workshop park is so large that it has exceeded the upper limit of Hideki's perception range. So he actually connected to the perception array here first, and then used it to lock Jerry's position. Got it, this little guy is really good at hiding. Hideki opened his eyes, snapped his fingers and laughed. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Jerry is at the door of my attic room, haven't you gone up to see it yourself? That's right. Atla suddenly realized. Brother Hideki, your room is impossible to enter, so I haven't gone up to see it. After that, she ran towards the orphanage like a fairy in the cornfield. But before she ran far, she suddenly thought of something, stopped and turned back to ask. Wait, Brother Hideki. Why do you think the door of your room is the most dangerous place for little Jerry? Ah, this. Hideki was really at a loss for words this time. Seeing that Atla was walking towards him angrily with a step that didn't recognize any relatives, Hideki had to spread his hands and confess. Okay, I admit. Although Jerry's work is not dangerous, it is indeed possible to be a little frightened. You may not understand what I said, Atla. If you are really worried, you can visit Jerry's work in person later. But I declare in advance that you will be spoiled for part of the content. This way you will not be able to enjoy my new work, Tom and Jerry with the best experience. Chapter 198 Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry? Is it a small movie like Fire Boy King? Atla said with shining eyes. Although she has not been to the open-air cinema to watch movies. But Hideki's brother built a small movie hall in the orphanage, so she is familiar with movies. Hideki wanted to complain that the word small movie was not used in this way, but he held back and smiled. It's almost like this, and Jerry is the protagonist. The protagonist? Jerry is so awesome. Atla's eyes were full of stars. But she soon thought of another question. Tom and Jerry, Jerry is the mouse, so where is the cat? Of course, here. Hideki said as he gently lifted his sleeves. Then a small figure jumped out and jumped directly into Atla's arms. Wow, so cute. Atla held up the blue and white kitten in her arms and couldn't help but exclaimed. The kitten was not shy, but showed a humane and flattering smile, blinking its eyes, which made Atla laugh out loud. Even Nono couldn't help but get closer to check, his eyes flashing with an instinctive love for cute things. Hideki was more confident in his new work after seeing this, and said. Okay, it's not too late to look at it later. Let Tom catch Jerry now. I'm afraid Jerry will run away and I'll have to spend time to lock him. The kitten also started dancing and showing an eager look. So your name is Tom? Atra laughed, but then became a little worried. Brother Hideki, will Tom eat Jerry after catching him? Of course not, they are good friends. Hideki, who has watched hundreds of episodes of Tom and Jerry, dared to guarantee it. Of course, he can be so sure, but there is another mystery. That is, this Tom is not a real cat, but a puppet beast he created for the movie. Whether it eats Jerry or not is not a matter of Hideki's fingers. Cat and mouse are friends. Nono, who was standing aside, smiled awkwardly but politely. Because she didn't know if this was a test, she could only pray for the mouse in her heart, hoping that it and the cat were really good friends. Atala was quite convinced by Hideki, so she really put Tom down and urged him. Come on, Tom, don't let Jerry run away. Then they were surprised to see Tom stand up and pat his chest to reassure Atala. Then he took out a bundle of rope from somewhere and began to walk towards the orphanage in a heroic manner. Atala was impressed and couldn't help but applaud. And Nono looked surprised on the surface, but was muttering in his heart. This is obviously not an ordinary cat, but the information doesn't say that Kimura Hideki has a ninja cat. Could it be? After a while, Tom Cat walked back with a dejected look on his face, with empty hands, and it seemed that he didn't catch Jerry. Atla couldn't bear to see Tom's human-like frustrated expression, so she stepped forward and touched his head to comfort him. Who knew that at this moment, Tom showed a smug smile and suddenly opened his mouth. The next moment, a little brown mouse quickly jumped out and landed on Atla's palm, with a lingering fear on his face. Jerry. Atla was surprised, but soon puffed up her cheeks and reached out to flick Jerry's head. Bad Jerry, running around again, I was worried to death. No. I see you were still in the mood to be a tour guide just now. Nono complained in her heart, while focusing on this little brown mouse. So cute. This was her first reaction, but when she thought that this little mouse might be a sub-rat, she couldn't help but shudder in her heart. I didn't expect you to be such a sub-rat. But whether it is true or not, we still have to find a way to confirm it. At this time, Hideki also clapped his hands and said. Okay, it's time to go to work. Atla, do you still want to visit? He looked at Nono and said naturally. Miss Nono, right? If you are interested, you can go and see it together. Atla wants to see it. Atla raised his hands and said. Nono nodded after pondering. Then I'll bother you. Although it may be a test, it would be suspicious if he didn't agree. But just as they were about to leave, an accident happened again. It turned out that Jerry, the leading actor, almost popped his eyes out when he heard that he had to work. He didn't want to go to work at all, so he jumped from Atla's hand to the ground while Atla wasn't paying attention, and got into the bushes not far away and ran away. Ah, Jerry, where are you going again? Atla exclaimed. Heidke was very calm and said, Tom. But Tom seemed calmer than him. He took out a book called Friends of Military and Civilian Dual-Use Talents from somewhere and began to read it leisurely while lying on the ground. After reading 2 pages carefully, folding a corner of the book, and closing the book, it slowly stood up and chased after it with a whoosh. Its legs were as fast as 2 wheels. At this time, Jerry had come under a big tree. There was a small tree hole not far away, which was probably leading to other exits. Jerry was overjoyed when he saw this. His calves also turned like wheels and rushed to the hole quickly. But when it successfully entered the tree hole and ran happily towards freedom, it found that it was getting harder and harder to run. Looking back, Jerry found that his tail was stretched long, and the end was pressed at the hole by a snow-white claw. Snap! Because it was surprised, it didn't use much strength, and its tail suddenly contracted like a rubber band, making it return to the original path and quickly roll out of the hole. At some point, a pile of bowling pins had been neatly arranged outside the tree hole. Jerry rushed straight towards them, knocked them all down, and was dizzy. Cut! Heidke walked closer, touching his chin and said. This part is pretty good, it should be useful. Then Tom picked up Jerry and handed it to Atla, who also came over with a treasure on his face. Tom, you are so awesome! Atla exclaimed, and then took Jerry. And Nono was thoughtful. Because in addition to Tom, Jerry's speed, wisdom and even the elasticity of his tail just now surpassed the level of ordinary mice. This made her have to have another guess. Could it be that the child mouse deliberately transformed into a ninja mouse in order to make it easier to crack the trap? This time, Atla was not careless and held Jerry tightly. And Jerry seemed to know that he was doomed and had no hope in life. So the two of them, a cat and a mouse, successfully came to a house that Heidke had recently built. According to Nono's professional judgment, this house should be built to imitate the residences of businessmen who are getting richer and richer recently. The characteristics are that the house is not too big and the appearance is ordinary, but the interior decoration and furnishings are quite exquisite, and they also mix and match popular styles from all over the world. If there is anything special, it is that there are too many decorations such as vases and plates, which gives a feeling of nouveau riche. But Nono took a closer look and found that these furnishings were just for show and were not worth anything at all. Then not long after, she knew the intention of Kimura Heidke's arrangement. The filming of the movie started soon, but it was completely different from what Nono imagined. Not only were there no cameras and other equipment, but no other staff members were seen. There was only a machine similar to a phonograph playing music in the style of the Land of Thunder. Tom and Jerry, accompanied by music, began to chase each other fiercely in the room. They chased each other, turning all the furniture in the room into their fighting tools. Dingling, clanging, crackling, banging. Of course, the most vulnerable ones were the vases, dishes, and cups, which were soon broken all over the floor. No wonder they only prepared some showpieces, because even the richest man in the ninja world couldn't stand their abuse. But what surprised Nono the most was the skilled cooperation of Tom and Jerry. Because their chasing and fighting seemed to need no rehearsal, they were all done in one go, and they made good use of various furniture, and many creative ideas made her applaud. In addition, their movements were perfectly in step with the music, and with exaggerated and vivid expressions, they gave the originally violent scene a perfect stage play texture, which would not make people feel too real and uncomfortable. At this time, Atla was already fascinated by it, and from time to time she covered her mouth and laughed secretly, and couldn't help laughing at Tom and Jerry's funny tricks. However, the observant Nono still saw a kind of helpless sadness in Jerry's eyes. It seemed that all its skilled movements and even the exaggerated expressions on its face were not of its own will, but were controlled by others. Just like a puppet in a puppet show. Nono was almost sure of his guess. Puppetry. It is estimated that both Tom and Jerry were actually acting under the control of Kimura Hideki. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why Jerry, who was just trying to escape, would now be willing to film and cooperate with Tom so well. If this is true, then Tom is likely just a puppet beast. As for Jerry, he should be a living creature. But if it is really a rat, Nono had to make a terrible guess. Although it is a filming, isn't this a very new way of torture? Chapter 199 Stand Envoy. Whether it is due to the needs of the mission or the role setting, Nono had to ask in a low voice. Are they really not in danger like this? At this time, Tom was holding a frying pan and chasing Jerry like playing whack-a-mole, making a loud clang. It feels like if Jerry is hit by accident, he may die. But Hideki is still confident. Don't worry, Miss Nono. Because Jerry is not an ordinary mouse at all. Hearing this, Nono remained calm on the surface, but her heartbeat began to accelerate, her muscles tensed, her vision became a little erratic, and she began to consider the escape route. Fortunately, Hideki said after taking a deep breath. It is actually a ninja mouse with a lot of chakra talent. I don't know if you know that the most basic way to cultivate ninja beasts is to frequently infuse their own chakra into their bodies when they are young. In addition to promoting the growth of meridians, it is said that the different properties of the injected chakra will also bring various changes to the physique of ninja beasts. It just so happens that Jerry has the talent of ninja beasts, so I will use it to test this theory a little bit. And what I injected into its body is a chakra with strong elasticity. Chakra. Perhaps because Jerry has a great talent, his body has undergone tremendous changes in just 1 month. Not only is his mind becoming more and more intelligent, but his body is also becoming more and more elastic, like rubber. So as long as it is not injured by a sharp weapon, ordinary blunt attacks are not so easy to hurt it. Listening to Hideki's words, Nono was a little confused. Because she is proficient in medical ninjutsu, she knows that if the ninjutsu itself has relevant talents, the theory mentioned by Kimura Hideki is indeed possible. However, the transformation technique of the rat is a ninjutsu that can change the body structure, and it may not be impossible to achieve this. So she couldn't make a conclusion based on the other party's words. At this time, Tom had already blocked Jerry in the corner, and raised the frying pan with a grin and slapped it hard. As a result, Jerry couldn't dodge in time and was hit hard. The room suddenly fell into silence, and only the cheerful music continued to echo. Atra, who was still laughing, the smile froze, revealing a nervous and worried look. And Nono also opened her eyes wide, and was even more terrified. Because no matter how elastic Jerry's body is, there is a limit. Being flattened by the frying pan like this, there is no chance of survival. Is this actually killing the chicken to scare the monkey, deliberately executing the rat in front of her? Isn't that Kimura Hideki too scary? Nono pretended to be worried and took a few steps forward, but in fact, she was getting closer to a window and ready to escape at any time. At this time, Tom seemed to think that something was wrong, and he was slowly lifting the frying pan with some reluctance to watch. I saw that Jerry, who was stuck to the bottom of the frying pan, had indeed turned into a thin sheet, and then floated lightly to the ground. Atala burst into tears. Jerry has turned into a rat sheet. It seems that this is not an animation after all, and this kind of picture is still a bit too extreme for children. Hideki reflected in his heart, then spread his hands and smiled. Don't worry, Jerry is fine, can you have more confidence in me, brother Hideki? As soon as the voice fell, another brown mouse suddenly jumped out from the table not far away. It even bowed to the two of them like a magician who had just performed an escape magic. Atra and Nono were both stunned, looking at Jerry on the table, and then at the mouse film on the ground, and they were a little confused for a while. Stand in. Fortunately, Hideki didn't intend to keep it a secret this time, and began to explain. In fact, the one who was just flattened was just a stand-in puppet I made. As if to prove his point, Tom also put on a doctor's white coat and began to examine the mouse version of Jerry with a stethoscope. Soon he thought of a treatment plan, took out an air pump and put it into Jerry's mouth, and began to pump air. Jerry's body also swelled rapidly, like a real balloon, and even began to float. Then Tom took out a needle and poked it gently. Bang! After the explosion, Jerry fell back to the ground, although he was still confused, but he looked as good as new. What a medical miracle! Then the two Jerrys ran to Atla together and switched positions several times in a row as if they were playing a prank. Atla suddenly became confused and couldn't figure out which one was her Jerry. Nono could still tell them apart, but she relied on dynamic vision. If she blinked a little, she couldn't tell the difference between the two. According to the information, Kimura Hideki liked to use lifelike and cute puppet beasts as a means of killing enemies in the past. Now it seems that his skills have not been abandoned at all. And this stand Jerry should only have a leather suit, which is empty inside and completely supported by chakra. It can be used to make various lifelike or exaggerated and vivid expressions and movements, which is enough to show Kimura Hideki's superb puppet control technology. So? Atla seemed to have discovered this problem and asked curiously. Brother Hideki, with such a powerful puppet mouse, there is no need for Jerry to come to film in person. Oh. Before Atla finished speaking, Hideki flicked her forehead. The film industry has just started, how come you are almost a traffic star? Hideki complained in his heart, and then explained earnestly. Because this is not only a filming, but also a training for Jerry. It is rare that it has good talent, of course it can't be wasted. Although I don't hope that such a day will come, what it has learned now may be able to help you in the orphanage one day. And if I use a stand-in puppet to shoot the whole process, can this still be considered Jerry's work? Will it really accept the love that everyone has for it because of the movie in the future? Don't forget the purpose of our orphanage. Atla said reflexively. He who does not work shall not eat. Then she suddenly realized and nodded vigorously. Brother Hideki, I understand. This job is a bit hard, but it's for Jerry's own good. I will definitely try my best to urge Jerry to work. Hideki touched Atla's head and smiled, it's best that you understand. Nono looked at the big and small, the two of them interacted, and their eyes softened slightly. I didn't expect that Kimura Hideki would explain to an ordinary little girl so patiently. And from what he said, he didn't plan to take Jerry for himself, but was going to keep it for Atla. Thinking of the many technologies he shared with Konoha and the children after returning to the village. He is really at the opposite end of the spectrum from Danzo, who wanted to get to the root of any good thing he saw. I really don't know if he is confident in his talent for invention, or is he just a simple good person. Looking at the two Jerrys making faces at each other, and Atla who was overjoyed at the same time. Nono felt that perhaps both were the correct answers. Chapter 200 The Information of the Rat. Because it was essentially a puppet show controlled by Hideki alone, the filming speed of this movie was amazingly fast. What really took time was actually cleaning the messy room every time and then setting up a new scene. So in order to save more episodes during the holiday, Hideki didn't finish his work until the bell rang for dinner at the orphanage. Atra was still reluctant to leave, but her desire to eat drove her to pick up Jerry reluctantly and prepare to leave. Hideki saw this and reminded helplessly. Hey, that's not your Jerry. As if to prove his words, Jerry in Atla's hand began to take out a handkerchief and bid her a tearful farewell. Then he suddenly began to exhale, like a deflated balloon, shrinking continuously, and flying back into Hideki's sleeve with the help of the reaction force. Then Hideki pointed to a brown pool of unknown objects on the table and said, "This is your Jerry." In order to train the little guy as much as possible during the short growth period of the mouse, Hideki let Jerry do the remaining 90% of the scenes himself, except for the dangerous scenes. After such an afternoon of tossing, it is normal for little Jerry to be limp as mud after the control is released. Atla, who had made a mistake, stuck out his tongue and ran to the table to pick up Jerry. Seeing that he looked weak, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Seeing this, Nono suggested naturally. I have learned a little bit of medical ninjutsu before, how about I help Jerry? Mastering basic medical ninjutsu is indeed a setting she had given herself before. Although it will become a little suspicious, as long as you win trust, you can get a lot of convenience. For example, the goal of this mission includes stealing information about breathing methods. With medical skills, she can more easily participate in the plan and obtain information in the safest way. And it is thanks to this skill that she can stand out among the fiercely competitive applicants. Nono thought that Hideki would ask about this, and had prepared a set of words that could stand the test to deal with it. Who knew that he just smiled slightly, as if he didn't care at all, but made Nono a little flustered. Of course, Atla did not suspect anything and quickly handed Jerry to Nono. Finally, Nono suppressed his doubts and began to check Jerry's body with his hands and chakra. Sure enough, as Kimura Hideki said, Jerry's body is very elastic and should be very relaxing to pinch. And the perfection of its meridian system also surprised Nono. It is not known whether it is gifted or Kimura Hideki's training is good. Of course, with the mouse's superb talent for transformation, it is not impossible to create such a body. So it is impossible to judge its true body by such an inspection alone. Fortunately, Nono had expected it, so while checking, he also used several secret codes exclusive to the root ninja to try to communicate with Jerry. Micro-expressions such as blinking and pursing lips, signals represented by tapping Jerry's body with fingers in the name of palpation, and signals transmitted directly with chakra. However, her expectations were dashed again. Jerry was still panting, without any response, and even his heartbeat did not speed up a beat. This made Nono a little confused. Is it really like Kimura Hideki said, this is just a talented ninja mouse, not the guy named Komachi? But how can there be so many coincidences in the world? Or maybe this guy is indeed Komachi, but he is pretending to be stupid, or for some reason he cannot recognize himself. In any case, Nono feels that she may have to complete this mission alone. After sorting out her thoughts in her mind, Nono also carefully checked Jerry's body, and then returned it to Atla, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, Jerry is just a little tired, and he will be fine after a night's rest." Atla then turned his worry into joy and thanked Nono loudly. "You're welcome." Nono smiled, but sighed in her heart. After dinner, Nono came to her room and began to tidy up a little. In order to facilitate stealing intelligence, she naturally chose to live in the orphanage. And the other 4 female nurses made the same choice. Nono was not surprised by this. After all, she was basically sure that these people should be her colleagues. There are several suspicious points, but the most important one is what she could smell was the same scent as hers from them, and they should all be experienced and senior spies. I believe they have similar ideas. It is obviously not a good idea to frame and expose each other. So everyone seems to have reached a tacit understanding and decided to steal information based on their own abilities. Of course, it is hard to say how long this tacit understanding can last. The dormitory for the caregivers is for 2 people. Nono was lucky not to have roommates, but she saved a lot of effort in scheming with them. After tidying up the room, Nono sat on the bed, thinking about what she saw and heard today, and couldn't help laughing at herself in her heart. I didn't expect that my dream of being a caregiver in an orphanage would be realized in this way. But do I really want to destroy the peace and tranquility here? In the past, Nono could comfort herself by saying that this was for the peace of Konoha for most of the spy missions. But after seeing this paradise with her own eyes today, she really couldn't use this reason to deceive herself. Because it is obvious that this place represents the bright future of Konoha. How she wanted to say to everyone in the orphanage with confidence, "I am here to join this family, not to break it up." But this is impossible after all. Not to mention the various methods used by the root to control spies, once her identity is exposed, there will be no place for her here. At this time, Nono realized why she hoped that Jerry was the rat. That way, she would not have to face this dilemma and could leave it to the rat. Just like before. "Jerry, where are you?" Suddenly, Atla's voice sounded in the corridor, bringing Nono back to reality. It seems that Jerry ran away again. Nono, who was still entangled, suddenly felt a little amused. Perhaps she should also learn from Jerry's spirit of pursuing freedom and never giving up. Who knew that the next moment, a brown figure quickly slipped into her room from the unclosed door. Seeing that it was Jerry, Nono was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously prepared to catch him and return him to Atla. But soon she noticed something was wrong. Because Jerry's expression was not as ignorant as before, but rather very sophisticated, which made her feel like she had seen him before. But before she could sort out her thoughts, Jerry had already climbed onto the table along the table legs and knocked over a water cup, letting the water flow onto the table. Then he ran around on the table like he was making trouble, leaving wet footprints all over the table. At this time, Atla also ran to the door and hurriedly stopped him. "Bad Jerry, why are you so naughty, making trouble in Sister Nono's room?" Nono grabbed Jerry, who had stopped, and looked at him carefully. Then she saw with her own eyes how the light of wisdom dissipated from Jerry's eyes, and he gradually became confused, as if he didn't know where he was. Nono returned it to Atla calmly, and sent her out after a few words. Then she hurried back to the table and barely recognized 4 words from the messy footprints that were about to dry up. "Surveillance, sleeping, southeast, jujube tree."